Hello. Let me just test the mic. I think the mic should be all right. If anybody is currently in the stream, let me know if it sounds good. But yeah, everybody out there, welcome. If you're here, it's still early.
Metapod people are in?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody's here. But yo, Jake, thank you. Jake says we sound good. Perfect. So yeah, we're about to start here. We got the tabletop set up. What are the names?
Gary and Raphael.
Do we know who's who? Tell Gary to wave his hand. What color sleeves is one of them using?
Green and
Okay.
Gary is blue.
All right, we're doing this in real time. Okay. Gary is green. Okay. I'm just editing some names real quick, folks, but you know, it's all for the joy of everything else. So we got Gary and Raphael here, round one. Let's see. I think, yeah. So everybody out there, if you're listening, there's a lot of Charizard decks. There's 10 of them, but there's also, I believe, 6 or 7 versions of Giratina. Mostly, interestingly, Arceus Giratina is the most popular version. So we'll see how that matchup unfolds. But Raphael is playing Arceus, and Gary, let's see if we can find Gary here. I have all the deck lists. This is interesting. I'm the man with all of the power, so to speak. Arctina comeback, that's right, Jake. Also, Jake, feel free to share this anywhere that might make sense. I'm kind of hands tied at the moment, so you know, that's what that is. See if I can find Gary's list. That's what I'm looking for. So he's not playing Charizard, I'm pretty sure, but what he's playing, maybe we'll find out really soon. So I might have more time between rounds in the next one to look, but. All right, I'll go ahead and switch us over now to that as we are about to start. Very exciting. Just some basic announcements happening right now. Jake, what are you doing? What is your Sunday morning like? Do you have any sports things that you're doing today? Or are you just chilling? Metapod mats. Yeah, that's right, Jay. We got the Metapod mats all up over there. I got to get more mats. I got to see if Zach wants to make more mats too. I've been asking. He's been so busy. He's a busy man. You're at the baseball field right now? That's an early game. That's like a 9:30 game for you? Jeez. Okay, interesting. Well, welcome in, everybody. If you're here from the Metapod, if you're here from my Twitch, I'm back at it again, and we are streaming some Pokemon TCG Temporal Forces action. Game is at noon. Oh, you're setting up. You're like me. I was here like 2 or 3 hours early setting up too. But let's take a look at Raphael's list here and see if he's got anything particularly special. Oh, interesting. Raphael's list over here, I believe playing a Misfortune Sisters. That is interesting. I don't usually see that. One Devolution Incense. I did not queue up a, yo, what's up? Finally caught the Metapod live. Yo, Red, welcome in. Hopefully you'll enjoy this. We're doing this cup. We might do more in the future. By me, it'll be me because I have the whole setup. And Jake is a very busy baseball boy right now. But yeah, so the Misfortune Sisters in this list from Raphael is interesting. And then we will see, maybe I'll thumb through and see which deck Gary is playing once we know, but they should be starting. Jake does live 4,000 miles away, which is very sad. But Jake, are you gonna try to make it to NAIC is my question for you. Because I'm gonna make the attempt. So if you make it, holler. So these are best of one Swiss, and then once we get top cut, will go into best of 3. So the little counter at the top that says 0-0 won't really matter until top 8. But outside of that, just hanging. Let me know your thoughts. We're going to talk a lot about the meta, the pod, all that stuff. If you have any questions for me too, you might even get a preview of some of my thoughts for the podcast that Jake and I are going to record probably tomorrow about some of the cards that were announced between rounds. So stick around. If you're just chilling on a Sunday, drop in. Share this with your friends. We're new to the streaming game over at Metapod. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Is it a Lugia list? It looks like a Lugia list that Raphael is running. So it'll be interesting to see Lugia versus Charizard here. I wonder, maybe this is his list there? Let me see, what other, oh, there we have Gary's list here. Okay, I've got it. Gary's list, pretty straightforward. It's running the Lugia with Chinchino. For those of you who maybe don't know what Lugia is rocking these days, Lugia is rocking this Chinchino here. As you can see, special roll for 2 colorless energy. It does 70 damage for each special energy card attached to that Pokemon. Now, it does matter because it's not just special energy, so double turbo doesn't count for 2, but each special energy card there, pretty easy for Lugia to put on. So I would say that I don't know if this is necessarily a favorable matchup. Let me know your thoughts, but I would argue that this is probably a tougher matchup for Charizard just because, well, maybe not with that start. Starting a Minchino, attach an energy and pass is really rough there for Raphael. But let's see if Gary can capitalize. Going second, playing the Lumineon. I imagine getting Arven out at this early stage, you know your opponent doesn't really have much in their hand, most likely. They didn't even get a Lugia down turn 1, which is pretty rough. I'm not going to lie. That's a rough start. So Gary here probably checking his deck. He probably gets an Arven, and I imagine goes and gets maybe a Buddy Poffin and a Forest Sealstone to start things off, just to really establish the board. But no, opting for what seems to be an Ultra Ball. Maybe he has another Buddy in hand, or maybe he expects to get that off of the Forest Seal. No, opting for the Maximum Belt. Interesting. Maybe, let me see if Raphael, he is playing Forest Sealstone. Maybe it's prized for Gary. Oh, do I got him flipped here? Is Raphael the one running Charizard? Yeah, Raphael is the one running Charizard, I believe. So I'll get those names swapped right now while we do it. But so let's see, left name I'm going to change to Gary, and right name we're going to change to Raphael. There we go. Give that a quick little edit for you. But yeah, interestingly, Raphael not choosing, and choosing to go load up the hand with the Pidgeot in anticipation, but although Gary would not likely want to play an Iono on his turn, that's not the optimal supporter for the deck, does sort of put you in an awkward, oh, is this turn 2? Am I absolutely wilding? Am I wild? Did I miss a turn, chat, while I was chatting with you and looking at deck lists? Maybe I did. In which case, yeah, fair enough. Started a Pidgey and pass? Was that the turn 1 from Raphael then? I must have missed the turn 1, but yeah, otherwise you can't evolve into Pidgeot. So, but I'm pretty sure we saw the Charmander come down this turn, unless they've just passed turns while I was looking at deck lists. Interesting though, choosing here what to get, choosing to get Rotom out with that Pidgeot ability, pretty safe. So I imagine then both players had a pretty bad start. Raph must have been turn 1, and then Gary had nothing. Well, Raphael must have also had nothing, Jake, because, you know, just surprising there. If he would have just started a Pidgey and nothing else, because he played the Charmander and the Lumineon this turn. So, interesting. Okay, we got a Jacques. Doesn't really help at this point for Gary. A single Chinchino is not going to be what he's looking for. But, you know, gets what he can. See if he gets two Archeops out. No, gonna opt for the Chinchino. I doubt he has an Ultra Ball, or else he probably would have played it last turn to ensure that there's a Lugia on the field. Honestly, this might be an early donk. Yeah, we already see there's the Lugia V-Star in the hand. Not much else going on there, unfortunately, for Gary. So I guess you evolve up and I don't know, hope your opponent doesn't find the pieces to get into a Charizard on the following turn. So maybe just going to opt here for 120 damage on the Pidgeot with the 2 energy. Because it'd be 140 minus the 20 from the double turbo. So this is interesting here. Maybe just debating whether or not to attack. Maybe, you know, he's already played the supporter, so unless he's got like Prime Catcher in his hand and he can maybe stall a Rotom or a Lumineon out, but kind of a tough spot here. Very interesting. Yeah, just opting to do what I believe should just be 120 damage. It's hard for me to see what the dice there is, but should just be 120 because it's the number of energy cards. So what does that dice say? Is it trying to say 210? I don't believe it would be 210, but maybe worth asking Sonia
Michael.
here.
Michael.
I'm just going to mention it. I could be wild, but the Chinchino does damage based on the number of energy cards, not the number of energy, right?
I believe so. That's
I can't tell how much energy is on it, but yeah, just double check. Yeah. You know, the benefits of stream, if you see something, say something. But I believe there's 1 energy and then a double turbo. So hard to see exactly what the energy count there is. But it looks like they might have put 210 on, and there's only 2 energy cards, so that should just be 120
correct.
instead of 210.
The double damage has negates 20 damage off.
Yep.
So,
So it should be 140 minus 20.
Yep. So 120.
Yep.
No knockout.
It may not matter. This game might be over, but you know, maintaining a correct board state is important.
I mean, how broken would it be? Like,
Oh my gosh.
double turbo?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I was literally explaining at the beginning of this. I was like, you know, double turbo is not quite as good as it seems, but
Not on
it's
Chinchino.
yeah, not in Chinchino, but
Any other energy, but
yep. So I mean, we will see here. It's got the 120 on Pidgeot, retreating into Charmander, which says to me he's probably got the rare candy Charizard. Yeah, that's a GG's. That's a quick GG's. Gets an energy out of the deck, and it looks like Charizard here taking a quick win, unfortunately, over Raphael, taking the quick Swiss round win over Gary there with Charizard. So that happens sometimes. You know, you can't really fault Gary there. Just not having any outs to Lugia or any other Pokemon really not to get donked. So despite a slow start from both Charizard and Lugia there, you know, these things happen. Unfortunate that it was the stream match for this round, but hey, even Pokemon regionals have matches like that. So, but yeah, in terms of the meta today, there are, I believe, I might be counting some of the juniors and seniors lists, but there should be 10 Charizards being played today, which is a lot. I don't know exactly how many masters we have. Can ask Michael or Sonia when they get back, but 10 Charizards and what looks to be 6 or 7 Giratina builds. So I think people have all collectively decided that Giratina is the counter to Charizard. I don't know if all of the Giratina lists are necessarily playing the maximum belt, because I do know that the Arceus list maybe, and let me know in the chat, but the Arceus list maybe prefers the maximum belt as the ace spec of choice. But let's see here. Yep, maximum belt in this list. What do we got in this list? Maximum belt. So looking like the choice here for the Charizard counter, because it's everywhere, is Giratina V-Star. So yeah, let's talk about that. Giratina V-Star into Charizard. The reason that it's maybe a favorable matchup for Giratina, if they get the right cards, right, is you think about, okay, the Giratina V-Star normally does 280. That's enough to kill the Pidgeot EX if need be. But you also have the ability to attach a maximum belt, do 330 to the Charizard. Most Charizards now are running either maximum belt or prime catcher after towards success at EUIC. But very few of them, I think, are opting for the Hero's Cape, just instead choosing to play their game plan and go from there. So if you think you have one knockout with the maximum belt, and then the new Iron Leaves EX, which can hit Charizard for weakness and just come out of nowhere, that's effectively 4 of your prizes right there, is either a Pidgeot or a Charizard and an Iron Leaf. So you're really just looking for 2 other prizes. Maybe you save the 280 for a Pidgeot and then maximum belt to Charizard, or you can maybe recycle back Iron Leaves and do another Iron Leaves turn. There's also the possibility that you just do a 2-hit into something with, yo, Eli, what's up? You just do a 2-hit into something with the Arceus. Wonder if Tina takes too long to set up. I think Tina in this instance really wants to go first. If you think about it from the perspective of like Tina goes first with the Arc Tina build, then you can evolve your Arceus, get all your pieces, maybe even disrupt your opponent's hand after they've like Rotomed or Cleffa or whatever. And then you've got a bunch of energy on board. Odds are your opponent, even if you take a knockout on a single prizer, your opponent's not going to be able to knock out anything on your board after that, because they're going to be hitting 210 with Charizard EX. Even if they throw a maximum belt, that's 260. That is not enough to knock out Arceus V-Star or Giratina V-Star. So even though like Tina is slow-ish into Charizard in that respect, Charizard is slow in response to, like, yeah, they can evolve and get pieces up, but they can't take knockouts. So, but my thoughts, Eli, I'm liking the format. It's very Charizard heavy. I have a Charizard deck, so I'm a little biased towards liking Charizard. But I think a lot of people are a little frustrated with the amount of Charizard. It feels like it's ADP all over again, just like this super popular deck, or maybe a little bit like Mew VMAX when Mew VMAX was the most popular deck in the format. So, yeah. So I think that's probably why people are a little hesitant, but I think there are good counters to Charizard in Iron Leaves and Giratina. There's Devolution Incense. So unlike ADP in the past, where they're really yeah. One of our judges, one of our folks here, there was no counters. It was just did they get their V-Star off first? Okay, they win. Pack it up, go home. As opposed to that, there are some counters to Charizard. You can counterplay. Even Charizard itself can build counters into itself. So, I think it's a healthier version of a dominant deck right now than it usually is. So, but yeah, let's see. Maybe they're playing another game for fun. Let's go over there. Yeah, it looks like they're just playing another for funsies game. Ralph and Gary. I'll put that on while I chat. Your 2 decks you'll be messing with are Charizard and Dialga. Okay. Well, if Dialga does well today, we might see it on stream. Would you like to see a Dialga on stream? Because I could make that happen next round. I could just pick one of these players. We got a couple of Dialga lists. I could pick one of those players and we could just have him just absolutely on stream, regardless, because it's early. we could just have them regardless of what their record are, because 1-0-0-1, it doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah, next set. This is also, I will say, this is also a very short format, because prior to this, it was like 4 months where we had like almost nothing. All right, Rojo. This is the benefit. When you come on stream, you just get to make requests and get what you want. It's not like a Pokemon regional. We're listening. We're out here. We can communicate. But yeah, we like the last one was 4 months, but this format is really only 8 weeks, roughly, because you got EYC all the way up to 2 weeks before NAIC. And then NAIC will be Twilight Masquerade format, because it releases, you know, Pokemon these days, just absolutely, I think they've nailed it in terms of doing their set releases, leading into big IC events, generally speaking. So I really, you know, I really appreciate that from them, because it makes every IC feel like a big new thing. Worlds will be different this year. We'll only have one mini set before Worlds happen, so it will be a more established format, which I'm sure competitive players will prefer, right? But yeah, interesting getting to see Lugia just do stuff now, though, right? They got the Chinchino in the active, not ideal, but it looks like they do have a Lugia. You can maybe get rid of at least one Archeops there. There might be a second in the discard. I haven't been paying attention, if I'm honest with you. Getting a Chinchino out with that really nice, and they'll be able to either draw more cards or just throw the Lugias out onto the field. And if Gary is able to knock out this Charmander, actually this is huge. If Gary is able to knock out this Charmander, Raphael just has no response. A lone Pidgey does absolutely nothing. Oh, interesting. Maybe he can't evolve the Lugia this turn. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the Lugia must have just come down the previous turn, or this turn. This is how little I'm paying attention to this isn't the official match anyways. For people who are just joining, Raphael actually won the official match. They're playing for fun though on camera. We appreciate them for that. Interesting, choosing to put 2 energy there on the Pidgey. I suppose in anticipation of like 120 would be enough to knock out a Chinchino, so just prioritizing constantly having an attacker. But I do know energies in these Charizard decks are precious, so choosing to put it on that Pidgey there, a little scary, because if for whatever reason the Charizard gets knocked out and you can only do damage with, you know, a 120 attacker, it's not going to feel good if the Lugia gets sent up after that. Or even the Snorlax, right? That Pidgey's not going to be able to knock out the Snorlax. So, I mean, I guess, you know, I can understand it on one side, but I also can, it worries me from another perspective. But looks like the Lugia V-Star is in hand, though, for Gary. And I can't see, he did go get the Chinchino in the off chance that it survived, but it will not this turn. So looks like the attack will be coming from maybe Snorlax. Also could just throw an attack in with the Lugia directly if need be. Just to soak up some damage, keep an extra attacker on the field. Oof. I guess this would be annoying except for the fact that by knocking out the Minccino, interesting, Gary choosing to promote the Snorlax there. So he will be able to, if he has two Archeops in the discard, still bring them out even with the collapsed stadium. So it means he won't be able to establish a Minccino if he does that. So we'll see here how many Archeops were in the discard. May just be, okay, so he's choosing both. So opting not to establish another Minccino this turn, which I don't really mind. You're not knocking this Charizard out. You're not really becoming in range of getting one hit KO'd in response. But you will not be able to knock out the Charizard this turn or one-shot it within another 2 turns. So I think his line here is probably load up the Snorlax, do a decent chunk of damage into the Charizard and then clean it up with the Lugia next turn is my guess. Knowing that if, Raphael does not have a way to get another Charmander set up, that Lugia is totally safe for another turn after that. And then once the Snorlax is gone, hopefully you can set up another Minccino. All right. So choosing to get the Lumineon there off the Great Ball. If the Snorlax goes down, though, with that collapsed stadium out, that is not ideal, because if he plays the Lumineon, he won't be able to then play Minccino. So we'll see if Gary sees that line. He'll probably want to grab, the therapeutic, and then I would actually like to see Gary put 2 energy with the other Archeops onto the Lugia. Normally you can be less aggressive with your energy like that, but opting not to do that. The only reason, okay, so he is doing that. Yeah, the reason I like this play is just in case your opponent bosses the Archeops up. That really, I think, is one of the lines here from Raphael, is to just, if you get rid of the Archeops, eventually your opponent loses steam. And if he's not able to put energy onto a Chinchino, then he's not able to build up a one-hit knockout potential. So I would like to see Raphael, after taking this hit, rather than knocking out the Snorlax, if he can, just go after the Archeops on the bench, put him down to just 1, and then, see how Gary responds. But we'll see. So it looks like doing 160 with the double turbo, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's what the amount is, right? It's Snorlax does 180. Oh, by the way, I got fancy new things for y'all. Do y'all want to see Charizard? In case you didn't know what Charizard does. I just wanted to show off. I haven't been doing that, but I need to remember to do that. So Charizard there right now, just doing 180, so we'll be able to knock out the Snorlax. And then the Pidgeot there. Pidgeot allowing Raphael to search their deck for any card once per turn and put it directly into their hand. You don't have to reveal it to your opponent, so pretty crazy ability for Charizard, and what makes it probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest deck in the format. Okay, choosing to not go after an Archeops there, and rather just take out the one attacker that, is a threat. But the reality is this, and then not establishing, Raphael not being able to establish another Charmander is really bad. I wonder what Gary gets here. If Gary goes, your opponent does not have a hand that can establish another Charmander, so I would not like to see an Iono. I don't know if, I don't know what his hand is, but that Iono just feels like it gives your opponent the opportunity to come back. And the fact that you can't put down necessarily another...
You have an audience?
Yeah, there's 11 people in here, Alex.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, oh.
Yeah, this is the chat.
Hey, you get to talk the game with the people.
Yeah, hey. Say hi. Say hi.
Where am I?
Lean in. You're right here. Just lean into the camera and say hi.
Hello.
That's Alex.
Hi.
Alex is the organizer for these events. Just popping in, saying hi.
Right?
I love it.
Yeah. So let's see here. This is the for fun game. I got to keep track of the prizes too. I'm terrible at this.
He keeps track of the prizes.
Yeah. So Raphael's at 4 prizes. Yo, Steven, thank you for saying hi.
That is sick.
And welcome in,
And then
Steven.
He has like these buttons that shows the
prizes.
prizes off.
Yeah.
Like, do an example. Show
Yeah,
him.
he used to.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
has all the equipment already. You're good.
So right now the Lugia is going to attack. The Lugia should be doing 220,
nasty, right?
but my guess is that there's there's probably a double turbo on that Lugia. The 220 doesn't really matter since it's already got 160 on it. So you could do the 200 and be just fine.
Just say that.
I guess I wonder here, that there's not going to be a knockout response, but you're also in an awkward spot with that collapsed stadium that you can't get anything else powered up. So honestly, if I'm Raphael, ooh, okay. So let's see, we got Gary here taking 2 prizes off of that Charizard, but the Radiant is not going to be able to attack this turn. There's no way to get it powered up. and you kind of, I understand putting it down, but your opponent's not going to be able to knock out the Pidgeot either. So, hey, thanks, Mom. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm glad everything's sounding good. Can y'all hear the music too? I have some music on in the background, but I wanted it to be like, just light, you know, just that light background music. But yeah, interesting. I understand Raphael benching the Radiant Art here, but knowing the Pidgeot has no way of being knocked out. Like literally, it's not possible. Barely hear it. Do you want it? Should I put it up a little bit, Steven? I can bump it. I can bump it a hair. There we go. Let me know if that's a little better. Still tweaking all the settings, but I don't like throwing the Radiant Charizard down because that gives your opponent the option for another easy prize, right? Like, because they can knock out the Charizard. Not that it's what you want to knock out, but hey, nice. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Red. Yeah, I wonder if Gary has any lost vacuums. I assume he plays stadiums, because you would want to play a stadium or two in the deck. But let's see here if he's got any outs to that collapse, because honestly, that collapse stadium is doing Gary dirty right now. Yo, welcome in, Reese. Reese or Rystrobe, but welcome in, no matter what. Hopefully you're enjoying this Metapod special episode of a League Cup here in Yonkers. All right, looking at this list right now, interesting. There is no out. The only out for the Lugia. Now, I'm going to pull up this Lugia because I think that the Lugia's attack does have the option of discarding a stadium. Yeah, so I want to see Gary if he recognizes that by attacking with the Lugia, he could have discarded the Collapse Stadium the previous turn as an effect. Now, it is a May effect, so you don't have to, but Gary would have been well served to actually do that for his own board state so that he could get down a Minccino. So let's see if at least on this turn, hopefully Gary recognizes the alternate effect, the optional effect of his own attack on Lugia. It is crucial. In like 5th grade, I tried to make a Pokemon with my name and it's kind of stuck. Oh, nice. Okay. What kind of Pokemon would that have been? Was it like a theme to it? Is it like electric, water, fire type? I like this, going for the Charmander so that he won't have a counterplay necessarily, but one more energy and a Choice Belt will allow Raph to actually take down this Lugia. So that is interesting. So Gary now going down to 3 prizes taken. This is interesting. Definitely, so he did choose to get rid of the Collapse Stadium there with the Lugia's attack effect, which is good. I believe he's using the Pidgeot effect to go grab a card. I'm not exactly sure what card that is, but is that the Cleffa, perhaps? It's hard to see because it's the alternate art. Okay, Iono there. I'm not entirely sure which card that is. Maybe that is the Cleffa alternate art, but I don't think so. Hard to see, though. What else could be in the list? Maybe it's Mimikyu. Ah, okay. Now, this is interesting. Radiant Charizard running 1 Mimikyu, which absolutely turns off Lugia's attack, but unfortunately, whether you attack with Minccino, Chinchino, or you could even go in with an Archeops. I believe the Archeops attack does 90. Probably not ideal, but could also just boss around it if Gary has those answers. But interesting seeing the Mimikyu there. All right, looks like the rest of the crowd here is on turns. For those of you who've joined a little later, this is not the official match. The official match ended very quickly. Gary did not find any Pokemon other than Minccino, and Raphael was able to take it down on the 2nd or 3rd turn. So this one's a for fun match, but better than me just talking to you for 30 minutes with nothing else in the background. As much as you might like my voice. I wonder what Gary will choose to do here. It seems like he does not have an option to boss around this Mimikyu. So the Mimikyu doing its job in buying Raphael an extra turn at a minimum. Has it been a deck that surprised you lately, whether good or bad? I don't think there's been anything that surprised me all that much. I think, look, Ancient Box, we had a suspicion that Ancient Box was going to be a good deck, but I think it's much better than maybe I anticipated, I should say. I think it is, in this tournament too, it is criminally underplayed. I think there's only 1 or 2 Ancient Box decks in this tournament. A lot of Charizards. I think people expected Charizard to be good, so no surprise there. I'm seeing 39. There's a sticker that said 39, so I'm assuming there's 39 Masters in this tournament. But yeah, Ancient Box, if we see it, I'm hearing rumbles that Meowscarada is actually pretty decent in this format. The grass weakness helps you against Charizard a bit. The damage counter placement can take care of any small bits and pieces, right? Yeah, go Raphael. All right. Let's see what he's getting into here. He's probably just going to go into that Charizard, I assume, if he has the ability to. If you go into the Charizard, though, I assume you just... oh, I have PTSD from Mimikyu. Yeah, I understand that. Especially in the last format, Mimikyu is a really good tech card for some decks. Interesting, the Devolution here, maybe it's just thinning the deck, but the Devolution will not actually work on Archeops. So it would really just be putting the Lugia V-Star back into hand, which I guess 3 prizes. Technically that puts it in range if need be, but it's a 2-turn to put it in range. Doesn't feel worth it. So we'll see what Raphael chooses to do here. Gonna rare candy, yep, get into that Charizard. Now let's see if the 2 energy that are stranded on that Pidgeot ends up, and he's got 1 on the Charizard. So let's see if he has enough energy left in the deck. I know I was saying earlier that I didn't love the energy going onto that Pidgeot because now they're trapped there. So yeah, as expected, Raphael unfortunately only had the 1 energy in deck, might have an energy in hand, but he's going to also need to retreat the Mimikyu. Looking at this list here, yeah, there's no Prime Catcher in the deck, so will not be able to Prime Catcher his way out of this. Has already played the Supporter for turn, but also does not play, oh, this is interesting, does not play Professor Turo either. So, without a Super Rod turn, does he play Super Rod? He plays 2. So, there could be a situation in which maybe Mimikyu gets stuck there if the Super Rods are prized. All right, that's some nonsense over there. So let me go ahead and deal with that real quick. And then we'll just go ahead and let's give that little, throw that little band hammer out there for that guy there. Delete that message. I don't know if it's getting deleted, but it should be. There we go. So ignore that human. Choosing to retreat here, yeah, recognizing that he needs to take out this Mimikyu no matter what. Unfortunately, does open up a response without having another. So yeah, interesting. The Pidgeot here going to take that knockout since that's the only Pokemon that has viable energy. Buddy Poffin here, probably getting maybe another Charmander, just seeing maybe thinning out the deck. He's definitely going to want to find his Super Rod, so I would imagine that might be the response here is the Pidgeot for the Super Rod, just to put some cards in the deck, right? Put some energy back in the deck. But like the good news here is there's not really going to be a way for Gary to take a return knockout on the Pidgeot or the Charizard. Yep, there we go. Shuffling in a couple of energy, and it looks like maybe a Charmander back in. But kind of an awkward game here for both players. Put you on 2 there, Gary. You've earned it. You've taken all those prizes. And looks like Pidgeot here going to take out the Chinchino. So at this point, I would send the Mew up just so you have a free pivot option. Okay, it gets knocked out. You got to choose your next Pokemon. There you go. Okay, opting to just send the Lugia up. Guess he knows what he needs. He knows what he wants. Now let's see if he tries to put damage into something and then follow it up on the next turn with a boss. I think that would probably be the main play, because at this point I do think Gary's probably running low on some energy. So here, probably going to opt for the Menchino so that he can evolve into a Chinchino next turn, threaten a one-hit knockout on anything. Yeah, would love to see Gary here. If he can't, maybe even bossing up the Charizard to get down to 1 prize so that his opponent can't just send up the Charizard in response. And Charizard with a Choice Belt or a Maximum Belt, if it is played in this list, let me check. Yep, there is 1 Choice Belt played in the list. We'll be able to knock out the Lugia in response. So, interesting there. Yeah. Okay, just making sure I'm not missing any messages. Nope, we're good. All right. And then, hey, what decks have I been playing? I've been playing Charizard a lot. I also tried to build a Raging Bolt EX deck, a Miraidon version, which maybe I have it with me. Maybe I'll share it with y'all afterwards, but it's a fun deck. I wouldn't say it's good. There's probably a way to build it that makes it a little better. It's all 2 prizers, which is a problem. So, all 2 prizers is not great, because in this format, you really don't have a lot of options. People just take three knockouts in a row. And usually most decks have at least 1 single prizer they can send up to make the prize math awkward for you in response. So, but Raging Bolt I've played. I tried Revavroom. I tried a Revavroom deck where I just made my dude huge, and that was fun. I need to rebuild that deck without the Arven as the main supporter. You'd think that tools you should have Arven, but in fact I think Iono's probably the better Iono, and like maybe if you need 1 Arven for a TM evolution, but yeah. Retreating, or thinking about retreating. Oh, no, it looks like maybe there was a boss to knock out the Minchino from the Charizard. I do like that. So Raph going down to 2 prizes, it looks like, as well. Gary's also on 2 prizes. Iono here. Now, I wonder if Gary plays, does he still have, I don't know if Gary has any Maximum Belt, but if he has a Maximum Belt in the deck, then there is the chance, and it hasn't been played, and it's hard to pay attention, but if he does play Maximum Belt, there's a small chance that he can retreat, put 1 more energy onto that Mew, and if it's not double turbo, he'll actually be able to use Charizard's own attack to do 300 plus the 50 to knock it out and win Gary the game. A lot of things need to happen. Iono needs to have drawn him into a lot of things, and a 2-card hand is not great. Okay, interesting. Choosing to do this, but this is going to be it, because Charizard can do 300 straight into that Lugia, and that is game over. So Raphael just taking it here in the game for fun. I'll go back to the face cam now. There we go. Bop, bop. You can sort of see that at work. But yeah, Lugia, man, I don't know why Lugia isn't getting as good a results as it typically has, but oh, yeah, they're pairing round 2. So give me a second, folks. I'm gonna go make sure that we get Dialga. Hey everybody, I'm back. I turned my mic off so you wouldn't hear me just chit-chatting with people and figuring out what's going to play next, but Red, you'll be happy to know, we are gonna be streaming a Dialga match. It's very exciting. I don't know which one it is, so I'll have to look at some lists, but I have to get the names for this one as well. So give me a second. Let me do this. All right, so we have a very exciting round for you. A couple of local legends from the New York, Queens area in particular. Got Peter Kika. He has done very well in the past at other regional events. And you have Jeremy Gomez, who is a tournament organizer, judge himself at Frontier Games. Peter, I believe, is the one that is running Dialga, for those of you who want to know the details. And Jeremy, let's see what Jeremy is running. We'll probably see pretty quick, but yeah. So Peter running Dialga there. If you don't know, for whatever reason, what Dialga does, there you go. I know we had a request, so somebody knows what Dialga does, but the main thing about Dialga is really about taking that extra turn and getting ahead on prizes that way in such a way that your opponent can't respond, right? Like if you can take 4 prizes before your opponent has a turn effectively, it might create a checkmate situation depending on the decks that you're playing against. So we have Dialga, and then let's see if we can find Jeremy's list to see what Dialga is going up against. Hey, interesting. So it's not, I can tell you right now, it is not Charizard. So you got 2 completely new decks here. You got Dialga and question mark. It might be, I know Jeremy was playing around with Goldengo in the last format, but let's see here. It's a lot of people. I think 39 players is what this somebody told me. Wrote down for me. Let's see here. Oof. Okay, there we go. Oh, this will be interesting. So he is playing Turbo Hands. So we have Turbo Hands on Jeremy's side against Dialga, which is, I don't know who the matchup there probably goes to, because Dialga, once it gets big, it's hard to take down. But for those of you who don't know what Turbo Hands is, you're running a combination of Iron Hands. Iron Hands, you know, you can use either attack, but the second attack is usually the one that you want to use when possible, taking an extra prize either on a baby Pokemon, 2 prizes, or depending on how the deck is built, you can sometimes take 3, either if you've done a little damage or whatever, or alternately, and the other half of that equation is the Iron Crown. So this is what allows you to bump the damage output by 20 for each Iron Crown in play. And we are off to the races. It looks like Peter is going first, starting Dialga. Jeremy getting the start that you want in Miraidon. But let's see, Peter here attaching an energy, throwing down a Beldum and passing. Not great. You would love to have seen another Beldum come down, preferably. But without a supporter, clearly did not have the Buddy Poffin in hand. So, yeah. It might be a struggle for Dialga because Turbo Hands does get going quick. And this Miraidon, we see Arvin right off the bat getting Techno Radar and Heavy Baton. Techno Radar here is going to allow him to get two cards. And then what's important is, let me see if I do have Miraidon. What's important to know about this Miraidon is it does have an attack that matters a lot. Peak acceleration for 1 energy will do 40 normally. I say 40, put big air quotes. But you can bump that damage with the Iron Crown. So he might be able to put in 60 damage, maybe a little bit more depending on other Iron Crowns he might have. And then if you can follow it up with a knockout with the Iron Hands. And then as you're seeing there, peak acceleration allowing you to put 2 energy onto your future Pokemon, choosing to put an electric and a psychic, probably opting to keep as many electric in the deck in case of electric generator later. Oh, interesting, choosing to boss the Iron Hands here. Now, does the Iron Hands have a metal weakness? It does not, it is a fighting weakness. So I think here just putting some damage in, it is, I think evolving into the Dialga V-Star, I think. If I'm looking at this correctly, yes, it's a gold Dialga V-Star. I don't know if he'll be able to take the knockout here on this Iron Hands. Let me see what the first attack. Rich energy attached to this Pokemon, so unlikely. So just passing and trying to stall out for a turn. So Jeremy here, looking at the top 7 with a Pokegear. Smart play there by Peter because he won't be able to utilize any electric generators, and he won't be able to hit in again with the Miraidon unless he finds a way to retreat. And he's already attached the Heavy Baton, which means that if he has a future booster capsule, it's not useful for him right now. So I wonder if Jeremy, there's a small window in which Jeremy might be, questioning their choice previously of attaching that Heavy Baton on that turn a little preemptively. Because this Arvin here would have gotten him an out to a retreat if he had left it unequipped. But, oh, interesting. Choosing to go get what looks like Prime Catcher and Future Booster. This is huge because that effectively acts as another switching card. I assume the Future Booster might be going on to that Miraidon, may even just choose to attach it and attack. Not even bother attacking, but yeah, let's see if he can get any energy. Gets 1. He hasn't attached for turn, so if he does have an attachment for turn, he can take 2 prizes off of this Beldum, but the Beldum is dead no matter what. Okay, so just choosing to knock it out here with Miraidon, take the 1 prize, and effectively, I don't know if I think he's near to threatening knockout with Iron Hands, because doing 180 plus 60, 240, plus 20 is 260, so yeah. one damage modifier, 1 more Iron Crown, and that is enough to knock out the Dialga V-Star. Unfortunate here for Peter, it just looks like he had a really bricked hand to start the game. Because the goal here would be, like, if you had any other Metang, any way to get energy on, you could take, a prize, take that extra turn, and then follow it up, perhaps with a knockout on the Iron Hands, perhaps, but doesn't really seem to have many options. Just kind of stalling, stalling at this point. Bringing that Iron Crown up and saying, I hope you don't have another Arvin to find another future booster capsule. We've used the Prime Catcher, so that is not an option anymore, but playing Pokegear, there's an Arvin. You got to imagine he's taking the Arvin and he's going to go get a future booster capsule and maybe a Techno Radar, which would give him enough Iron Crown, most likely if they're in the deck, to take the knockout and end the game here. So that's what I expect to see. Yep, getting rid of the Lost Vacuum, getting probably 2 Iron Crown, or at least 1, but probably 2 Iron Crown out of the deck. Yep, and Peter conceding here. So didn't even need to keep track of the prizes there. Really only one prize taken before the game ended. Unfortunate. Unfortunate there for Peter. Not in this round. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate for Peter there. Just did not find any way to set up Dialga. And I would say that, like,
Did you see?
it's a pretty, that's a pretty big challenge for Dialga. It is a setup deck. It really requires Dialga 2, maybe 3 Beldums out, and then some way to draw, whether that's Radiant Greninja or maybe they're playing the Bidoof line. That's really, and if you don't get that set up, you just are unfortunately a sitting duck, so to speak. So Peter just not being able there to find any way to respond. Sorry, Red. Sorry about that, Red. I wish it was a better Dialga match for you, but two games in a row that were kind of donks, which is interesting. I'm sure that we will have a proper game at some point on
The
stream.
kids are like, can we please get on stream?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I could put the kids on stream next time.
Yeah, they're like,
Yeah.
Gavin is dying to go on. I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Do y'all want to
Is
see
the man in
a
charge?
juniors or a seniors or is it a mix?
Either, yeah.
Yeah. Whoever's really asking, whoever really wants
Gavin
it.
is the only senior.
Okay.
He's begging.
Okay.
It was very funny.
Hey, no problem, Red. We're gonna
I'll
put
let him
a.
know.
Yeah. Let him know next round. We're gonna be doing a seniors match because we had a request from our players here to get onto the stream. So yeah, we're gonna do that. It's gonna be great.
For a fee? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. For a fee, a small fee. Just gotta wet my beak a little
For a
bit.
prize pack.
Yeah. But I appreciate y'all checking in here and just hanging with us on these matches. These kind of rough matches, to be frank. Yeah. Take care, Red. Take care. Come back and there'll be more matches. We're gonna do the top cut as well. So, I don't know how many rounds this will be. There's
6 rounds.
6 rounds. 6 rounds of Swiss, and then a top cut to 8. So there'll be 3 rounds after that. So 9 rounds total. Oh yeah, go. Everybody's very conscientious here. But I'm the one taking up space, to be frank. But yeah, I'm probably gonna go grab a drink, and I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Was that your charge?
So chill, and we will return shortly. Yo. All right. How are you? Want to come say hi? You say it in the. Hey, hold on. You gotta go into the mic. Say hi.
Hi.
Yo. This is one of our locals, an absolute legend. It's awesome. Just give him another year or so, and he'll be tearing up juniors with Chien-Pao. Yeah, you wanna come on here?
For winning.
Yeah, come here.
That won.
Yeah. All right, here, hold up. I'm gonna do tiny interview. This is Jeremy. Come on over. Jeremy was rocking turbo hands in the last match. So tell me, how did you figure out what to do in that situation?
He bricked, unfortunately, so that doesn't help. But I mean, it helps me, but it doesn't help him. But yeah, you have to kill the Beldums early, I think. Like, I was able to kill the Beldum turn 1. Like, I'm like, he's never getting Dialga to 5 energy.
Yeah.
That's the concern. So you can go, like, boss your Iron Crowns, and you just take 4 prizes, right?
Do you think that it's a good matchup for you, Dialga versus? Because I was thinking about it. I'm like, Turbo Hand's kind of awkward. Because like the Matangs give up 2, but the other thing being 280 is a little bit like, I don't like that.
I think if you hit it, it's pretty even. I think Dialga's favorite if they pop off. If Dialga pops off, I think you're in
Nobody
trouble.
can beat it.
Yeah, nobody. It's just taking 4 prizes every turn.
Yeah.
So it's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Chad. I was like, Dialga, you run the risk. Like, am I going to run hot today? Because if I do, nobody can stop me.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
If you run hot, like, just like,
Yeah.
I had a friend who went 4-0 in regionals and ran hot.
Yeah.
But then he fell off. Right? Because
He had a bad day too or
he had
something.
he had a bad like last half of the tournament.
Oh no, that's rough. I mean, for me, I don't know. I think that right now, Ancient Box. I'm not going to tell you the number, but it's criminally underplayed.
I agree.
There's only like one or two of them in this tournament.
Cost-effective to build.
Yeah, it's
Right?
cheap to build.
It hits hard when late game. You have Roaring Moon, which is like Vespiquen back in the day.
Yeah.
You have Koraidon, which can swing early. If you're playing the Roaring Moon EX, you can play that too to knock out big threats, right?
Yep.
So yeah, it's definitely regularly unplayed, especially like if you get into the game. It's definitely the deck to pick up.
Yeah, I don't think we have any Roaring Moon EX versions.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see any.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
see a couple ancient boxes though. There's a couple.
yeah, there's like 2 Ancient Box I think in this tournament, but
Take 'em.
yeah, the Turbo Hand's like, yeah, feed me.
It's kind of Lugia. Yeah, it's a good meta. Well, Charizard of course being dominant, but you
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to hope to avoid it. That's why I'm playing the deck I'm playing. I was like, I'm gonna have fun today.
Yeah, it's like, look, I'm gonna see Charizard, and maybe I can swing by 1 or 2 of them, and
Yeah.
hope they take
have
each
to
other out.
cheese them and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you. Yeah, it's a great venue, guys. It's a
Yeah.
great place. Yeah, I really
No, it's
enjoyed
good
it.
stuff. Jeremy, local legend in the Queens area.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Thank you. Thank you guys.
cool, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's see how this tournament goes. Thank you. 2-0? Yeah. So far. Let's see what happens.
All right, putting this back on. If you like that little interview, yeah, we're doing interviews. We're doing interviews out here, Alex.
Straight up regional setting right now.
Yeah, I might get the senior after that match. Come on down. I have another mic.
The seniors are definitely
Yeah,
wanting
Pep.
to be on stream.
Yeah. Next round we're gonna do seniors. Yeah. Yeah. That's Jeremy from Greenpoint, Pep. So you know him. We play with him at Frontier Games. I think he runs the Frontier Games one now.
He judges a lot.
Yeah, he judges on that one. So, yep, running turbo hands. So, but yeah, it's I'm gonna do more of these interviews. It's like, you got to get back into the groove of things. Feel out how. Let me know if everything is still sounding good, but feel out how everything kind of goes on the stream. Takes time. Takes time to find that groove. Where is the Chien-Pao players at? Well, there's a few of them.
We're gonna watch Andy and.
Oh, okay. Is he with the senior?
Yeah. No, he's
The junior?
No, he's. Chien-Pao
Next round we're gonna do the seniors.
Okay. But
Yeah.
next, there's 2 Chien-Pao.
There's 2 Chien-Pao players.
Andy and Cameron.
Andy and Cameron. Okay. Are there? They're not more than 2. There might be more than 2.
Oh, those are the guys.
The 2 that you know. Yeah.
Watch.
Oh, okay. Okay. Tell me how it really is, Alex. Those are the guys you want to watch. But yeah, I have all the lists here. Ooh, I am limitless now. No, I will say, some of these lists are wild. I'm just gonna throw it out there. The first round featured a Charizard deck. For those of you who watched, you didn't see it, but it featured a Charizard deck that plays apparently a 1/1 line of Dunsparce instead of Bibarel, which I'm like, that's a choice. I don't personally, I don't ascribe to that belief system, but I like people playing new things. I like people trying new things. I think it's important that people, even at cup levels, I think people not take themselves too seriously, because that's what keeps the game fun. It's because if everybody's just all serious, then you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you don't come to Pokemon to play, or Magic. You don't come to Pokemon to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic. You come to Pokemon to be goofy. Who's your favorite Pokemon player? My favorite player? I mean, Piplup representation here. I don't know. Player is a good question. I think
Player is the player that's having the most fun.
a player that's having the most fun. Yeah. Oh man, that's a good one. I mean, in terms of best player, Tord is a very good player. I just got to give props where props are due, right? Like Tord is amazing, but while I don't love Control, Sander Wojcik, I think Sander Wojcik is a very interesting player because he always tries stuff that's new, right? Outside of those two, I'm trying to think of, like, honestly, what's his name? I should know his name. He posts a ton on Verbank. I really should know his name, but he builds a lot of fun decks, right? He maybe doesn't always win, but he's like really into Sammy Ketchum. Seriously, like shout out to him for carrying the torch. I think Sammy Ketchum is great. I think Little Dark Fury. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but Little Dark Fury, also representing the meme decks and the weird decks. I just appreciate that. As a person who I think got the most into Pokemon when I was building weird, just wacky decks, I just gotta shout out to people who are willing to take the same approach to it, even if you're not trying to win a tournament, right? Because I'm like, I could try to do well at a tournament, but if I'm honest with myself, I am not a regional winning player. I'm just not. I'm not at that caliber. So, but yeah, actually, in terms of looking outside the box, let me look inside the box to show you how I looked outside the box. And by that, I mean my deck box. Just gonna give you a quick little highlight here of some of the cards that I put together in this deck. So I really enjoyed playing Miraidon. Here's my Miraidon card, big flex here on the alternate art in my deck. But I really enjoyed playing Miraidon in the last format. Even though Miraidon did not like me, because I whiffed Electric Generator a million times. But I was like, what does that deck look like in this format? And everybody plays Raging Bolt with Sandy Shocks. And I'm like, it's not maybe wrong. Maybe that's the correct way to play it. But Sandy Shocks doesn't come online until you've lost 2 prizes to your opponent, right? And I was like, well, what's another way you can get this guy powered up? And I was like, okay, well, Miraidon can get Raikou for an early game attacker. And then Electric Generator can put energy onto the board. And Sada's Vitality can power up Raging Bolt. And that just felt like a good deck. And I think I was mentioning this earlier. Unfortunately, I don't think it is a viable, good deck, just because it's all 2 prizers. And a 2-prize only deck is just, I don't know, it's a little linear. People have ways around it, even Charizard, right? Like Charizard, you go 2 prizes, 2 prizes, 2 prizes, they throw up a Radiant Charizard. Well, unless you have a boss's order in your hand and you can take 2 on a Pidgeot or something, you're just kind of like, well, congratulations, I guess I lose, right? Because you can't take 2 on that turn. But in theory, I really like this deck, and maybe the difference, and I think Sammy built this deck as well and played it, was I didn't throw a Turbo Hands in the deck, but I think maybe what might make it better against single prize situations is 1 Turbo Hands and 1 double Turbo Energy, so you don't need quite as much to get it powered up in 1 turn or 2. But yeah, I think I really like this deck. I wanted to make it work. I got a little unlucky. Electric Generator is not usually my friend. Sometimes, we're great friends, but usually I'm not a lucky enough player to run that consistently. But that was my most explored weird deck of this format thus far. And I would encourage people, hey, if you have the cards for it, give it a whirl, because when it hits, that deck is crazy. It's such a fun,
just go out of your mind type deck. But I think the next deck I'm probably going to build, I tried Revavroom, and while it's cool, you just have so many tools in the deck that like, yeah, because that's what the deck wants, but they're otherwise not very useful in a variety of matchups. So I think the deck I want to build instead is Wigglytuff. I think Wigglytuff probably has a decent, I'd say decent with like huge air quotes, has a decent time in this format because it's big. You got a 350 HP dude with nothing on him. Throw a Hero's Cape, it's 450, or throw a Rigid Band and it's 380 effective HP. At the same time, you have Sharon's Care, and you have the other Wigglytuff that you can like loop Sharon's Care and Wigglytuff EXs turn after turn. So if your opponent, like people are planning for Charizard number. Charizard number is 330. Nobody's looking at more than 330. Nobody's looking at 350. So if you can kind of chain that together, the only problem is its attack is really bad. It maxes out at like 180, 160 if you have a double turbo. So kind of a bad attack. You're going to be 2 to 3 shot in most things, but you know, I think a late game scenario with Ionos, and if you can kind of run them out of some resources, and you can get Sharon's Care loops, then I think it's a pretty decent deck. But it's a lot to ask, so that's probably why it doesn't ever see play. But that's my next fun deck, is rebuilding that deck. So, yeah. But yeah, we're just waiting. I think that the round is wrapping up now, which means we should be going on to round 3, hopefully in the next like 5 minutes or so. And I also should have food coming, so we'll see what the situation is between my eating and me commentating. So apologies if I eat and commentate. I might do like a mute thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, next round we're going to do some seniors matches. That's what we discussed. So you get to see, you know, a different group of players than you normally maybe see. Share and it's fine? Okay. Yeah. You just come on down, Steven. Just come on down to Silvio's restaurant in Yonkers, and I'll give you a bite. I shouldn't make that joke because somebody's going to do that. I'm like, oh no, this is a problem. Oh man. Sean eating stream. I don't think people signed up for a mukbang. I don't think that's. Yeah. I don't think people signed up for that. No, next match coming up. Okay, it'll be the seniors. So pick 2 of the seniors and let me know their names.
There's only one senior.
Oh, the senior and whomever they get paired against.
Yeah, for the master.
It's only the one senior this time, so. Just gonna prep all of this stuff. It looks like Raphael is back on stream playing against the senior. I feel bad. I know that he doesn't. People like don't mind being on stream, but twice in 3 rounds is a lot. But, you know, worst case scenario, we get to see Charizard have a full game rather than a quick dunk.
So Gavin's opponent is also someone from round 1.
I know, Raphael.
It's okay.
I mean, it just is what it is,
He's
right?
just special.
Yeah.
The chosen one.
Just let them know to take places there, and yeah. So yeah, it will be Raphael, and it'll be Gavin. So Raphael, we know, is playing the very interesting Charizard list that I was talking about earlier. And then I will find Gavin's deck list in a second. But let's see. I believe that is Gavin on the right. So I will go ahead and update some names. Yeah. Gavin. And we got Raphael on the left. He's an absolute legend for being on stream twice already. Yeah, the Mimikyu tech, the Dunsparce, so hopefully we see those come out. And now let's see if we can find what Gavin is playing. Some of these don't have names, some of the deck lists, so hopefully I can find it, but if not, we'll We'll find out pretty quick. He may not be playing Charizard, so that might be one thing that's already a little different. Okay. Sometimes the pages stick together. We'll get there eventually, folks. Okay, Gary, Jeremy. Gavin, there we go. So it looks like Gavin is running a Ancient Box. Ancient Box versus Charizard. This should be interesting. This will definitely be a challenge for Raphael, as I think the matchup is not necessarily favored one way or the other hard, but if Gavin really understands how to play the matchup and is, more practiced, I think Raphael is a fairly new player, so we will see. But let's go ahead and cut over. So yeah, Raphael versus Gavin here. Like I said, Gavin is going to be running Ancient Box. So just for information on what Ancient Box is, the main attacker in Ancient Box is going to be this Roaring Moon, the baby Roaring Moon. And the baby Roaring Moon, its first attack is the one you're going to use for 2 dark. You do 70 plus 10 for each ancient card you have in your discard. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, and it's not at the first turn or 2 of the game. But late in the game, you can really stretch to hit Pidgeots, you can stretch to even hit Charizards in certain scenarios. So what is the ace spec? They're using Awakening Drum as their ace spec. So that's one of your attackers. Another attacker that you could use early in the game if you want to either knock out a small thing or do setup damage is this Koraidon. So Koraidon's first attack is the one that you're likely going to use most for Primordial Breakdown, 30 times the number of ancient Pokemon you have in play. So usually I would say you're doing between 120 and 150. You probably have a Radiant Greninja out, so you're not going to get all the way up to that 180 number. But we'll see how the match goes. And then one thing that makes these decks, this deck so powerful is you've got 2 good supporters. You have Professor Sada, which allows you to attach a basic energy to 2 different ancient Pokemon, and then draw 3. So kind of like a cool welder effect from the discard. Or you can play this new card, Explorer's Guidance, which allows you to look at the top 6 cards of your deck, take 2, and put the rest in the discard. So really helping to power up that Roaring Moon. Yeah, and so that's really the strategy of the deck. It's a single prize focused deck. I think in this matchup, actually, I have another card to show you. In this matchup, I think Gavin's favored starter is actually going to be Fluttermane. Because against Charizard, Fluttermane stops off the abilities of your active Pokemon, of your opponent's active. And it's an awkward spot because if you don't know what you're doing, you don't have the right cards, you might evolve a Charizard while a Fluttermane is in the active, and it will not allow you to go get energy out of the deck. Or you might search your deck with the Pidgeot, not realizing that you're not allowed to do that when a Fluttermane is out. So it'll be interesting to see if Gavin A starts the Fluttermane or puts it into the active, and B, if Raphael notices and keeps that in mind as they are, planning out their turns. So looks like we're about to get started here, though. Not sure exactly who's going first, but should be a good one. Laying out the prizes. I think in this match, Gavin probably would like to go second, but choosing, I guess, maybe to go first or going first here. So starting the Roaring Moon, not... Ooh, okay, quickly putting down a Koraidon. Wonder if... now, Roaring Moon, I believe, has a 2 retreat cost. Boombox, yes. Roaring Moon does have a 2 retreat cost, I believe, so it's going to be awkward for him to get into a Fluttermane early. But the Fluttermane won't really matter until turn 2. And Gavin may not care, right? He might be happy to take out a Charmander or a Pidgey or whatever is left in the active, so may not be a big deal. But we'll see. Getting the Radiant Greninja down, I'm assuming going to use the Radiant Greninja to draw a couple of cards, or just passing. Interesting. Okay, so just setting up for next turn. Not attaching an energy is a little rough for Gavin, because his deck thrives off of being able to take knockouts, or at least attacks every single turn. But on Raphael's side, we also see a good setup here, starting with a Buddy Buddy Poffin, just looking through the deck now and sort of seeing what's prized. As you can see, the Dunsparce there coming down early, very early in the game. So getting a pretty good setup, I would say, from Raphael. Having 2 Charmanders, a Pidgey, and a Dunsparce out turn 1. And then, oh, nice. And then getting to play the Arven. Now, let's see, what is his good targets for that? He does not have, he could get an Ultra Ball to go grab. Interesting. Again, choosing to opt for the Maximum Belt over looking for the Forest Sealstone. Maybe it's prized again. But it seems like Raphael really is favoring Maximum Belt as soon as possible.
Oh, Noah, your mom's coming. We gotta go.
And then getting the Ultra Ball as well. I think at this point, the Maximum Belt may help if some Ancient Booster Capsules hit the field, but choosing to attach it already. I wonder if he goes in for the Rotom. Oh, high five. I wonder if he goes in for the Rotom here, but no, just choosing to end his turn. Okay, not putting a 2-prizer on the field, which makes sense to an extent. But yeah, using the Radiant Greninja, got the Sada, drawing 3 cards there. Very nice there from Gavin. So he's going to be able to most likely definitely take a knockout against this Charmander, but maybe eyeing up a Pidgey instead. But he's already played Sada, so he won't be able to boss. That's 2 more Ancient cards hitting the discard. Grabbing a Fighting and a Darkness Energy. Won't be able to attach again this turn, but good to have them in hand for the follow-up. Now, if he takes the knockout here, then the Ancient Booster Capsule won't really matter, because then Charizard will just automatically do 210, which is enough to knock out any of his Pokemon. I don't know if that's a huge concern of Gavin's, though, but Gavin here just, opting to take the knockout on the Charmander, get rid of a potential threat down the line. Oh, come back to Digimon? No. I hung that code up. I'm in the Pokemon game now. Interesting. Okay, immediately Rare Candy into the Pidgeot. I guess keeping the Ultra Balls and the cards in hand just so that they could guarantee a Charizard on the follow-up turn. Getting the Charizard and likely grabbing I imagine a Rare Candy, off of that Pidgeot is I think what he would get next. Don't really know what's in the hand. It might be a Pokegear. I can't remember off the top of my head if he plays Pokegear in this list, but let's see here. I don't see any Pokegear, so we'll see what he gets here. Super Rod. Okay, just choosing to put 2 energy back in the deck. Maybe after that practice game last time, realizing that not having energy in the deck was a problem for him. All right. So was that interesting? So just counting out hands. Was that a pass? Oh, interesting. So getting the Charizard into the hand, but not choosing to use, maybe he used Pidgeot's ability for something else and I didn't notice, but this gives Gavin, I would say, which Gavin actually has already taken a prize, gives Gavin a huge lead, I think, in the game, because missing that attack allows Gavin to start doing either setup damage or, largely setup damage at this point. Countercatcher is not online, but start doing setup damage on this Pidgeot so that he can target it down later in the game.
Oh, great. You heard me? I just texted his phone. His phone's here.
Also allows him a whole turn where he doesn't have to worry about playing Professor Sada and can just choose to attach an energy manually to that next Roaring Moon, making it much easier. Yeah, there goes the Maximum Belt. It doesn't matter at this point. He'll be able to knock anything out, but, it's fine. I think in that instance, I might have liked to have seen Gavin hold the Lost Vacuum just in case a stadium that was not ideal hit the board. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it may be like some decks are opting for things like Lost City And that would be a real problem for Gavin's list if his Roaring Moons start going down to that. But, you know, I don't think it's a huge issue right now. Looks like Gavin Ultra Balling here. Let's see what he chooses to grab. Maybe another Roaring Moon out of the deck. Nope, just grabbing the Flutter Mane. Okay, interesting. He's putting it in hand maybe, just so that he has a quick and easy discard later on with another Ultra Ball perhaps. Just thinning the deck out so that he draws into more of what he needs from Sada, but I don't know exactly how much this is going to do. Let's see how many he's got in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So doing 80 more, so it's 150 on that Pidgeot. So Pidgeot very much in 2-shot range. Charizard not quite 2-shot yet, but likely will be soon. This will be an interesting match. Let's see if Raphael can actually get into a way out of this. Because at this point, okay, I wonder if he grabbed the Arven off of the Pidgeot. I can never remember exactly what he did when. But Arven coming down, grabbing a rare candy, and I really want to see, I mean, he's either the TM Devolution or just the Forest Steelstone, get it out of the deck. At this point, just thin the deck out, but at least put it into your hand so you have something useful. Because, you know, you might on a future turn play Luminion, and then you'll have that free Forest Steelstone ability. Don't probably need to shuffle here, because, you know, you're going to go back in to attach those energy. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Gavin's just like, okay, shuffling not necessary.
You have it?
I hope he just attaches the 2 energy here and just leaves it at that, because this Pidgeot is not really going to be doing much. That 120, not a very useful attack in this matchup, as all of Gavin's attackers are over 120 HP. But yeah, 2 energy coming down onto that Charizard, shuffling up the deck here. And let's see, yeah, just get that retreat, and hand must not have a lot going for it. Taking the knockout, okay. Both players on 5 prizes, but I would say that Gavin will be able to probably put some good damage here. He has a Sada, I believe, in hand, or at least he's looking for one. Yeah, so Pokegear looking for Sada. Seems as though, is that it? No, he found a Penny. Not particularly the card that you want to see. Not a bad card. Good card to get you out of a tough spot if something is trapped in the active. So maybe it's just thinning the deck out too if he already had the Sada in hand. Definitely should have an energy in hand though with the Earth and Vestal he played last turn. Oh, another Pokegear coming down here. Okay. So let's see if he can find, oh no supporter there. Okay. It's a little unfortunate for Gavin. He's looking for a Sada, or maybe an Explorer's Guidance. Maybe he doesn't need Sada this turn, and he just wants to prioritize getting as many things into the discard as possible. But I think Gavin's still in a pretty good spot here, even on prizes, and putting in some good damage into these 2 Pokemon. And the one thing Gavin doesn't know, but that we can know, is that this Charizard list does not, I believe, does not play any Professor Turo. That's correct. There are no Professor Turo in that list. So he's choosing to draw 2 with Greninja there, and having no Professor Turo means there's no way for Raphael to really scoop up a damaged Pokemon to avoid it being a target later in the game. So it looks like he either found the Sada or had it in hand, attaching a couple of energies. So he's really being able to stream together a lot of good attackers here for Gavin. So he's got 2 completely set up now, which is amazing. That's about as much as you can ask for if you're Gavin, knowing that you probably are going to be taking, you know, a knockout on the following turn, and then probably another knockout the turn after that for 4 more prizes, while your opponent walks away with just 2. Not sure exactly how many there are. Definitely not enough to knock out the Charizard, though, so probably somewhere around, you know, 12 in there. So there's only 1 dice, and the max would probably be 180, so somewhere around 170 to 180 damage. Gonna Pidgeot here. I wonder what we're looking for, though. you need to keep removing these. So going to get the Rotom. He has the 4 Sealstone in hand. I would have preferred to see the Lumineon, but maybe it's not in the deck, or he doesn't play Lumineon. But yeah, using the 4 Sealstone. So yeah, using Pidgeot to get Rotom, to use 4 Sealstone, to go get whatever they want out of the deck. So I wonder what he prioritizes here. Maybe, Iono. Nope, getting the Dunsparce, prioritizing drawing some extra cards. I do like that. No, it stays on the field. Yeah. Gavin here, maintaining board state. I love it. Yeah, you do keep it after you use it. It's not useful, but you keep it. So now we see Gavin here just shuffling the deck up. And I imagine we're just going to see a Dunsparce run away. Ooh, interesting. We're seeing Misfortune Sister. So getting to look at the top 3 cards of the deck, and I believe put the top 5 and put item cards into the grave. And it seems there he hit the Awakening Drum, which is pretty annoying. Awakening Drum. Ooh, the Pal Pad. That's a big one. The Pal Pad is a big hit from that Misfortune Sister, because that is what keeps this Roaring Moon engine going, is shuffling those Sadas back into the deck. So it will be interesting to see how Gavin maintains the pace, if you will. Luckily, I think he's in a pretty good spot, being so far ahead with his board setup. But will be interesting to see. So just taking the knockout there, going down to 4 prizes for Raph, but not establishing another Charmander is a problem, because nothing on the field is going to be able to take any sort of knockouts. So I would have loved to have seen the Dunsparce draw off more cards, and then preferably get him into another Charmander last turn. But Earthen Vessel, just grabbing out a couple of the last energy out of the deck for Gavin. And then sort of looking through, seeing what resources he's out of, run through quite a bit of resources at this point. But if I'm Gavin, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Your path to victory is pretty clear. You just got to make sure you can, okay. I don't personally love discarding the Darkness there. I might have discarded the other one, but I don't know what he fully has in his hand. He definitely needs to find another Roaring Moon and start getting that set up. Maybe just opting for, interesting, just opting for the Koraidon as a follow-up attacker into Pidgeot, most likely, but also knowing that it can knock out Rotom, because Rotom is weak to fighting. So drawing a few cards, using that Earthen Vessel there just to thin cards out of his hand, knowing that what most likely is going to come down is, if Raphael can find an Iono for the following turn, knowing that Ancient Drum is gone, that would be pretty huge. Okay, discarding those 3, Ultra Balling, getting a Flutter Mane. So looks like Gavin has run really low on options for finding and putting back in those Roaring Moons. So is interesting. So I guess just hoping here to string together some Koraidon attacks to end the game, knowing that he doesn't have to reach for those big knockouts. 9, 12, 15, 18, 20. Yeah, more than enough. More than enough there to knock out that Charizard. Gavin going down to 3 prizes, hopefully finding a Super Rod there. Tough spot here for Raphael, though, because Raphael cannot knock anything out on the board. It's not possible. And if Gavin can target down that Pidgeot, put himself onto 1, that'll basically be the end of the game. So yeah, I think at this point, Raphael just needs to prioritize a Buddy Puffin, getting 2 Charmanders out, and knowing that, and maybe, retreating into Pidgey, but I don't think it particularly matters. But yeah, getting those Charmanders is huge here for Raphael. Let's see here. Choosing to now use the Dunsparce. He's going to need to shuffle the deck before he uses it. Yeah, shuffle the deck because you draw and then you put the Dunsparce back. Just setting up some coffee. So yeah, he's got a board state now, but unfortunately he does not have an attacker this turn, and even if he were to find Radiant Charizard, he does not have the ability to get 2 energy on. So next turn, if he sends up the Pidgey, he could go, and Gavin does not have a boss, he could go into a Radiant Charizard and force his opponent to have a boss in response. But I would say Gavin is in a pretty strong place here to take over the game. Oh yeah, Koraidon is a dragon. You are absolutely right. So it will not be able to do weakness on the Rotom. So yeah, the Rotom would actually be safe from any Koraidon hit, because the max that Koraidon can do with the current board state is 150 because of that Radiant Greninja. Interesting. Was that a boss?
Did you get the 151?
To maybe trap this Koraidon. That's an interesting play.
No. I'm asking him something.
I like this. Trap the Koraidon, go into Pidgey, and just tell your opponent, I don't think you got it like that. I don't think you have a switching out. But we do know that he put a penny in his hand at one point. So if he didn't get rid of the penny, then he could penny here. But no, he's just going to Sada. So if there's a fighting energy, now we do need, now he can retreat, right? He can just retreat into something else here. It doesn't matter. I would actually like to see a retreat here into the Koraidon to take the knockout. That's personally, yeah, I like this play from Gavin. Retreating into the Koraidon here will allow him to keep that Roaring Moon powered up in case a Charizard, comes out and you need to deal with it, right? Something big. Awkward part here, though, just on 3 cards. So there is a world, I think, where since the Pal Pad is gone, I actually think there's a small world in which if there's another boss on that benched Koraidon, that might win the game for Roth just by deck out, which would be a crazy way to win the game. So we'll see if that play is even possible, and if so, if Roth sees it. So Raphael, I should say. I keep calling him Roth, but 3 syllables for such a short name.
Before he got it.
Oh yeah?
So Gavin here, did he shuffle some more cards back in with a Super Rod perhaps? And I wasn't paying attention? That might have been what happened. Looks like the deck got a little fatter. So taking the knockout there, going down to 2 prizes for Gavin, in a pretty good spot. But Raphael did get successfully by that extra turn in order to, get what he needed going. Interesting. So choosing to go get a Charmeleon? Okay. Maybe he's just out of resources, out of rare candies. Maybe they're prized. It happens sometimes. That is rough. He already, I think, attached the energy for turn, so even if he's playing Radiant Charizard, he wouldn't be able to power it up this turn. Unless he hasn't attached and I'm just losing it, right? Which is possible. But if he did attach for turn, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to attach to this Radiant Charizard. But I do like this play. Actually, hold on. Yeah, we can't do this. Okay, I was making sure there was enough bench space. His bench is arranged in a very strange manner, but just going to go into the Mimikyu, hope to just give up 1 more prize, buy himself another turn. There is a boss in hand, so we do see the win here from Gavin. Just going to manually retreat, boss up the Pidgeot, and GG's to Gavin on that one. So yeah, Gavin taking that one home. I think just had a very strong start. For this game to avoid things. And then I think unfortunately Raphael just not being able to find the pieces that he needed to keep pace with this single prize deck. Because in this matchup, you really just have to keep your foot on the gas and hope that the Ancient Box deck just runs out of steam. Yeah, Boombox. Great job, Gavin, indeed. Thank you, James. I'm actually going to see if Gavin wants to come over once he's done packing his cards up and chat with us, talk about why he chose maybe Ancient Box, what he thinks is good in the meta. Just see how he feels. So we're going to go here, and then,
Then I'm gonna eat.
and then I'm going to eat after that. So we'll give another small break while I eat, while I do that. But we'll see if Gavin is interested in coming and chatting with us. Give me a second. Come on down. Ignore my lunch. All right. So here, I'll move the camera so people can see you. So this is Gavin, the ancient box extraordinaire.
Thank you.
It's a good match. It was a good match. Congrats
Yeah,
on the
it
win.
was. Thank you.
Yeah. So what made you choose ancient box for today?
I was thinking about playing it to the Indianapolis Regionals.
Okay.
So I thought I'd get more practice with it.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a good deck to play for today.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I was telling Jeremy earlier. I think it's criminally underplayed because I think it's got good matchups. A single prizer deck in this format is just don't hit turbo hands, and then you're pretty good.
Turbo Hands isn't that bad of a matchup. Like
Yeah.
you can beat it. You mainly just have to play around the Greninja play with Iron Hands. Because essentially they need to take 3 hits. You also need to take 3.
Okay.
And if you knock out Miraidon, you basically lose. So
Yeah.
you have to boss and counter catcher up Iron Crowns because that's your only way to amp you very much into your Pokemon.
Right.
And you have to really use your capsules
Yes.
strategically. So I mean, it's not that hard of a matchup.
No, that's a good point. The capsules really make that matchup awkward for them, and that's also why I've been saying to people, I'm like, yo, you got to play more Lost Vacuum, because capsule's good, any of the maximum belt, but also heavy baton. If you hit that, if you heavy baton away, if you get rid of the heavy baton and you knock out an Iron Hands, it's game over.
Yeah.
They got nothing.
That's why I play one vacuum.
Yeah, exactly.
It's for the mirror match, you can attack into a Roaring Moon and then vacuum away their capsule. So then you take the 2 prize. That's mainly how you win the mirror. Heavy baton is the only way I feel Iron Hands runs smoothly, because I feel their generators don't hit that often, and if they only use the Miraidon onto one hands, they really can't do anything if you knock it out.
Yeah, that's very true. I'll Miraidon again for 60 or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're cool. I'll go again. Yeah, so I think Charizard, I've played against Ancient Box a few times with my Charizard list. A little different than his list. Were you surprised to see Misfortune Sisters and the Dunsparce?
When he puts down Dunsparce, I was like, what? And then he played Misfortune Sisters. I was like, okay. I was shocked when he got rid of rid of 4. Palpad and Awakening Drum was so sad.
Yeah, we on stream, I was like, oh, the Awakening Drum and the Palpad, that's huge, because you got to keep those. I think he had a pretty slow mid game, so it allowed you the time you needed to manually power things up. But yeah, in a normal match, if you're just going back and forth and you miss a turn of Sada, sometimes that's the difference, right? Yeah. So the Palpad was scary.
Immediately when he got rid of the Palpad, I checked my discard to make sure I didn't use 3 of my Sadas, I only used 2. So I was like, okay, the chances of me winning are better now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think especially you had a very fast start and your opponent had a much slower start, so it was definitely, it felt favored to you, especially after that turn where he just didn't attack.
Yeah, when I was not to like say that he played that
Yeah.
terribly, but when he on his second turn he could have went quick search for a rare candy, could have rare candy Charizard. When I saw that, I was like, the chance of me winning are like low.
Yeah.
But then he didn't. I was like, okay, maybe I can win this.
Yeah.
Because I know Charizard's not a good matchup for Ancient Box.
Well, yeah, because it's like, especially, and I will say this list, you don't know this, but I know this list does not play Turo. So I think normally if they play Turo, it makes the matchup better for Charizard because, like, you do a lot of damage and you're like, I'll take the knockout next turn. And then they Turo everything away, and that one turn difference can be, like you said, the difference between winning and losing that match. But yeah, it's good. Are you 3-0 right now?
2-1.
2-1.
I lost my first round to Dialga.
Did Dialga just pop off and
Yeah.
you can't beat Dialga when it just does that.
Yeah. When he buddy Poffin for 2 Charmanders, if he only went 1, I was gonna boss it up and knock it out. But he put down 2, then bossed up my Charizard and retreated into Pidgey. So I was like, okay, I might as well just take the knockout on the Pidgey.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not that bad.
It was good for that turn that you had the Sada to retreat it because had you gotten rid of the penny as well earlier?
Yes.
I think, yeah. So when that happened, I thought to myself, I was like, if he's got one more boss and he bosses up the other Charizard again, like that could be a really awkward moment.
Yeah.
But I was like, but he has to have it, And so it was definitely like there were some awkward moments that you were able to get around on that one. So yeah, congrats to you on that, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Thank you.
Are you going for a Worlds invite?
I already have it.
That's amazing. Congrats. Well, cool. Well, enjoy Indianapolis.
Thank you.
Good luck there, and good luck in Hawaii
Thank
in August. So, all right. Huge shout out to Gavin for coming on and chatting with us, giving us the scoop on Ancient Box. Very knowledgeable player on Ancient Box. And I will say, that deck is a very hard deck, I think, to pilot because as a single prize deck, you might think to yourself, well, I got plenty of turns or whatever. But in most matchups, the single prize advantage is only an advantage if you play things really well. Because if you make a mistake or two, you lose the entire advantage of being a single prize deck. So, yeah, props to Gavin on taking it home. 2-1 right now. So definitely still has a shot at. I think if he's the only senior, he'll probably get all the points as senior. But
That was a good interview.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, excited to see how he does in Indianapolis. So I'll take another stream break right now. I'm gonna eat my lunch. I'm not gonna give y'all a special mukbang type thing going on here. No ASMR on these streams, but we'll get started with round 4 probably another 5 or 10 minutes.
The first one.
All right. We are back
This one.
from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. Yeah. we are ready for our 4th round match. This is going to be Luke. Luke is a junior, but he is going to be rocking an excellent deck against Jason, who is a senior. Hey, welcome back. Hello again. Hello again, everybody. Yo, can you hear me now? I set this there. Maybe I turned that off by accident. I was singing. Luke versus Jason. What are they playing? Luke versus Jason. What are they playing? Luke. Yo, yo, test, test. All right, y'all can hear me now. All right, well, they're starting. So it'll be a Charizard versus Arceus. If it's Arceus, it's probably Arceus Giratina. So I imagine that's what we're playing. Oh, my face is all covered up by this. Sorry about that. I did not expect for the the mic. Needs to get a Giratina set up. He sees there's a Charizard. So, who knows exactly what he'll go get? Oh, yeah. Go, Luke, indeed. Yeah. I imagine he will go get a Giratina if he has that option as, like, the second thing he wants to set up. But hopefully he's got an Arceus in hand as well, an Arceus V-Star, because that would be the ideal, right? That and an energy. Just attach the energy and know that on the following turn you can go get something. Go ahead and plug that back in. All right. We got the wireless mic charging again now. Just doing a deck search is what it looks like for Luke at this point. Seeing what he's got prized, seeing what he has available, seeing if the Iron Leaves is available to Luke. Yo, how are you doing, Stellar Wish? Welcome on in. We're doing Pokemon. We're doing League Cup action. Yeah, let me know if my audio is good. I had to switch over mics. I know that this mic is stronger. It's a better mic in some ways, but it's also further away from my face than the other mic was. And I'm kind of looking off center at it. So, very long deck search here for Luke. memorizing all the cards that he might have prized. All right. Let's see if he's figured out if he wants the Giratina or maybe something different. Might even be opting just for the Arceus V-Star, depending on what... Oh, yeah, getting the Giratina, like we suspected. Just making sure he's getting the full setup on the first turn. Because really, all Arceus needs turn 1 is Arceus, Giratina, 1 energy. If you got all 3 of those things, you can't ask for more as an Arceus player, as an Arceus Tina player. And in this matchup in particular, I think the goal would be, you know, I said this at the very beginning of the stream, but I think in this matchup, the goal, ooh, interesting, playing the Capturing Aroma in this deck. And then getting a head, so I believe the heads gets you an evolution. So this is perfect. He can go preemptively get an Arceus V-Star into his hand, and just sort of puts Jason in an awkward spot to say, well, I might prefer to play Arven on my turn, but like there's a scenario now that if you know your opponent has Arceus V-Star and you have Iono in hand, you just play the Iono. Not exactly sure what options Jason has, but it's an interesting idea that like maybe especially if Luke's hand isn't amazing, you could, you know, kind of bait your opponent into an Iono. Missing the energy there is tough. That is a little tough because it means you won't be able to get the attack off with the Arceus V-Star on the following turn. You'll have to wait a whole turn. You have the turn because it's not like Charizard EX is going to be able to knock you out anyways. Max they're going to be able to do is 180 or 230 if they play Max Belt. But still not enough to knock out your 280 Pokemon. So you'll have a turn to attack eventually, but definitely a slower game plan for Luke. So yeah, as you can see, Jason just choosing to play Arven. I imagine he's going to want to grab, and Buddy Poppin as well. Interesting. Choosing to go for the Cleffa play. I do like that. Probably, I would imagine wanting to set up another, maybe either a Pidgey or another Charmander if you're worried, but I think a Pidgey is fine. Your opponent didn't get an energy down. You have time. So I would like to see Jason probably prioritize Pidgey here if that's his line, or Bidoof even if you want, especially if you know you have an out to retreating into this Cleffa and you can get your hand size down a little bit. Okay, choosing to get another Charmander. And let's see, I guess the Arven just got the Buddy Poffin. Choosing not to get the Forest Sealstone out with that. Okay, interesting. Maybe gonna Ultra Ball away a couple of cards. I would like to see him keep the Maximum Belt, so maybe Ultra Balling away. This is a tough one. Yeah, attach, retreat. Definitely want to see him get rid of some of his hand, just so he draws as many cards as possible with Cleffa without being irresponsible. Yeah, so we see the Ultra Ball of an Ultra Ball and an Iono. I guess, I don't know if that was a Charmeleon in hand, so maybe just, again, if it was Charmander, I think that could have been fine hitting the discard to keep the Iono, so that at minimum you have a supporter in case you draw funny off of this Iono, of this Cleffa. Interesting. Getting the Lumineon, but you're only going to put it into your hand, so it's one less card you can draw. Okay. Okay. Putting your opponent in the situation of like, okay, now you know I've got a supporter for next turn. But not establishing a Pidgey. I can't be certain that he plays Pidgeot, but most Charmander Charizard decks do, so interesting not prioritizing getting a Pidgey down when you had the options, right? You had the outs. And now in a moment like this too, it does kind of feel like if the Arven could have gotten the Forest Sealstone, then you would have at least had that for the Lumineon on the following turn too. But I guess you can Lumineon for Arven, grab the Sealstone, then it's fine. 6 one way, half a dozen the other, I suppose. But Luke getting 1 energy attachment for turn there, pretty decent. Airy, okay. Ooh, okay. You can't choose the Maximum Belt. It is not an item card. It is a tool. So the only option in hand is the Buddy Poffin, but good to know. Now he has got information, so Luke knows generally what he drew into, knows what his options are. on the following turn. Knows that he's probably going to be able to get into Charizard next turn. That's just the reality, right? You have a Charizard, you have a Luminion that can go get you the Arven for rare candy. You have a Charizard. The good news for you, Charizard can't knock you out. So if you get into a Giratina V-Star here, so if I get 2 cards here, I don't know if exactly what I prioritize, but I definitely get a Giratina V-Star. It's a tough one. Your opponent, I guess if they play Arven, they're not playing Iono. So maybe you feel safe grabbing the double turbo. If you're Luke, get a Giratina V-Star, get a double turbo, and just make sure there's no potential shenanigans to knock out the Giratina. Because there is a world in which, oh, interesting. If your opponent plays the Arven, grabs rare candy, Forest Sealstone, grabs Prime Catcher, then they actually, well, they're playing Maximum Belt, so they don't, so they can't play Prime Catcher. So just choosing to get a Bidoof down to have more draw. Plays the Luminion, I imagine searching out an Arven for the deck, otherwise you would have just played the Iono. Yeah. And again, this is a moment where if you would prioritize getting the Forest Sealstone in the last turn, you would already have it in hand. You could use that to get the rare candy and instead get a boss and boss up this Giratina. So, you know, sometimes hard to say what the right play is, but instead you're left sort of feebly hitting into an Arceus V-Star that you can't knock out. You know, it's fine. Arceus is almost certainly going to be able to attack next turn. Yeah, the most you're going to be able to do here, I would like to see him do the energy before attaching the tool cards. Like, is he choosing not to get energy? But we know he's going to get energy. So the most he's going to be able to do here is 230 damage. That last 50 may come into play. Maybe there's a Charmeleon play in the future. Interesting. Putting an energy on the Luminion, I suppose, to give you the pivot option in a worst case scenario situation, but I don't think your opponent would ever boss to pivot. I think they would boss to knock it out. So, interesting choices. And I imagine we're going to see a Cleffa retreat into a 230 hit. Yeah. Unless that's a Charmeleon that he kept from last turn. If it is, feel free to play it. Rock and roll, right? Yep, just confirming. Luke confirming where the energy went. You have one more energy from hand. I don't know why you would put it anywhere other than the Charmander. I can't imagine that Jason plays a water energy in the deck. So, oh, choosing to Cleffa instead. So, seeing if his opponent will take a knockout, which would still not put you in range of a Charizard. Yeah, and then we got the Iono here. Fine. I think fine for both sides, to be honest. But yeah, we see the double turbo energy coming down, so Arceus will be able to both take a knockout, go ahead on prizes, and hopefully he'll find a Giratina V-Star. He really needs it, because otherwise you are at risk of a boss if you knock out this Cleffa. You are at risk then of a boss coming in and knocking out your Giratina before you can establish it into a V-Star. So let's see if Luke can find the V-Star and protect at least that aspect of his board state. Yep, Ultra Ball. Now the choice is, do we go for Barrel to ensure a draw, or do we go for Giratina? Yeah, I like this play. I like going for the Giratina here. Yes, you don't have draw, but you also don't give your opponent 2 prizes easy. Interesting. Choosing to attach the Maximum Belt early. Okay. I guess worried about your own Iono. And then we see Luke attacking, knocking out the Cleffa. Then I imagine just getting a couple of Grass Energy and a Psychic and putting them onto the Giratina, which then opens up the option for an Iron Leaves to come in next turn. and just sneak in there and knock out Charizard. So Buddy Poffin here. And Jirachi coming down. I guess thinking there may be a Sableye play, but this is not a Lost Zone version, so maybe it's just filling up the bench that you can collapse Stadium away the Luminion, which I don't hate. Okay, how did we get the Rotom? Where's the discard? How did we get the Rotom? I'm confused. Did we buddy Poffin for a Rotom? Maybe there was an Ultra Ball or a Nest Ball I didn't see. Chat, can you let me know? Did the buddy Poffin grab Rotom, or am I wildin'? Okay, using the V-Star power now. But yeah, if anybody can let me know if he played maybe an Ultra Ball or a Nest Ball that I didn't quite catch. Very possible. Maybe it was just in hand too. I don't know, but it looked like he searched for it, and so I was like, interesting. So choosing whatever he wants out of his deck with that Forest Sealstone ability finally. And there's already an Energy Stranded on Luminion. Getting the Charizard, 2 energy there, and I believe 1 energy in the discard. So most likely there might be 2 energy still in the deck. So we'll see if the Rare Candy play comes in or if he's just setting up for a future. Okay. Just choosing to Rotom to draw 3 more. I guess he's just sitting here trying to allow his opponent to take prizes before he takes a knockout, which it's a strategy, you know, like you allow your opponent to take, 2 prizes before you start attacking at all. This does give Luke an ample opportunity to just keep setting up, keep taking prizes. Maybe the card he needs is in the prizes, so it's a gamble. It's certainly a gamble from Jason. So taking the attack here, I assume, yeah, he's doing the energy. So taking the attack, going down to 4 prizes for Luke. Attaching more energy onto maybe the Giratina. Let's see here. So we do have a Team Yell's Cheer, which is maybe interesting, but I don't know if that's the only supporter in hand. There's a boss, I think, in hand. There might be a boss in hand, so I like the idea of maybe actually bossing up the Giratina V-Star here, since you have the maximum belt. 2 prizes have been taken, so that should be enough to knock out anything. But, just choosing to draw again. He must just be trapped in the active, which I'm not exactly sure why he didn't just promote the Charizard. Yeah, so now this Giratina with the maximum belt is going to be able to knock out Charizard. Yeah. It's pretty rough there for Jason. So taking 2 more prizes. Luke looking pretty capable of absolutely dominating this one. Gonna send up the Radiant Charizard. Unless you can find a choice belt. This Radiant Charizard won't even... Yeah, I think Jason just scooping it up here. Just a really awkward game for Jason. Not exactly sure. Like, his hand must have just been... Sometimes you get that, like, hands that are just the wrong order. You just get everything you need, but never at the right time. And that happens. Sometimes you just have really weird games that are like that, where you're just like, what am I doing? So let's take a look here at Jason's list if we can, just to see like what exactly he was rocking, like why he never prioritized either Vibaro or Pidgeline. So I do think that would have been a really important aspect. Maybe to eventually grab the Pidgey so you can search. Because that's what makes Charizard powerful, right? Is the search. Yeah, Luke's list. Well, it's in there somewhere. Net. It's fine. So, that'll do it for that round. Luke taking that match. All right. Well, that was an interesting match. It's definitely been a lot of bricky matches, at least on stream today, where people just don't find the pieces. Really, the Ancient Box match was the only one that felt like, you know, it was a real back and forth, at least at most parts of the game. So, interesting seeing how this develops. But I think the next 2 rounds, it's for round 4. We should have 2 more rounds of Swiss and then top 8. So yeah, let's see if Luke is interested. Are you interested? Is it okay with your? Are your parents here? No. Okay, you're okay. Okay, come on down, Luke. I don't have the fancy wireless mic right now,
No,
but
it's fine. It's
here,
all
let me
good.
get you on camera there.
Yeah.
All right, Luke, tell me, how did that game go? Oh gosh, how did that game go?
It went pretty well.
Yeah.
It was kind of painful that I didn't get the turn 1 energy attachment.
Yep.
Into the Arceus, because that's always kind of good.
Yep, I was telling
Yeah.
stream, I was like, if you're Arceus, the only thing you need, Arceus, Giratina, 1 energy. That's all you need.
Yeah,
And
turn 1. That's really all you need.
I will say though, it's in that matchup with Charizard though, it's a little frustrating, but it's also like, well, my opponent can't knock me out either, so
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. We'll get there next time.
Yeah.
So
Let's let this off the hook and
yeah.
plan it by ear.
It was interesting, I will say. I was a little surprised by some of the plays Jason made too.
Yeah,
Like
because
promoting the Jirachi that one turn, I was like, why? If you don't have a retreat.
So, after the match, I was telling him, like, in the beginning, you had the Charizard set up. You could have retreated instead of gasping drawed and started hitting, because the prize in the prize card, he prized double Pidgey.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
why he never went and got Pidgey.
Yeah.
That's what I
So-
was wondering too.
Yeah, so he prized double Pidgey, and then the card that he was gonna draw was the Pidgey, the prize card.
So just take a prize.
Yeah, so I was telling him, like, you could have retreated because it has free retreat.
Yeah.
And then you could have retreated, grabbed Charizard, just kept hitting because I couldn't knock you
You
out,
can't-
and
yeah.
you got the first hit. So
Yeah.
even if I knock you, even if I take a prize card off of that, then you're still going to be ahead in the prize race.
Yeah.
And you're just going to keep sending up Charizards as you, because at that point you're going to get the Pidgey out sent up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And especially too, because like, yeah, you missed a turn of the energy attachment, so
Yeah.
he gets the first hit in.
Yeah.
And then so you have to hit before you can even threaten Iron Leaves, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, if you're him, you're safe to take 2 prizes. You can get there.
Yeah.
And then yeah, maybe a Charizard dies, but it's fine. That's gonna happen anyways. But yeah, well, it was an impressive match. I think you played the deck very, very well. What made you choose Arceus Giratina?
So what was funny is I recently, so I played Lost Zone Tina to
Okay.
Charlotte Regionals, and then when I was gonna I was gonna play Lost Tina to whatchamacallit?
Indianapolis?
No, Orlando.
Orlando, okay, yeah.
So I went to Orlando.
Oh, nice.
And then, so 2 days before the tournament, one of my friends, he needed the cards back because
Okay.
I borrowed the cards, so he needed the cards back. And then I had to go, or it was just kind of complicated. You know how the deck's is kind of complicated?
Yeah, I mean,
like
Lost
all the
Tina in
decision-
general, it's a lot
yeah.
of decisions that
It's a lot
you
of
might lost
decision.
zone things that you're like, no.
So I just need to get my points because my goal is Worlds.
Okay.
Yeah, and then so that I only needed points. So if I'm aiming for like top 64, because there's enough players, and I just get my points, I'd go for like a simple deck. So 2 days before the tournament, I switched my deck to Arctina.
Yeah.
And then I just went on for there. I got my top 64.
Nice.
I bubbled in, like barely missed it. 3-1-4.
Oh. That's rough. That's rough.
No,
But-
no, I made it.
Oh, you made top 64. You bubbled in. Okay.
Yeah, I bubbled in. Barely.
That's good. Well, I mean, Arctina is interesting. There's a lot of people playing Arctina today, And I think it's surprising because, to your point earlier, I think most people thought Lost Zone Tina was the best deck.
Yeah.
But, and maybe it's better, but I also think to myself, like, Arctina has consistency that Lost Zone Tina doesn't usually have, where, like
the Bibarel Squavit.
right, Bibarel Squavit line, you have the Arceus V-Star to just get any 2 cards. And with Iron Leaves now, you're like, I don't really need to use Giratina V-Star's V-Star. I could just do Maximum Belt, Iron Leaves, and then kill a Pidgeot.
Yeah.
Game
so,
done.
So that's like the prize trade for Zard. Just like 2/2/2. You're gonna kill Pidgeot. Stop the consistency. While they're at that, you're gonna like max spell KO and end it off with the Iron Leaves. Because obviously Iron Leaves is a little bit more fragile.
Yeah.
So you're gonna try to end the game with that.
Okay, interesting. That's your like game finisher.
Yeah.
Is Iron Leaves, just to keep as much energy on the board as possible. Yeah.
Or sometimes if like I know that I can't get like enough energy set up after the leaves, and I just like get it up before, keep spamming Arceus instead of like maybe doing it, and then when he finally knocks out the Arceus, I'm just like I knock out the Pidgeot. He hits me. Obviously, he can't knock me out.
Yeah.
Hit him, one-shot him, he brings it up, knocks me out, and I just KO with leaves. So, yeah.
I will say the airy turn that you did that.
Yeah, that was kind of painful, because I thought he had so many
rare candies.
Rare candies. So I'm like, because he was feeling kind of confident, because I thought he was going to grab Zard off of the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and then he grabs Lumineon, and you're like...
Yeah, I'm like...
Yeah, just to hold it in his hand, just for next year. But it's actually good because I guess you would have aeried away the Ultra Ball, so. But like, it's weird.
Yeah.
But like seeing the Maximum Belt, was there a part of your brain that went, oh, I don't have to worry now about my Giratina getting knocked out because he doesn't play Prime Catcher?
So the thing is, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't have to get it. That's one thing off the book list.
Yeah.
But once you attach the Maximum Belt, I don't want it obviously to get Iono'd away. I already used V-Star, and if he vacuumed it, that'd just be bad. But there's a very little chance.
Yeah.
He only plays like one.
And if he never got the Pidgeot set up, the only way he finds it is Arven. And
because then he's wasting an Arven. So then he's just wasting an Arven. I just keep hitting him.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like trade for trade. Also, attached Maximum Belt can be sometimes used as a bait.
Yeah.
So if they bait you in, they still can't KO you. So they just want to do damage, but I'll KO them, hit me back, leaves. Like, I couldn't really get out the leaves though.
No, I was wondering if leaves was maybe either in the prizes, but you didn't. I guess that game you didn't really need to because it's like he just never attacked with Charizard. So it was like, well, I'll just keep taking one prizers and then we'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And are you 4-0 right now?
I
or 3-1?
3-1.
Nice.
Yes.
Well, congrats. And I think in the juniors division, are you like at the top of juniors right now? So,
there's only 2 players. Me and my friend.
fair enough.
So yeah.
Have you hit your best finish limit of challenges, or are you still trying to get points in challenge?
So I'm still trying to get points in cups. I need to win this cup and get second in another.
Okay.
So yeah, that's. So you like the transfer points thing.
Yeah, no,
it's boring. I don't think you want to hear it.
No, I mean, hey, it's a lot of math to get to Worlds, so I'm not going for a Worlds invite, so I don't got to worry about that.
Yeah.
I'm just here for fun. But well, congrats, and fingers crossed. Do you have your Worlds invite yet, or?
No. To get my Worlds invite, I need to win this one and then get second place in another.
Well, fingers crossed that you get your Worlds invite, and yeah, good luck.
All right.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Well, that was Luke. Really awesome. Seeing a lot of these younger players too. 2 rounds in a row, just absolutely killing it. You'd always be surprised, man. Like young players who come out to cups, don't take them lightly. They are very good. The kind of players who travel for that, they probably play more than most of the players here.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
I saw all 3 of them.
Yeah. They are legit. It is legit. So. If you ever get paired up against them in any sort of cup, don't take it lightly. Yeah, it's cool. But take another quick little break while we wait between this and the next round. Should just be a few more minutes. So cheers.
So, round 5 starting. They're just shuffling up and getting ready, but oh, I gotta change the phone. Just flip that bad boy around. Okay. There we go. So, we have John versus Jan. So hopefully y'all can follow along with me as I say both of their names and get them completely right 100% of the time. But I don't know what they are each playing. There was a slight... Okay, so... Yep, Jan is playing Chien-Pao. So we got a Chien-Pao deck for the first time today.
Wow.
Chien-Wow. And then John, maybe we'll just see. Yeah. We'll see what John is playing. But you got Chien-Pao on the right, for those of you who are wondering. Jan playing Chien-Pao. Oh boy. So we got this round and the next. These are like top-ish tables, but we can't do the top tables because top tables would be IDing at this point. So that's the thing about a cup, if you are not familiar. Once you get a certain record at a cup, say you're 4-0 in a 6-round tournament, you can ID, which is intentionally draw, the final 2 rounds and guarantee a spot in top 8. Generally speaking, that's what you want to do. A, maybe you want a lunch break, to be honest, because they're long days. And B, if you can guarantee your spot in top 8 and you feel confident that, it doesn't matter what your position is, because it really doesn't for the most part in a competition like this, then, you can just make it to top 8, get a break in, and just hope your deck does well in a best of 3 scenario. So it looks like Jan already has a setup. We'll see if that was a mulligan from Jan. So looks like, yeah, 1 mulligan from Jan there. Which Baxcalibur sometimes does that, right? You have a decent number of evolution Pokemon in your Baxcalibur, so it's possible. It looks like there is a basic. There's Radiant Greninja as an option, but is that Chien-Pao or... Yeah, we'll see what he put in the front, but in theory, a Radiant Greninja, if you don't know what your opponent is playing, but you suspect they could be playing some sort of an evolution deck, leaving Radiant Greninja at the front is not a terrible idea, because if you get Baxcalibur out, depending on who's going first, you can maybe snipe some stuff on the bench, or at least force a Manaphy play out of your opponent, which is 1 less Pokemon they might need for setup. So... Also, we have a new little friend joining. Just a little crocheted Pokeball. The person across from me, sitting at this table, made little Pokeballs. They're currently making one as we speak. Not selling them, just making them. You have to be physically here. So you know.
Sean, it's so fun to squeeze, right?
Huh?
To squeeze
Oh yeah, these are very fun. It's stress Pokeballs, yes. So, let's see here. Sort of waiting for the go-ahead from the judges here, and then we should be ready to rock and roll. Let's see if we can get a peek at what we're playing over there, though. Kind of hard to tell. Can't really tell what John is playing. We'll see soon enough. But for Baxcalibur, because we are playing Chien-Pao Baxcalibur, Chien-Pao is the main attacker in the deck. And that one really, it needs a lot of water energy on the field at a time. But almost all the Chien-Pao decks nowadays are playing 1 copy of Iron Hands, which is a great way to just sort of take those extra prizes against single prizers, or if you're against single prize deck in general, great attacker for that matchup as well. Biggest challenge, I would say, with the deck is either your Baxcaliburs or your Bibarels are really important to your strategy. If you only get 1 Baxcalibur out and it gets knocked out, you kind of got nothing. So, John with an H. Okay, thank you. Adjusting John's name to have an H. There we go. So yeah. And then we'll see what he's playing soon. What deck have y'all enjoyed playing? Okay, we're about to start. Just trying to kill time. So we're getting started here. It is Giratina, probably Arceus Giratina again. So very popular deck. I'm not sure Arceus Giratina has a great time into Baxcalibur, especially if Baxcalibur is able to start taking knockouts first. I feel like the prize trade is not in Arctina's favor in this matchup. But it depends. We'll see. We'll see. Oof, 3 hits off of the Pokestop. Oh, that's insane. That's so good. Now the question is, are we able to establish either a Bidoof or another Frigivax? I would love to see something, but maybe just prioritizing keeping all of these resources and hoping that your opponent doesn't Iono you maybe. You know, we'll see. It's I would like to see an Ultra Ball, considering I think we got 2 Ultra Balls in that hand. I would like to see an Ultra Ball, maybe one of the water energy if you don't need it. Just to establish... Oh, okay, getting rid of the Iron Hands. I don't think it's very useful in this matchup. Odds are you're never going to be forced to go through a single prizer. There's a world in which maybe a Bidoof for the Squavit is an option, but getting out the Bidoof, I like this play. Just getting all of your Pokemon, at least one of them, all set up every turn. Now, the awkward thing here about the Gradient Greninja start is most likely John is playing the Bidoof that can't be damaged by attacks. So Jen will need to probably get into a Chien-Pao at some point. Probably fine to get into it now. I guess attaching now so you have the retreat later if you need it. But yeah, like the Radiant Greninjas, I don't think going to be particularly useful in this scenario because no point really doing 90 into 2 things. Kind of be better served just taking the knockout, taking 2 prizes with Chien-Pao. So let's see how John can respond to a pretty decent start from Jen, especially that Pokestop hit, knowing that you have the rare candy in hand. So Nest Ball, getting out an Arceus, doing a little bit of prize checking for John, seeming like he's going to go back in. We can see in his hand, actually. Now, what supporter is that? What supporter is that? Is that... Huh. I'm not entirely sure what supporter that is. Is that Arven, maybe? Let's see what he grabs off of it. Yeah, it looks like an Arven. It's just an Arven I didn't recognize. I do think at some point, the choice belt coming out now is fine. At some point, the maximum belt is probably the better grab to knock out a Chien-Pao with Arceus. Because with the double turbo, that will put you at enough. But awkwardly, having to start the Giratina here is not great. You might even suspect it's just going to get knocked out anyways by this Chien-Pao. So maybe it just is what it is. So we'll see here. But Arven grabbing those 2 cards. I would imagine he's going to play the Nest Ball, maybe get either another Arceus or another Giratina out, just to sort of hedge against an early knockout from Chien-Pao. So I might grab another Giratina here, but I could understand grabbing another Arceus just in case. But Arceus is not going to be what you want as your main attack. Okay, just grabbing a Bidoof. Okay, I also like this play. Just getting a 1 of each of your Pokemon that you need set up. And just assuming that your opponent's not going to be able to boss this Arceus. Because if the Arceus does go down, that is really rough. That would be really rough. And Irida, depending on how the deck is set up with Jan, if Irida does find a Prime Catcher, knowing that we have the rare candy in hand already, does get the energy on board, which is excellent for John. And then just shuffles up and passes, it looks like. So let's see if Jan can find what he needs to take out, preferably this Arceus, honestly. If he has the Irida, knowing that he's got the rare candy in hand, and if he has access to or has a Chien-Pao and enough energy, right, it's a lot, but if he is able to figure it out, so just straight up, rare candy directly into the Baxcalibur. Let's see what else he's got in this hand. See if he Pokestops first even. Definitely needs to find a Chien-Pao. Okay, we're going to Irida, which I believe is going to guarantee us a Chien-Pao. And it could get us the Prime Catcher if Jan plays Prime Catcher in this deck. It looks like I saw pink, so maybe he's eyeing up that Prime Catcher as the item for the turn. But I could also imagine him opting for an Ultra Ball here to guarantee a Bibarel, just to keep that engine going, because 2 prizes off of the Arceus is good. 2 prizes off Giratina is almost just as good, to be frank. So getting the Chien-Pao for sure. And then we will see what the second card is. I really don't know what I would do here. I don't know what the rest of Jan's hand is, but I could say, okay, Earthen Vessel, just choosing to get more energy out of the deck. Because you do have the ability to draw off of Radiant Greninja. You do have the ability to get energy out with Chien-Pao. So there's a lot of energy at his disposal already. Yeah, just going to retreat. Go into the Chien-Pao, choose to use Chien-Pao's ability, and then also maybe Earthen Vessel in the same turn, just to pull 4 energy out of the deck so that when you Radiant Greninja, your odds of finding what you might want are super high, right? So I imagine we'll see the Earthen Vessel before we Radiant Greninja here. Maybe Earthen Vessel away, maybe one of the energy, depending on what, if you've got Superior in hand or something. Because you will need 4 to knock out any of the cards that you really want. And right now he's guaranteed 3. So we'll see if discarding that energy there, knowing that you have to discard 1 with Radiant Greninja 2, but it looks like we do have Superior energy retrieval. So this is perfectly fine. You discarded the energy. It's perfectly fine to then get rid of this, draw 2 more cards, knowing that you have the Superior in hand to take the knockout no matter what. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So, is that an Ultra Ball? I guess now Ultra Balling is a way to get the Bidoof or Bibarel. There's 5 in the discard now, and I suppose you could Superior away the last. If those are 3 cards in his hand, then he might have just enough to Superior everything away. Attach all the energy. Bibarel for 5. That would be choice, right? I don't know what the cards in his hands are, but that would be, I think, the thought here is get your hand down as low as possible, preferably almost to 0. Okay, choosing to just attach and then Bibarel for 3 instead. Okay. Yep. Knowing that you can guarantee the attack. So the Giratina is definitely dead. Suffice it to say, the Giratina is dead. Yeah, you don't need Mana Fee. Getting rid of another Pokestop, and you haven't even Pokestopped yet, which I can understand. Like, right, like you don't want to accidentally get rid of some stuff you might need. So you can see attaching 3 more energy to that Chien-Pao. I would love to see the Radiant Greninja get used here as well, because you definitely have enough even then, right? So you put 3 on, Radiant Greninja 1 away, draw 2 more. Yep. You got to assume that this Chien-Pao is dead next turn. Jan doesn't know, but this list that John is playing does play Maximum Belt. So just assuming that they're dead. I like this. Making sure that you can get another Frigibax on the board at minimum so that this Baxcalibur is not an easy target. Yeah, Bidoof, Frigibax. Easy choices. And then your opponent is just in this awkward spot of like, well, there's not really a great target. Maybe you still go after Baxcalibur after this attack is done, just to, if that's even possible. But maybe you go after it and say, I don't think you have Rare Candy Bax in hand, which, maybe not. Pokestop is not going to find you Irida. Interesting. Choosing not to use Pokestop, which is, I don't know, I'm not a Chien-Pao player, maybe that's fine. But taking the first 2 prizes, Jan, putting the aggression on. We have Arceus, we have energy, there's a boss in hand, there's a counter catcher. There's a part of me that says it doesn't matter, you're going to lose this prize trade, this math, if you go into this Chien-Pao. So there's a part of me that thinks, like, okay, I don't know if this list is playing maybe a Lost City. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I think going after the Baxcaliburs is important here. Your opponent still may have ways into more Baxcaliburs, but if you can take them out and your opponent is not able to find the Super Rods in time and whiffs a turn, that's how you get back into this matchup. So I think going through the Chien-Paos is just a fool's errand. It seems good because it's prizes, and unless you've got something you need prized, you can counter catcher this turn and still play a supporter. So interesting. Choosing the maximum belt, maybe just discarding cards from their hand in order to grab the barrel so you can draw. Get into... Interesting. I wonder if you choose the barrel here, if you choose another Giratina. Knowing that... Yeah, choosing the barrel. I do like this play. You do want to find some other attacker to put the energy from Arceus' attack onto. Like, that would be the goal, right? But the maximum belt attach here makes me feel like he's gonna go through the Chien-Pao. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like jaded because of my friends that play Chien-Pao knowing Chien-Pao is bait. Don't do it. Okay. So we're lost vacuuming away, I assume, the Pokestop. Nice. Did we find another attacker? Did we find a boss? We've already used Iono. Okay, it's not a boss. So it looks like, unless there's another counter catcher that can be found, it looks like this Chien-Pao is the thing going down. Okay. Oh, God, that's so much energy. Jesus. Jeez. Oh, my gosh. That is a whole... That is an atrocious Iono. That is, yeah. That Iono was yikes city. Like, he's gonna go search through his deck and be like, well, all the energy is in my hand right now. As long as he has 2 in the deck, that's fine, I guess. But oof, that's hard. Iono did this man dirty. Oh God. That's so bad. That's so... And he drew an energy. Oh, my gosh. Oh. God. 2. Okay, there's 2 in there. There's 2. Oh, they did this man dirty. That's filthy. Oh. I can't... I'm sorry. I'm just laughing so much because it's so bad. Anyway. Oh, you were talking about the art. It is a nice Iono. I'm out here cracking up because I looked at that hand and I'm like, that's all energy, boy. That's terrible. It looks like it's all energy and maybe a capturing aroma. I don't even know what you do with that. I guess you can get Giratina V-Star. Now the question is, you can target the Squavette, I guess, if you really need to attack with Radiant Greninja, but we'll see. Does Jan find a response here? Got Hisuian Heavy Ball. That's great. Is there a Chien-Pao in the prizes? Because that's ultimately, I think, what you're looking for. And the answer is no. Okay. Okay. So he does still have a Bibarel. So if he can get his hand size down, which is very possible because he did get Iono'd. If he can get the hand size down a little bit. So bad I can't keep laughing. I'm sorry. I'm terrible. I'm an awful person. Okay, so... Oh, just a regular energy retrieval. That's interesting. I don't love that because now you've got 2 cards in your hand instead of 1. And do you just maybe Radiant Greninja 1? The other one that you got? Yeah. Draw 2, see what you can find. Do we find... I think there's an... Is that an Irida or is that an Iono? So these decks, I will say, Chien-Pao usually plays 2 Chien-Pao. That's all. And you rely on Super Rods to recycle them, knowing that really, in a good matchup, you really only need 3 attacks to win the game. Interesting. Attaching the Lightning from hand, I guess because you only get 1 attachment from hand. That can be your attachment from hand. You keep 1 water energy on board. Does he have an attacker, though? Because attacking with this Radiant Greninja is... Okay, so we do have the Super Rod. I imagine putting back in Chien-Pao and maybe Iron Hands. There's a world in which maybe if you need a boss. Okay, just choosing one Chien-Pao, one energy. The fact that he's shuffling, I don't know if he has a Lost City in this deck. I do know that people are now playing around with Lost City. I think Charizard is also playing with Lost City in some instances, instead of maybe Pokemon League headquarters or, you know, Collapse Stadium. I think Collapse Stadium is really good, but if you need a second, I think Lost City is pretty good. But we will see. The fact that there's another Chien-Pao in the deck is potentially good news. Okay, we got a boss, just thinning the hand, bringing that Giratina up, and then just to try to draw into, you know, maybe a way into the Chien-Pao, preferably. Let's see if we find it. Did we find, is that an Ultra Ball that I see? Yes. So if it were me, I just prioritize, just get the Chien-Pao, yeah. Question is, how many energy in the deck, and does he have, he's going to retreat, there's still going to be one energy on board. If there, we know there's at least one energy that was probably in the deck that got shuffled back in. So that's 2, but you still need 2 more. So if he has a superior in hand or a way into it, he's got 1 energy in hand, so if he's retreating, he just looked through his deck, I assume he knows that there's 2 energy in the deck. Because if there's two energy left in the deck and he's got 1 in his hand, then he has enough here to take the knockout. But if there's only 1, yeah. If there's only 1 in the deck, then he is in a tough spot. Unless that is a superior we see in hand, and he can just discard 2 energy to get 4. Possible. So let's see here, because you definitely don't want to just put 180 into this Tina. That's kind of useless. So I assume he knew he had it before he went in. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have retreated that Greninja. Okay, there we go. So it does look like it's going to be a, yep, get 4 energy back out with that. I think you put all 4 of them onto that, and you just use those 4 energy to knock out this Giratina. So good news for Jan is he is still ahead in this prize race, right? If he is able to next turn find his way into a another Chien-Pao and another, like, what would it need to be, 5 energy? If he's able to find his way into that, then it's a pretty easy path for him to win this game, because John doesn't really run any attackers, as far as I understand it, that would be single prizers. So I can't tell what that dice roll was, but we'll see what kind of Pokemon he gets. It looks like is a Tails, so getting a basic. At this point, it doesn't really matter what your basic is, unless you've got some sort of single prize attacker that you can use. The basic is just another thing that you can put energy onto after the fact. And I think if I'm John at this point, I definitely squab it all that energy to the bottom and Bibarel my hand back up, just to put the energy back in the deck in the off chance that your opponent is not able to knock this out. Yep. V-Guard, not really going to matter in this matchup. Squab it, put them all on the bottom, draw 5. This is definitely an instance where the Squab it is helping John a huge amount, because he can actually put the energy back in his deck. It doesn't really matter if John wants to prioritize putting down more consistency Pokemon, but Jan's whole plan of attack right now is taking out one of these Arceus. So anything you put down, I don't think it will matter. The only thing that matters to Jan is a 2-prizer to end the game. So there might be a value to playing Nest Ball, playing cards out of your hand, in the off chance your opponent misses it and needs to play on Iono, right? Like that's for me like the main factor. Alternatively, for John, there is this awkward moment of if this, for whatever reason, if he can't knock out Arceus, but if he's able to remove that lost vacuum away, that maximum belt, your opponent doesn't have a way to knock out your Chien-Pao in response either. So in general, it's just a really awkward spot there for John. But everybody on 2 prizes. The prize mathing is exactly how I think Chien-Pao would like it to go right now. Sort of eyeing up, what options they have. The fact that he's Hisuian Heavy Balled and did not. Okay, so just playing the Canceling Clone to get cards out of the hand. I assume that, he's only, I think, played 1 Irida, so really just needs 1 Irida to find Chien-Pao and the Superior. Yeah, maybe 1 other card. So he's got the Irida. So I assume he's got the Chien-Pao. He did not take a Chien-Pao out when he grabbed... there's 1 Superior. Now he still needs 1 more energy to knock this out. That's the reality, right? We still need 1 energy. So you can play the Chien-Pao down. There is... No, you need 1 more energy. You need 5. 1 of them is on the Greninja, but you have to retreat it. And unless you have energy in your deck, which I don't believe you do because you didn't take it out previously. So if you have a Super Rod, then we're in business, right? Super Rod and we're cooking. It's too delicate to want to play at a tournament. Yeah, I mean, look, if you get what you need, the deck is really great. Yeah, you put the energy back in with Super Rod, you Superior the rest of the energy back into your hand, and that's GG's. Jan is going to take it here over John, exactly how Chien-Pao wants it to go. Yep. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's more than enough. Yep, just confirming the amounts there, but yeah, the deck there, I think it's a hard one to say what would have gone differently, but personally, I do prioritize those Baxcaliburs over Chien-Pao. I understand that the prize trade feels bad because you're only taking 1 prize to their 2, but the second you run them out of resources and they run out of Baxcaliburs, the game is yours, right? If they can't attach energy, they can't attack, and then you're fine. You're fine after that. So, definitely went the way that Chien-Pao would have wanted. So, yep. All right. So, how was that matchup for y'all? Did y'all enjoy that? That was a proper match. It was very back and forth. And I think it just went back and forth in exactly the way that Chien-Pao likes to plan it out. Not really a lot of disruption from the Arceus Giratina. And I would also venture to guess that, I think that match is probably favored for Chien-Pao because your opponent just does not have non-2 prize attackers. So, and they can always knock you out in response too. So, yeah, just be like that sometimes. Sometimes you just hit an awkward matchup. But Chien-Pao then going 4-1. Most likely, I would imagine that Jan is going to ID in the next round. So there will probably be 1 Chien-Pao in top 8. I believe we will also most likely have a Lugia in top 8. So it's not all Charizards in the top 8, so that'll be good. Nobody wants to watch that. And then, yeah, we'll see what else makes the top in this next round. So this next round will probably be watching people who are maybe 3-2, because 4-1, because it's top 8, depending on how many there are, there may be a number of 4-1 that just they all ID. And that way, the only people that can bubble in or out are the 3-2s. So, but yeah, interesting stuff. I guess with that, what do we want to talk about? Okay, you know what? Let's talk about other stuff. Let's talk about other stuff in between this round. I'm going to cut us over to a different setup. I want to talk. This is a preview for those of you who watch the podcast. You'll hear some of my thoughts early, so you get that deep cut, that early deep cut. I want to talk about a card that they announced, and I want to know y'all's thoughts too. But I'm going to give my thoughts first, and that card is Secret Box. let's see if it's in. If it's in this sort of list from Poke Beach. Any of the other matches done? Do you have an update on those? I don't have an update on the other matches. Yes, just Metapod exclusive indeed. I don't have an update on any of the other matches. I know people are still playing. So I want to say there's probably like 10 minutes left in the round. But, yeah, definitely one Chien-Pao and one Lugia in the top 8 for sure. We still have one more round to play, so, you know. But my guess is that people are 4-0, 4-1. They'll be IDing into top 8 in the next round. So this card. I don't know if the folks on the stream know what this card does, but I will explain it to you if you don't. This card is called Secret Box. It is an ace spec. And it says you may play this card if you discard 3 other cards from your hand. So, you know, hey, fair enough. You got to discard 3 cards to play this one. But what it gets you, you get to get an item, a supporter, a tool, and a stadium out of your deck. 4 cards out of your deck. And it costs you 4 cards effectively too. So you're technically net even on cards. Discard plus 3 discard to get 4. The problem is those 3 cards you're discarding in order to play this card are probably, you don't care about them. Like, it's so easy with Bibarel in the format for this card to be completely broken. And here's my thoughts. On the pod, I've said it a few times, I was like, they will not reprint Computer Search until after Arceus V-Star and Forest Sealstone rotate. Because there's already too much deck search. Like straight deck search for anything you want in the format. And while this is not technically Computer Search, you can't get any card, meaning the only 2 types of cards you can't get out of the deck are Energy or Pokemon. I don't think that's a problem, though. Like, a Pokemon, we have plenty of search for Pokemon. Way too much search for Pokemon. That's fine. And you can go get an item card that goes and gets you a Pokemon. So the only type of card that is not searchable, either via this card directly or via a card that this card gets, is a special energy. Except, you can go get Forest Sealstone and then go get the special energy. So that's my problem with this card, is that you are allowing your opponent to get a Forest Sealstone with this card because they're in the format at the same time. Go get any item card they want. Go get any stadium card they want. And then also go get any supporter that they want, all in this one card. So the supporter can either refill your hand, the supporter can be a Cypher Maniac, right? Like Cypher Maniac, just imagine playing this card and you have Bibarel and you also have Cypher Maniac in your deck. Well, you've discarded almost all of your hand. You play the rest of those cards out, including Forest Sealstone. You Cypher Maniac, put 2 on top. Bibarel those 2. Forest Sealstone for a 3rd card. It's just the combinations with this. I think that this is too much for the game to handle at the moment because, sure, it's a card that is truly competitive with Prime Catcher in terms of being an auto-include in almost every deck. And I could see a world in which like maybe setup decks needed a card like this to really get everything they need going. But I don't know, man. I think this is a step too far in terms of design space, and the problem is I don't ever see this card being banned because it does not create a play style that is antithetical to the Pokemon Company's design philosophy. And what I mean by that is Belelba and Bryson Man, right? The reason that and or Lieutenant Surge or some cards in an Expanded are banned, those are usually banned because they create play styles that are not fun for players to play against broadly. Like, we all know Pokemon doesn't love control, doesn't love mill, but they allow it and they support it just enough for it to be viable, but not for it to be a strong deck. But that's what they ban for, generally speaking. They ban cards so that the game can be played to take prizes, and if that's not being done, they'll ban the cards that stop control. They don't ban cards that stop consistency. So, watching Chien-Pao is fun to see just how much energy they attach. I mean, the funny thing is about Chien-Pao, I think most Chien-Pao lists now are only running 8 water and 1 lightning. So, like, in terms of the amount of energy, you'll see a lot more in, like, a Dialga deck. But it is wild to just be like, flood the board, all this energy. Goldango is a similar way. You just get a bunch of energy in your hand and you just, like, throw it all down and do a crazy attack. But anyway, that's my, like, early exclusive look at, like, my thoughts on this card. I think that I really don't like that they've printed this card. I think this card would be fine, strong, but fine post Arceus V-Star and post Forest Sealstone. But there's almost a world in which, like, imagine playing against somebody and they have Arceus V-Star and this card. And you're just like, why? Why would you? It's cool. So you can search for any 2 cards in your deck. Kind of just a professor's research for the exact item cards you're looking for. The thing is, it's not just items, right? Like, you are only discarding 3, so you don't have to discard your whole hand. In certain decks, those discards are exactly what you need, right? Like, again, like if you're playing Bibarel, and you can discard your hand to a pretty low size, and then all the cards you grab you can play immediately, and then you can Bibarel to draw your hand back up. It's much better than a research, because the things you discard you probably don't need. There's going to be scenarios that it's maybe a little more difficult than others, but for the most part, you can play it. And like I said, you can combo this grabbing a supporter like Cypher Maniac. So I think this makes, like, when this card comes out, I really think that people should consider running a Bibarel, Cypher Maniac, Forest Sealstone, and Secret Box sort of engine. Like, I will be shocked if I don't see Tord play around with that type of combination, because, like, that little combo right there allows you to get 4 cards, not of any card, but 4, like, of different cards out of your deck, and then you can use Cypher Maniac to get 2 of any card out of your deck. And if you play your hand out right, you could easily just draw so many cards after all that's done that it's just like, can we stop? Can we? And it will just feel so bad as an opponent, because also it encourages people to play Bibarel, which means cards like Iono and Roxanne are less impactful. It's hard to disrupt an opponent if they have a Bibarel out, and it sucks to have to go after a Bibarel with a boss's order or a counter catcher. So I just, I don't know. That's my opinion. I have very strong thoughts on this card. I very rarely think that there are cards that they printed that they shouldn't, but this is one of them. Cool. So we're about to do the next round. I will get down my soapbox. I am getting down. Yo, Sombra, what's up? Welcome in. How are you doing? Back to that Pokemon stream, and back to Sean complaining about cards. I just can't wait to think that I've got my opponent in a they can't win situation, only to have them secret box for all their pieces, Cypher Maniacs, 2 cards to the top, and Bibarel for the other 2 pieces they need. I'm going to be so excited when my opponent can always have what they need. Secret box. Because I'm saying this right now. I'm just going to say it again. Secret box, grab Cypher Maniac, play it in a deck that has Bibarel. You're effectively you're secret boxing for an Arceus V-Star effect and refilling your hand.
Wait, what does it do?
Discard 3 cards, search your deck for an item, a supporter, a tool, and a stadium. It's crazy.
That's a wild card.
It's like the most OP card ever.
Yeah, it's so OP.
Is there any other aspects?
There's another new one, but I don't know what it does off the top of my head. But there is another new one. Let's see if Pokebeach. Let's see if Pokebeach has the description. Yeah, I don't know what this. I can't read Japanese. Can you read Japanese? I can't read Japanese. No, you don't have to apologize. I can't. It says the number 1. So maybe is this the reset stamp? I know there's like a fake reset stamp A-spec, right?
No, that's Scoop.
Is that Scoop Up? All right. So okay, so that card won't see play. Yeah. So this card.
Wait, a super scoop up?
It's like Scoop Up. Yeah, you just put a card into your hand.
Oh,
No, that was he playing because Churros he's playing now.
Churros he's play, but are you going to play that over Secret Box or Prime Catcher? Because guess what Secret Box can get you? Turo. Secret Box gets you the other ace specs. It's stupid.
I'm gonna run full Erie.
There's a new card called Secret.
Oh my gosh. Anyways. Yeah, what does Secret Box do? Discard 3 cards, search your deck for an item. Yeah, it's that one, you know. Anyways. So, I don't know, Eli. I don't know if the card is going to be a control card. Maybe. I don't. Maybe it enables control in certain ways, but I struggle to see. I struggle to see the control part of it, but maybe. Look, I hope it does, because if it does make control overpowered, then Pokemon will ban it. That's what matters. That's all that matters. Oh, anywho. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Chien-Pao. Okay, what do you want, Chien-Pao? Let me grab Pokestop. Let me grab Cypher Maniac. Let me grab an Ultra Ball to get Bibarel. And let me grab, I don't know, something else. Something else stupid.
So a master is playing a senior,
Okay.
possibly to get into Top Cut.
Okay.
Do you think it'd be interesting enough to stream?
Sure.
All right.
He's playing him, right?
Gavin,
Yeah, Gavin's great.
Gavin, you got what you wanted.
Wait. Are they? Is he 4-0? 4-0-1?
410.
4-1-0. So he lost. Brian? Oh, okay. Yeah. Rock and roll. All right. Scoop Up Cyclone picks up all cards attached, though, so it has that over to it. That's true. That's true. So unless you go and get a penny. But yeah, it's really good if you're playing an evolution deck. That's very true, Sombra. Okay, so I am going to prep the next thing we got here. So we are going to have Gavin on stream again against Brian, playing for top 8. Gavin, excellent seniors player, playing a local here in Bryan. Okay, let me switch that on over. It may have a surprising place in Charizard. Yeah, in Charizard I could see it. The only negative with Charizard is that it takes a rare candy to get into it, so it's a little... It's not bad. People still play Churro. People still play Toro, but... Yeah. Yeah, collapsed. No, we're talking about that versus Scoop Up Cyclone. It's a new... It just picks up a Pokemon and all cards attached.
It's like an advanced turtle, right?
Yeah. But it's an ace spec, so, you know.
Would you add that in Wiggy?
Yeah, that would be... But you don't need it. Share and scare. Is Brian's name spelled with an I or a Y? Y, okay, cool.
I don't know
He's playing Gavin.
I don't know if he's
Well, he'll need to sport...
he needs to win.
I think he's 4-1, so he might be able to ID, but we'll see. We'll see. Zard is playing 2 Charmeleon right now, so it's not as stable. That's very true. Yeah, if you can prioritize getting those Charmeleon out, I think that might be beneficial. I'm like, if I'm Charizard, do you play Secret Box? Because Secret Box is also very, like, good, right? Because you're playing the Bibarel line already. And do you play the Secret Box instead of Scoop Up Cyclone in order to be more consistent on your setup? It's so weird. Like, the benefit with the Scoop Up Cyclone is it puts the energy back into your hand rather than putting it into the discard. But there's a part of me that thinks the discard is better because you can at least super rod it back. Whereas when it goes into your hand, you can't evolve and get more energy on board. I don't know. It's a tough one. I am certainly not a master deck builder, so I'm not the person to ask, to be honest with you. But let's see. Let's go round 6. Yeah, I comment on the meta. I don't tell you what the future meta is going to be. That's not my remit. Let's see here. So, it's Brian versus Gavin, right? Okay. I'll be right back, folks.
Thank you for that. I muted. The sound was still off. Thank you. Okay, so Gavin playing Ancient Box against Brian, who's playing Lugia. What I was saying is Ancient Box, really it's a single prize deck. You're doing 70 plus 10 for each Ancient card in the discard, so taking 2-hit knockouts early, building up to a big 1-hit KO, usually to finish off the game on Pidgeot or maybe Charizard, if you can get there. And then Lugia, on the other hand, I'll pull up Lugia. Lugia really relying on that ability Summoning Star to get out 2, preferably, Archeops. Archeops allowing you to put 2 energy every turn from the deck. No. What's up? So, and then the ability there of just putting energy from the deck directly onto your Pokemon, and then eventually attacking with this Chinchino, this new Chinchino. Now, the interesting thing about Brian here in this matchup is, since Gavin has a single prize deck, it does negate a bit of the single prize advantage that Lugia sometimes has. But I think Gavin also prefers decks that are multi-prize. So we'll really see. I really don't know how this matchup usually would go. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It will be interesting to see. So rolling a Tails here, I think exactly what Brian wants, making sure they get out a Lugia turn 1. Starting this Minccino, I think I would love to see Brian get another Minccino down. Not absolutely necessary, because you could attack with a Snorlax instead of Chinchino, which maybe is a more effective attacker in this matchup because it doesn't require so much energy. But the odds that this Minccino are getting knocked out are pretty high if he can get an energy into the discard and play a Sada. So there's the energy. Getting 2 more energy out of the deck, so he will have the energy required. The question is, does Gavin have a Sada to take an early knockout before, anything? And that way Brian would just be left with primarily a Lugia attacker, and then I imagine Brian would want to set up more Minchinos and then Snorlaxes. So we'll see. We'll see how this sort of nets out. But yeah, hopefully y'all are enjoying the little graphics that I did too. This is my special interest, so I very much have enjoyed putting together what feels like a very professional tabletop stream. So interesting. Just choosing to attach the Ancient Booster and force Brian to probably use more energy in order to take this first knockout. I assume just running Brian out of resources more than anything else. Oh, thank you so much. So that Ancient Booster Capsule, also, if it gets knocked out, it goes into the discard, which is exactly what Gavin wants. Interesting. Choosing to attack. So doing 120 into this. Okay, penny. Just picking it up with the penny and then attaching an energy. Oh, that's nasty. So just basically negating that whole first attack. But I believe he'll have enough. It'll be 70 plus 10, 80. Is it only 80? Oh, so the Chinchino survives. Oh, man, this is so awkward. Awkward for Gavin, awkward for Brian. Brian is not going to be able to knock out this attacker just because, 3 energy cards is 210, but the minus 20, super awkward because it puts Gavin's Roaring Moon at 10 HP remaining. So this Ultra Ball coming down. No, I don't love seeing that Lost Vacuum go, because that is a way to take the knockout this turn. Knowing that Gavin has no energy on that other attacker is huge. So I would have liked to have seen that Lost Vacuum stay in hand to guarantee the knockout here. And put Gavin into a situation that says, hey, you haven't played a supporter all game other than Penny. Find it. Find a Sada, or else I'm going to knock out this next Roaring Moon and the game's going to be over. Okay, choosing to research, though, so he might play 2 Lost Vacuums, or, might be able to just find what he needs to get that last energy on board. So I do understand that play there. Knowing that he was going to research now, that makes more sense. So Ultra Ball, I assume, okay, just getting rid of 2 cards. One of them is a research. Getting out another Archeops. So just opting to get out another Archeops. Does he have another way to get rid of it? Yes. Okay, perfect. So you can Ultra Ball away that. I think you can just get rid of the Collapse Stadium, to be frank. I don't think you're going to need it in this matchup. Like, maybe one of the energy is fine too. Maybe you can get rid of your other Lugia if you need, but putting the Lugia down, we're going to see both Archeops now hit the field. Brian stabilizing here. Don't know what the next turn is going to, the follow-up is going to be like, but he can still attack with Lugia after this if need be, so Brian should be able to take the knockout here with the Chinchino and sort of force Gavin to have pieces in order to take a response on the Chinchino. But even with the pieces, it's an awkward spot. I'm seeing a counter catcher, a fire energy, and an ancient booster capsule. Oof, that is really rough from Gavin. Looks like it might just be a dead hand for Gavin after Brian takes this knockout. So we'll see what the top deck is. Interesting. I would really like to see the knockout here if I'm Brian. I'm like, you got another Archeops. I would definitely like to see, unless he's planning on retreating, or he's going to attach from hand maybe. So he can't take the knockout. Yeah. Oh, so Brian just now realizing that it's only doing 190. Oh, the misplay. Unfortunate. That is going to allow Gavin a huge opportunity here, depending on what the top deck is. Top deck is a guidance. Okay, so this is huge. This allows Gavin to get back into this game. Depending on what he finds off of this, it gives him a whole extra turn to start setting up that second attacker. Yeah. This is, again, another reason why you got to make sure you really are understanding all the card effects. That the booster capsule adds 60, not 50, not like a bravery charm, and the double turbo decreases by 20, putting you at this very awkward 190. Okay, so Gavin definitely stabilizing a little bit here. Yep, double turbo does affect special roll. It's just 20 less in general, and so yeah, he'd be doing 210 minus the 20 is 190. Okay, cool. Finding another one, finding an energy, finding a Pokestop, that's perfectly fine. Losing the Sada there is not great, but you're still getting more ancient cards into your deck. You're going to be able to take this knockout on Chinchino. And you'll have, the possibility at least of attacking in response. So, yeah, just taking that single prize there for Gavin. Going ahead on prizes amazingly. The gift energy here, though, is huge as it draws Brian into a fresh set of cards. So the question for me is, if I'm Brian, the perfect play is if you can boss up this other one, and if I don't know if Brian plays another Lost Vacuum, but that's the play. If Brian does play a second Lost Vacuum in the deck, which is a big if, getting rid of this ancient booster, forcing the knockout, and if you can get up the other one with the energy, that would be huge. So just seeing an Iono here, your hand is weird, your opponent's hand is low, but you're going to prioritize your own scenario. You need to get another, preferably Minccino down, but maybe even Snorlax as well. Knowing that it's unlikely your opponent can knock out this Lugia on the following turn. Let's see, what did Gavin draw into? We'll see after his turn, I suppose. I would like to start seeing some energy coming down onto the Snorlax just in case the Archeops become targeted. Because look, this Lugia is doing 200 with the double turbo. That's going to be enough to knock out any of these, you know, roaring moons for the rest of the game. So it's really using that energy to power up your Snorlax and or Chinchino. Yep, choosing to get 2 out there, maybe just 1 if you have a double turbo. If you get the double turbo, you just need to be aware of the fact that, like, if another ancient booster comes down, the Snorlax is not going to be able to knock out another ancient booster laden roaring moon, right? So we'll see if you know, that comes into effect in the future. But very good here. Brian definitely able to stabilize in a significant fashion. Go through a lot of the deck too, which I think helps. We'll see if energy becomes a problem in the long term. Just, you know, having to waste some of those resources early. Discarding the Pokestop, also really strong here from Brian, taking 1 prize. Now, I doubt Gavin is going to be able to follow up here and knock out the Lugia. So Lugia's probably walking away with 2 prizes in trade. So that's, you know, will be pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, we have an Ultra Ball here. Probably grabbing out maybe another Roaring Moon if it's in the deck. Yep, just making sure you don't accidentally get rid of those with Explorer's Guidance. You don't have to choose those. Because that's the biggest thing about this deck, is it's really stringing together those moons turn after turn, finding the super rods that you need, etc. So honestly, it's hard to say who's in a better situation at this point. Ancient Box will like this a lot. Yeah. I think Ancient Box right now is probably in a better spot just because of the prize math. But, you know, especially if they can fend off 1 hit from, say, a Snorlax, I think that'll go a long way to really putting Gavin ahead. Huh. So let's see here. Sort of counting up how many ancient cards we'll see here, how many he's got, so we can start counting along with Gavin. Hope you learned your Sesame Street. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 13. So 13 is 200 damage going into this Lugia now. 3, 6, 9, 12, and 13. So right now we're doing 200. It's fine, you know. I don't think that math is going to matter at the end of the day. They're now able to knock out anything on the board. So if I am Brian, do I retreat this Lugia? It's a big question, right? Like, whatever you send up is going to get knocked out. But now that this Roaring Moon does not have an ancient booster, do you send up the Snorlax? Just do it now before you have to deal with the ancient booster nonsense. The count 13. Exactly. Today's number is, just thinning out the deck here, getting out that Lugia. I doubt we'll see the Lugia actually come into play. I will say we do see I think the Collapse Stadium stayed in hand. So that is always an option here for Brian if he does retreat, play the Collapse Stadium, and then just get rid of the Lugia as a 2 prize option altogether. That certainly would be an interesting play. Red, let me see. I couldn't see what you chatted. It's a laughing emoji. Okay, excellent. Okay, so just choosing to take the knockout with the Lugia here. Interesting. So Brian just choosing the 1 prize card, choosing to leave the Lugia out there. I have thoughts, but I don't know Brian's hand. And Brian has been playing a lot of Lugia to great effect lately, so I can't question too much. Probably, honestly, just prioritizing energy, because retreating means discarding an energy, and that might make the difference at the end of the game. In Lugia, energy management is a huge aspect of winning and losing, especially against a single prize deck. So Sada being pulled out with a Pokegear, so we will see a follow-up knockout this turn, likely the following turn as well. And I will be interested to see if that Ancient Booster in hand, I imagine that will also come down to force maybe the Chinchino out rather than the Snorlax. Depending on how many Ancient Boosters are left, that also might make a difference. Excellent. Using that one of Superior Energy Retrieval to get some energy out of the discard, back into the hand, so you can keep using the single attachment per turn. Interesting. Choosing just 2 energy there. Discarding 1 with Radiant Greninja to draw. Pretty low deck there for Gavin, but that's ultimately what Ancient Box wants late in the game. Just shuffling things back in with Pal Pad and Super Rod, drawing into exactly what you need. Gavin is not attached for turns, so fully powered up. Super Rodding back in, probably 2 Roaring Moons. Maybe an energy? No, just the 2 Roaring Moons for now. And after Gavin takes these prizes, he's going to need, I think he'll have enough Roaring Moons after that to finish out the game. So just getting everything out of the deck, saying, hey, I'm going to have my entire board set up so that I have enough attackers for the game. That will never be an issue. Collapse Stadium is not going to catch Gavin off guard. I like this, playing down the Ancient Booster. Taking the knockout. Okay. Gavin taking 2 prizes there, going down to 3 prizes, ahead in the prize trade. 6, 9, 12, 13 again. After shuffling some of those back, still at 13. Gavin's shirt is a Rotom Boombox. Yeah, it is. Gavin had an excellent shirt during our interview earlier. So let's see what Brian follows up with. Yeah, smart of Brian to bring up the Chinchino. And it will need more energy. Let's see how many energy are left in the deck. Are there no energy left in the deck? Ooh. Oh, there's 1. There's a Jet Energy. A bit awkward, though, because the lack of energy, it's gonna make for an awkward game, depending on if there's any Ancient Boosters left in the deck for Gavin. There may not be, but if there is 1 and the only attacker left is Snorlax, it will not be able to KO a Roaring Moon. So seeming like there are very, very few energy left in the deck. I think Gavin is in a very good spot right now to take this game. Just because of resource management, right? It's unfortunate. Lugia does have to use a decent amount of those resources. I think just deciding, Brian, like what matters, what he should do. I don't know if there's another Minchino or Chinchino, but you definitely need to get another attacker ready. I don't know if he's got the energy for it, but assuming the energy exists, just getting one ready so you can at least try. There's even a world, if you really are low on energy, where you can maybe throw up a Lugia for like a late game Hail Mary, but I don't know. Maybe that's probably not a great idea. Okay, it looks like there's at least 1 energy left in the deck. But that looks to be it, just the 1. I do see a Minchino. There might be a Chinchino in the deck as well. Let's look through with Brian. There might be 1. Oof. Yeah, I just don't think the Lugia deck is designed for this matchup. It's not designed to take on this sort of single prize approach. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think the only thing that he's got to hope on is that, yep, taking another prize there for Brian. I think the main thing he's got to hope is that Gavin just runs out of gas, right? He just whiffs a Sada on the exact turn that he needs, and he has an attacker that can get through. that is, I think, at this point, what Brian's really got to be hoping for. But we have not seen a Pal Pad played yet from Gavin. Odds are that is coming. There it is, right there. Pal Pad. Boom. Like, as I speak. And that's exactly what Brian does not want to see, is 2 more Sadas going right back into that deck. Just ready to rock and roll. Ready to keep those Roaring Moons powered up forever. So we'll see. You're getting a shuffle here. I wonder if the shuffle is because there is going to be a Pokegear coming. Because Gavin he doesn't need to Sada this turn technically, but it would be beneficial. Yep, there's the Pokegear. It's like I'm playing the deck. Or it's like Gavin is just confirming how good of a player I am. I appreciate you, Gavin. Oh. So Sada coming in will be able to attach 2 energy to 1 to each of those Roaring Moons on the bench. And knowing that there's 1 more Sada in the deck, it's very likely that he'll be able to find the last Sada in the deck to close out this game. So now it does come down. There's a small world. I will say this. There's a small world because Gavin did not shuffle in the penny. There's a small world if Brian sees it. If Gavin runs out of energy, it's a pretty tough one, but if Gavin runs out of energy where you can boss the Radiant Greninja and hope that Gavin decks out. It's a long shot. It is very much a long shot, but that I think is Brian's out at this point because energy-wise, I just don't think he's going to be able to cut through. Gavin is doing enough damage to knock out the Snorlax. There's not enough energy left in deck to power up this Chinchino, so I think that is Brian's last out. Is stalling until he can trap the Radiant Greninja. And we'll see. There might be another Super Rod. I think this deck usually plays 2, so it's a pretty slim chance. But just trying to call it like I see it. The one option, the one shot he's got. Now, for those of you at home, Brian is 4-1. Gavin is in the seniors division, so not playing for a top 8 spot necessarily, but Brian is certainly playing for a top 8. So 4-2 might bubble. Could bubble in, could bubble out. I would imagine Brian's resistance is decent, given his record, but yeah, just opting to take the knockout here. The follow-up play, there's a Super Rod, so yeah, just getting rid of cards, looking through the deck, there's no energy, but there is the Super Rod in hand, so I don't think there's an option for Brian at this point. Yep, there's the Sada, there's drawing 3. Yeah, it's tough. The Ancient Booster effectively means there's not going to be any way for Brian to get enough energy to knock it out. And I think that'll wrap it up, unfortunately. Interesting. Choosing to Pokestop there. I guess just trying to thin out the decks. There's nothing in there that could be a problem. And then you Super Rod. I would Super Rod an energy back in here if I was Gavin. But I guess he can Super Rod it in at a later time and be fine. Let's see if Brian sees the potential out, or if this is one last hurrah for the deck. Attaching the Jet energy from hand always feels bad. Bossing the Radiant Greninja. So Brian does see the play. Brian very much does see the out, but drawing 1 card, hoping, and then there's the Super Rod. So 3 energy, just 1 energy back in the deck. You don't need all 3. Oh, you're just going to put 3 in. It doesn't matter. Knowing that the Chinchino is not there to knock anything out. The Chinchino is just there to stall. Yep. GG's. Gavin takes it there, holding on to that last Super Rod to ensure that the boss stall tactic did not play out the way that Brian was hoping. Tough stuff for Lugia there. Tough stuff. I think, honestly, the biggest moment was the turn when Brian was not able to KO that that Roaring Moon early in the game. Missing it by 10 energy, that was the game. Because Gavin did not have a Sada. He top deck a Guidance, so he wouldn't have been able to attack. The Guidance would have gotten him maybe more cards, but if that's another Roaring Moon down, right, that's a turn difference on the clock. And it's also a whole Chinchino with energy that gets an extra attack. So that really was it. That's what it came down to. But it be like that sometimes. I want to interview Brian. I don't want to rub salt on the wound. But I do want to interview, because we've talked to Gavin already. But I want to interview Brian. I want to know if he remembers the moment. I want to know what was going through his head. So stay right there, and we'll see if we can get Brian over here if he's not too upset about it, too salty about it. So hold on real quick, folks. So, I'll face this that way. Brian, all right. I was talking with the chat, and I think we all know the moment. We all know the moment.
Yep.
What didn't you notice in that moment?
The double turbo. I did not notice there was a double turbo. I messed up.
No, it's fine. Look, I think it's important that people, like, you've been playing Lugia a lot. Mm-hmm. I think this matchup, I don't know if have you played this matchup much at all?
No, I've never played this matchup as like me playing with the Lugia deck. So
it's a hard matchup.
Yeah.
I think it's a very tough, because your deck, it takes a lot of resources for your deck, and I saw at the end there, I was like, I don't think Ryan has enough energy left to close this out. And just because going through all those single prizers, and the single prizers being 140 to 200 is just like, stop.
Yeah, it's rough. And then I prized 2 of the missed energies, and I needed them towards the end. But
you need that extra energy on the Chinchino, yeah. Like there was that moment when you did the attack. I was right before you did the attack. I was like, because I saw you couldn't see Gavin's hand, but I could. Gavin had nothing. He top decked the Explorer's Guidance, and there was a thought in my mind. I was like, there's no energy on that second moon. And if that first one goes down this turn, then Gavin doesn't have a response. And so, like, it sucked knowing that in retrospect. But like, yeah, it was just like, there was definitely the moment too of like, I was like, is it the double turbo or was it the 60 plus on the booster that got it twisted for you?
It was both, because I thought it did 50 or something like lower than 60. I didn't know it was 60.
I said on chat, I was like, maybe like his Bravery Charm is in your brain.
Yeah.
And Bravery Charm is 50. So.
Yeah, I definitely misplayed that one. I don't know if it would have been a different result, but
it's hard to say, because it is still a single prize deck, so it still would have taken you a bunch of turns, and so. But I do like at the end of the game, I was telling Chad, I was like, there's one out. If Gavin has no energy in deck, which he didn't, and if he doesn't have the last Super Rod, and I was like, and you saw it, and you were like, okay. And that, I think, is another lesson. It's like sometimes your win con at the very end of the game flips, and you're like, wait, there's a Greninja that he can't Sada to. That's my out.
Yeah, I was going for it. I hope he decks out, but he had the rod in hand, and I was like, it hurts.
It's a moment, too, where it could have been, you never know, it could have been the last prize.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of like, dang.
Yeah.
You know, it could have been on Gavin's shoe, too, to be like, I should have saved that one energy that I, because he's superior for only 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and when he did that, I was like, bold.
Because, like, there was another thought in my head, too. It's like, I was going to play the research earlier than I did, because I was searching for an Iono at first.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, if I have the Iono, then I can just, like, mess up whatever he's going to do next, and he's just going to draw 1. But then he only had one card or nothing in there pretty much. And I
Yeah.
was like, you know what, let me go with this play because I top decked the boss.
Yeah.
So I was like, let me try this one out. If it hits, it hits. If not, then
The boss was 100% the right play.
Yeah.
Just because, like, you know, at that point, to your point, there's like so small of a deck that it's like I think the sneakiest option, when he went to one card in deck or whatever, it's like, and if he had no cards in hand, no, because he didn't, but if he did, it would be like Roxanne, draw 2. Oh, you lose. That would have been filthy. But
yeah.
that was not the case. But I'm confident. I feel like you'll make top 8 no matter what, because I think your resistance is pretty good. So excited to see a Lugia in top 8. Have you played any Charizards today?
Yes, I've played one Charizard and I rolled the Zard.
You rolled it, okay.
I rolled the Zard.
Just like playing me. just roll the Zard.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason I didn't play today. Is I've been rolled with Zard too much over the last 2 days. I'm tired. I don't want to get rolled no more.
Yeah, that's the one matchup I do want. I don't like the mirror matches with
Yeah.
Lugia. It's whoever sets up faster. It's like you pretty much got the game.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
Well, thank you for chatting with us.
Thank you for having me.
And good luck. Fingers crossed you make top 8, and good luck when you get there.
All right.
All right.
See you around.
All right. Turn this back that way. Well, cool beans, chat. I'll give us a little break now before top 8, and then we'll come back with some top 8 action.
All right, we're gonna have Dialga against Jan. We just saw Jan 2 rounds ago, but I can't remember what he was playing. Maybe it was Chien-Pao? He's got a Chien-Pao mat, so I'm gonna say he was playing Chien-Pao. But yeah. Let me move the camera again as well. Okay. All right. Hey, we back for some top 8 action. Let's go. Okay, let me just. Let's see here. Let's see what we can do.
Sean, I got your gift.
Hey.
All the top cut deck list.
Oh, huzzah! Thank you.
You knitting these?
Yes. No.
Did you knit the inside?
No, it's stuffing. Yeah. Fiber. Polyfiber.
We're gonna break down the tables, okay?
I'll get started.
No, it's not possible. I'm gonna take it out.
Should. Make up back.
All right. So, tell your friends, tell everybody we got top 8. The good stuff. This is the good stuff. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't think we like that. But yeah, I get what you mean. All right. About ready to start here. Yes, it is Chien-Pao versus Dialga. I have the deck list here, so any questions you have about what kind of deck they're running, let me know. If you want that inside scoop onto how to play Dialga, or that inside scoop onto what makes Chien-Pao the coldest deck out there, just hit me up with the questions. About ready to start here. On the left, Peter. Peter is the one playing Dialga. Jan is the one playing Chien-Pao with the Chien-Pao mat, if you were wondering. So just looking at the list right here, we're going for a full 4-4 line of Metang in the Origin form Dialga, with Dialga being the only attacker, with the exception of Mew EX sometimes. But really, that's it. Pretty straightforward, hyper consistency, 17 metal energy in the deck, and 3 bosses. So really relying on Research Iono to draw into everything you need, and then the bosses to get that, 2-turn craziness. I will say that Jan's deck is weak. It's important to remember that Chien-Pao is weak to metal. So that might play a role in how easy or difficult it is to knock things out. Additionally, does this Chien-Pao use Lady? That's a good question. Let me check. I would doubt it. It has Irida, but it does not run Lady. Nope. It runs Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking and Irida and Iono as its main supporter. So, yeah, unfortunately, no Lady in here. I think if I'm Peter, the best way to probably take down this deck is to use your extra turn combo to knock out Baxcalibur, knock out another Baxcalibur, just put Chien-Pao back to the Stone Age, and then say go. The answer will be they can't do anything about it, and then you will just win from there. I think that's probably the easiest line that Dialga has. Yeah, that would be my guess. Is because otherwise it's just a 2-prize match, back and forth, which is exactly what Chien-Pao usually wants. But it may not matter. It might be like take out a Chien-Pao, call it a day, right? But Jan will need to be clever about not putting down more than 1 2-prizer at a time then. So let's see who goes first here. It looks like Peter. Nope. Who's going first? Oh, we're waiting.
Okay, looks like Peter is going first, which is good for Dialga. Very good. They are going to have a whole extra turn to set up before Baxcalibur even comes down. Playing the Ultra Ball here, probably getting out, I imagine, a Beldum. You know that, okay, Radiant Greninja, another option, interesting. Because I guess if you draw into the Buddy Poffin, but I don't know if we're playing Buddy Poffin in this list. It may be that it's just Nest Ball, just Nest Ball and Ultra Ball, no Buddy Poffins. So prioritizing just getting whatever Pokemon you want out rather than just 70 HPers. So Ultra Balling for the Greninja, likely going to draw off of this Greninja, hoping to draw into another Nest Ball, just anything to get Beldum down. But if we whiff a Beldum here, then that is another, no Buddy Poffin in this list. I think it's because Dialga V-Star, and Greninja are not searchable, or Metang. So with 17 energies, you got to make some sacrifices, and Buddy Poffin seems to have been the sacrifice here. Not finding any Beldum, though, is pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Because that means that Peter is not going to be able to take a knockout on the second turn, because I only have 2 energy on, and it does 40, I believe. Let me pull up Dialga here. I believe the first attack, it does 40 plus 40 more for each energy. So actually, 2 energy does do 120 with weakness, 240. So 2 energy can actually knock out a Chien-Pao for Peter, but that doesn't mean you still don't want those Beldums down to, get that extra turn when you need it. So, see here, Irida, Jan playing the Irida, getting the Buddy Poffin themselves. The card that, maybe Peter wishes, I don't know if he wishes, but it would have been nice for him on that last turn to get Beldums down. Let's see if it prioritizes, knowing your opponent's not about to take an extra turn, I think it's okay to prioritize Bidoof Frigibax, but knowing your deck is all Frigibax all day, I would like to think of getting a second Frigibax down just in case. We'll see. I wonder how much Jan is aware or thinking about the weakness coming into play and taking out that Chien-Pao turn 2. Just the possibility of it, right? Because I don't know, it's not often that you sit there and think to yourself, 2 energy attack can knock out my Chien-Pao. But weirdly enough, the typing, the weakness is just weird enough. So shuffling up, Radiant Greninja to draw 2, hopefully getting into another Buddy Poffin. We see what looks like a Hisuian Heavy Ball, so maybe there's a Frigibax in the prizes. Let's see if that is a card. Maybe it's an Ultra Ball and I'm just wildin'. But choosing to just attach an energy and pass, there's the Dialga, there's the energy, there's the Super Rod for 2 energy and the Metang. Not particularly helpful, but that is going to be enough, I'm pretty sure, to take down the Chien-Pao. Let's just bring that up again real quick to double confirm. It's a 40 plus, not a 40 times. 40 more damage for each, so yeah, that'll be 120 with weakness, 240. So looks like a research being played there. So Peter's probably going to be able to start getting much better set up. Looks to draw into a decent number of Pokemon. There's at least one Beldum. I like this, 1 Beldum, 1 Dialga V-Star, just in case there's a follow-up knockout. Good news for Jan is that his Frigibax is safe this turn, most likely. So that is helpful. So love to see another Beldum, but unfortunately, no. Just taking the 2 prizes with the weakness. Jan now realizing it's a 40 plus, so 120 times 2, 240. But definitely rough there for Jan, that realization. Because now you're down on prizes. One of your 2 Chien-Paos is dead, and you don't have a lot left. I will say here, though, there is a small world in which this, you maybe look at this Radiant Greninja to just do some damage control on Beldum. There is no Manaphy on board. So if Jan can take care of that Beldum, maybe put a little damage into the benched Dialga V, buy yourself a turn, take one prize, and just make it a little awkward for your opponent. You know, slows it down a little bit. I think you're in a pretty tough spot otherwise. Drawing 2 cards off of that Radiant Greninja. Do believe we see, I think, is that the Maximum Belt or the Prime Catcher? Can't remember which card is which. Hard to tell with that one. Debating, I think, playing Irida or Iono. Okay, Irida. I like this. I would not grab Chien-Pao just because it could get bossed very easily. But I do like the idea, maybe putting it in hand, but not putting it on board would be a good idea. But I don't think Peter's deck is playing a... Yeah, Peter's deck is not playing a Manaphy either. So could be very much a liability over time. Interesting. Choosing to bench the Chien-Pao there. Maybe he's got a line to knocking out this Dialga. If he does, I think that's certainly a good option. Hard to see it. It does require a lot of energy. You would need 5 energy discarded, plus 1 for the retreat, most likely. But if you take that down and there's only 1 Metang on board, still 1 Metang, if you have the Dialga V-Star and 1 Metang, it's just, you just need to hit 1 energy. And that knocks out a second Chien-Pao. You're already behind on the, it feels rough. I don't know. We'll see what Jan decides to do from here, though. So opting to Ultra Ball for that Bibarel, kind of the engine of the deck. Okay, choosing to attach and retreat. I imagine just going back in, getting 2 energy out. We'll be able to get at least, I think that's 2 in the discard from Jan, so at least 2 more energy from the discard with the Superior, and then drawing some more cards with the Bidoof. So it's more and more likely that we're going to see a knockout here. What ace spec is in Dialga? In Dialga, we have Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher is the ace spec of choice for Dialga. So no extra damage, no extra HP in Dialga. So attaching 2. Pokestop here. I imagine hoping for Earthen Vessel and or energy retrieval, maybe. There's a Ditto and energy. Actually, 2 energy in the discard is perfectly fine. That's weirdly, because you have the Superior in hand, that's almost better. That way you just use, and the Ditto is absolutely, although I do love the Ditto being played here. I want it to see more of a home in other decks. Interesting. So we are seeing a little tech here. I believe that is the Hisuian, is it Baskia Legion that is being played? Is that correct? No, Kyogre. Interesting. Okay. There is a Kyogre in this Chien-Pao list, which I have not seen before. But yeah, attaching all the energy, drawing a bunch of cards with Bibarel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, putting an extra one onto the Radiant Greninja, just knowing that there might be an option to take some cheeky prizes. But yeah, taking 2 prizes right back is Jan. We have the evolution. We have another. We have an energy. Is there a Metang play? There's a Mew EX in hand, so definitely seeing if we can thin our hand down. Nope, just a, okay. That's still not bad. Just another research. Getting a bunch of cards down, not giving an easy knockout to Chien-Pao. Can we find a Metang, though? That is definitely the question. Radiant Greninja to draw 2. Peter really, there's a 4/4 line in this deck, and he's really struggled to find any sort of setup. I do believe, is that a Metang in hand or another Beldum? There's something in hand. That much we know. So let's see where he opts to use this Ultra Ball, it looks like. He'd definitely be able to get the knockout here. And now the question is, does Peter just see an easy line in getting Metang? And if he can hit 1 energy every turn, and if his only thing he has to go through is a Chien-Pao every turn, again, this just favors Peter, because Peter is ahead in the prize race. So Nest Ball, I imagine grabbing another Beldum. Unfortunate that he does not have a Manaphy in this deck, but Metang is, I believe, 100 HP, and that is just out of range of the Radiant Greninja attack. So you might be able to kill one Beldum, you will not be able to kill both. All right, Super Rotting back in 3 energy to make that Metang, a little bit more viable in terms of how many energy it can hit. There is the tiniest world, for those of you keeping count, that Metang hits 4 energy, and then he immediately just goes into the V-Star attack. But I am going to emphasize the tiniest possibility. Almost not possible, but technically possible. So we're going to use that Metang ability, it looks like. There we go, 2 energy. So 2 energy is more than enough. Deciding to put just 1 on the Dialga V-Star, knowing that's all he needs to knock out this Chien-Pao, prioritizing 1 on the other, knowing that any follow-up attack, any follow-up knockout is going to have to go through, it's going to have to be done with Chien-Pao and go through that Dialga V-Star. So all you need is 1 energy and a Dialga V-Star to win the game if you're Peter. Peter taking those 2 prizes. Putting another Bidoof down, just trying to thin the hand down for Jan, it seems, just so that they can draw as many cards as possible. It's an interesting spot. I wonder, do you boss something up that's not useful? If that's the Prime Catcher in hand, which is what it looks like. Okay, we're going to Super Rod the Chien-Pao, maybe both Chien-Pao and an energy back in. Chien-Pao and Kyogre, okay, interesting. Oh, Chien-Pao and Baxcalibur, just in case your current Baxcalibur gets knocked out. Chien-Pao, Baxcalibur, and 1 energy. We are waiting to see what they do. They're not shuffling, so maybe there's just a nest ball in hand to go grab that Chien-Pao. The Iron Hand's not particularly meaningful in this matchup, unfortunately. To me, the only thought about that Iron Hands would be if you can put enough damage onto... Yo, thank you so much. Welcome in. We back, baby. The only thought I have here is there's a small world in which we see Radiant Greninja, no 2 prizers come down. Radiant Greninja knocks out the Beldum and puts some damage onto the basic Dialga with a follow-up Prime Catcher to knock it out with Iron Hands. I don't know if Dialga V is 220 or 210, though. 120 is not going to get there if it's 220. But if it's just 210, there is a world where you take 1 prize and then 3 prizes, right?
Alex, which one's top 8? Another prize pack?
Okay. Interesting. Choosing to go this route. 230 is beefy. It's not going to be knockoutable by Dialga V because Dialga just does 220, depending on how many metal energy they get, right? So choosing to take 2 prizes from Jan off of this, most likely. We have to see how they have to be able to get enough energy in hand. So I don't mind grabbing the Chien-Pao, but I also would not put it down. I understand the fear of, not having it, but the second you put it down, you open yourself up to an easy boss KO. If it's doing 40 plus, let's say they hit 2 energy off of Metang plus 1 from hand, that puts them at 5, which is still enough to knock out your... So you gotta hope that either they don't have another Metang or that another Metang only hits 1 energy. That is your hope. If you take this knockout, right? You need to take the knockout first, but... And he still has a Pokestop. So if he's looking for the superior, I don't know if we've played a supporter for turn. I don't think we have. I think we've played the Ace Spec. Is that correct? Yeah, I think we played the Prime Catcher. Yeah, I don't... Did that Bidoof come down this turn? Yeah, I think that Bidoof... I can't remember. Stream, did the Bidoof come down this turn? I can't remember. There's a world in which I say yes, but it's hard to remember these things. Maybe not. But he's just choosing to get, yep, the Superior and the Frigibacks. I like this play. Although bench locking yourself like this is a little awkward, because if you don't have, well, you can always maybe boss up the last Metang or Beldum or whatever if you survive. But I do understand putting down the Frigibacks, because if the Baxcalibur gets knocked out, you don't really have much of a response. It's interesting. It's a tough spot for Jan, right? It's a pretty delicate balance, and you're still not guaranteed. Ooh, interesting. Discarding the Chien-Pao. Don't know if I love that, but I guess if you assume that maybe there's another Chien-Pao in hand, but okay, just whoa, attaching a lot of energy all over the place, basically trapping that energy from the perspective of Chien-Pao. Taking that knockout, okay, taking those 2 prizes for Jan on that Metang. So the question for Peter is, can he? That Bidoof did come down that turn. Interesting. Well, not much we can do about it now. It's up to the players, and unfortunately, I can't go back on the stream, and I can't remember for sure. So I can't say for sure. It was a long turn, but it is what it is at this point. It's also up to the players to maintain game state, and I am not the judge. So sometimes if I catch something immediately, then I can say it, but otherwise. So we're switching. We're prime catchering the Bidoof up. I do like the fact that there was no Chien-Pao on the board, because that would have just ended the game. And then we are looking at, is this the top 4 from the Metang? What is this? What is this? Is Iono? Is that what was played? I'm confused. Okay, just the 1. So it was the Metang. So it did just get the 1 energy. But this is a tough one. All of your opponent's energy is now just sort of trapped away behind these corridors. So maybe if you're Peter, do you just pass? Because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 in the discard, 7. So there's only 2 energy left, 1 in the discard and 1 unaccounted for. And so there's definitely a world in which you don't even take the knockout if you're Peter. You just leave this Bidoof trapped, say, you have nothing that can knock me out, and I'm going to force you to find that last 2 energy in your deck. Otherwise, I'm just going to win with a V-Star on the following turn. So we will see. We will see what Peter chooses to do here. Because I do think taking the knockout, it does open you up to the Chien-Pao play. You could retreat one of the energy. Yeah. So yeah, Peter doing exactly that. Just choosing to leave that Pokemon in the active, knowing that all of this energy is trapped elsewhere on the board, effectively. And if 1 energy is prized, just 1, because I'm pretty sure, let's see if Jan's deck, how many energy? 8 water, 1 lightning. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 water on the field, 1 in the discard. So if there's no more water in deck, if that last water is in the prizes, Jan is stuck, right? Like, I'm trying to see a way out, because Bidoof does cost 2 to retreat. We've already played our prime catcher for the turn, for the game. And and yeah, there's no way to pick the Pokemon up. So if that energy truly is trapped, Peter can just actually just wait it out, not even bother, right? Yep, bench Bidoof, benched Iron Hands, prime catchered Rain Greninja, and a Bibarel is also put into play. I mean, look, I will say this. The Bibarel coming down and it not getting caught actually is worse for Jan at this point, because it's a 2 retreat versus a 1 retreat cost. So the misplay, even though it seems like it might have been a net, like a bad thing for Peter, it was actually a net positive. So weirdly enough. So as long as Peter has more cards in his deck, he's probably not going to play this. He's probably just going to wait until he has a boss. Because the second he has a boss, it doesn't matter. He just bosses up the... Yep. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, my guess is that last energy is just in the prizes, which, you know, possible. There's 2 prizes left, so if it's not, it could be a problem. Yeah, you got 4 energy there. He's doing the look. He's doing the Yeah, once you get to 5 energy on that guy, he'll be able to knock anything out. So the only play back for Jan is to maybe try to trap something of Peter's in the active, but I don't see how that's possible at this point. So here's another example of why you should not spread your energy. Oh, wait. I guess he did have the last energy, so he did find it. Okay, interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I don't typically like spreading my energy unnecessarily because what just happened there, if that 1 energy was prized, he loses. Because he would have been trapped. It's 2 retreat cost. Yeah. But he did find the last energy, so the problem is I don't think there's any way for him to take a knockout this turn. So you can't counter catcher. You can't knock out this Dialga. This Dialga is going to have 1 energy, take an extra turn, or just knock it out for 2 prizes. Yeah. GG's. That's game 1 going to Peter. Okay. Game 1 going to Peter. So good news here. This is a best of 3. So we'll get to see how Jan adjusts now, having played against it, now having understood maybe what Peter's strategy is a little bit better. And having seen, you know, maybe some of his own, you know, mistakes, things he might have done differently. So I will say, though, if you are the Chien-Pao player, the setup that Peter had was pretty bad. And you probably can't hope for that bad of a setup again. And like we saw there, the weakness, I think the benefit here is Jan, I'm assuming, is going to choose to go first, which is going to be huge for Jan because just the Dialga V-Star needing 2 energy to knock out your Chien-Paos is wild. That's not really tenable for a Chien-Pao player. So I will say this. Jan going first, if I'm Jan in this matchup, I probably actually prioritize Radiant Greninja knocking out the Beldums before they can evolve. That would be my response. Is if my opponent gets 2 Beldums down and no Manaphy's, knowing that he doesn't play Manaphy. We know that he doesn't, but he doesn't. If you take out those Beldums with Radiant Greninja and force your opponent, like if he's never able to get there, 2 energy is not going to knock out a Radiant Greninja. Weird enough. 2 energy does 120. Radiant Greninja is 130. So you could basically hold your opponent's board hostage for 2 turns, saying, you will never get a Beldum down, you will never get a Metang line out. I think that is probably how Jan plays this second game. That would be my gut. That would be how I would play it. But what do I know? Look, all of this is like to say, it's easy to say this in a vacuum. But whatever you have in your hand is what you have to work with sometimes. So, but that would be the perfect line. Okay, game 2 underway. We have a Nest Ball going for Radiant Greninja. Hopefully we can find a. Just checking the prizes here. We do have Radiant Greninja. We do have Prime Catcher. We do have a couple of Baxcaliburs and Frigibacks. Overall, I would say, prize-wise, it's not too bad. I don't know how much energy is in the prizes. Let's see, 1, 2. Oh, might be a lot of energy in the prizes. That could be a problem. So definitely prioritize taking those 2 knockouts on Beldums if possible. Okay. Nice, getting a couple energy out with the Earthen Vessel feels good. Just trying to thin the deck out as much as possible, looking for the buddy Poffins. And if we can find those, I think we're in great shape. You don't need a Chien-Pao. You just need a Frigibax, maybe 2. Probably 2. You get 2 Frigibacks out this early, that would be golden. If you don't get a Frigibax this turn, I think it's almost like Peter got to go first. So we'll see. Does this result in a buddy Poffin? Is it an Ultra Ball? Is it anything to find a Frigibax? That's literally all we need. Okay, there was a couple of Ultra Balls actually, which is interesting. I don't know if I would get rid of both Ultra Balls. Yeah, he might have been thinking about getting rid of 2 Ultra Balls there, but I think this is better. Just play 1 Ultra Ball, 1 Bidoof, go and get yourself the Frigibax, and try to relax, just knowing that, like, look, next turn it looks like you have an Irida in hand. So that way, if you don't get Iono'd, you can Irida for Rare Candy, Excalibur, Ultra Ball for Bibarel, attach, retreat into Radiant Greninja, Bibarel to fill your hand back up, right? Like, that's the play. So, just the pass there. I like that. Holding a not huge hand. Okay, we got 1 Beldum down. Do we get a second? Radiant Greninja, drawing 2. Do you have an Ultra Ball? Depending on the supporter of choice, let's see here. Is there a Lumineon in the deck? Probably not, but yeah, there is. There's 1 Lumineon in this deck. So, opting for the Dialga here, understandable. I assume that there's the supporter in the hand, but yeah, I understand why the Lumineon doesn't come down, because it's a 3-prize problem for whatchamacallit for. Okay, there's the Iono. Yep. I mean, look, you do what you can if you're in Jan's position, but you got the Frigibax, and your opponent's going to draw a bunch of cards, hopefully find their way into some more Beldums, and then if you're Jan, you just hope that you get, a little bit of what you need. So another Dialga. Is there another Beldum? Or does Peter prioritize only doing 1 Beldum at a time, knowing that 2 Beldum signals to Jan that Radiant Greninja is the right option? That's an interesting thought, right? If you go 1 Beldum at a time, it makes Radiant Greninja plays feel a little worse, but even still, I think I take that, knowing that my opponent will not be able to knock out a Radiant Greninja in response. It just is not possible. So if that's the situation, I think I still, if I'm in Jan's place, take that Beldum. You give yourself a whole extra turn to set up. You force your opponent into awkward situations where maybe you can Chien-Pao the Dialga with all the energy. Yeah. So Jan now drawing for turn. Interesting. He does have the Prime Catcher in hand already. So it's an interesting thought about trapping maybe the Dialga with no energy in the active. There's the Buddy Poffin. I like that. Get another Frigibax. And then maybe, I think the Bidoof is in the discard. So maybe you just get 1 more Frigibax and then call it. It's not really another point to grab a different card. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. There is a Chien-Pao. I don't love playing the Chien-Pao now, though, because you don't need it. But, I don't know what his hand is like. Maybe there's an energy issue. Let's see what we got here. Is this an Ultra Ball play? Yeah. We're going to Ultra Ball. And I wonder here, do you Ultra Ball? Do we have Lumineon in this deck? Because if we do, then I probably Irida. But let's see here. We got no Lumineon. So, yeah, grabbing the Bibarel does make sense, sans Lumineon. The Bibarel is going to definitely let you draw 3 cards at minimum. The question is, do you play the Prime Catcher before the Bibarel play? I'm not sure. Is that a Excalibur in hand? Ugh. An Irida would have been so good there. But, so Prime Catchering, oh, interesting. Choosing to go after the Dialga and go into the Chien-Pao. Okay. Drawing 4. Do we find the Rare Candy or the Irida? We did find the Irida. There we go. So now we have the Rare Candy. We have 2 energy at least. So what is Dialga? Is Dialga 220?
Yeah.
Okay. So 4 energy, or is it 210? It's 4 energy, his point is. So you need 4 energy. I don't know. It might be hard, though, for Jan to hit that 4 energy number. You can get 2 with, yeah, get 2 out of there. You could put 1 away, and if you've got superior energy retrieval, then yeah. But I do wonder, right, leaving this Beldum alive just feels bad. the thought process there was like Radiant Greninja. It cannot be knocked out by Dialga V-Star on turn 2 if there's no Metang, because the most it can do is 120. So leaving the Beldum, I understand the prize race math of like if they're always, it's 6-6 right now. Yeah, it's game 1. But knowing that Dialga only ever needs 2 energy to knock out the Chien-Pao.
That's true.
But you know, hey, if it's a 2 prize versus 2 prize the whole game, I guess if you're Chien-Pao, you're happy just, you know, taking 2 prizes, doing that game, playing that game, right? So, but you gotta know that Dialga eventually, if you get Beldums and Metangs out, Dialga's eventually going to take 2 turns, and that's the difference. That's the difference in the game right there. Okay, sending up the other Dialga. Let's see if Peter. He did have the Dialga V-Star. He's got 2 Nest Balls. So at this point, I guess going for a Dialga and a Beldum. There is a thought though from Peter of the second you put the second Beldum down, you need a Metang. Otherwise, the Radiant Greninja play is too juicy.
Oh yeah.
So, okay. Oh, interesting. Choosing maybe just 1 Dialga out of 2 Nest Balls. Interesting. I wonder how Peter imagines coming back when you're behind on the prizes like this. Because it would be wonderful if Metang's attack did enough damage to knock out, but it does not. So
Would be nice.
that would be nice. But it don't be like, okay, no, there we go. He already had it in hand. So just playing them, yeah, it's a Mew, which drew him into the Metang. There we go. So how many energy are we getting? 0. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why? Somebody send this man a care package.
Yeah, literally.
No energy. When you run 17 energy in your deck, and your deck, and your deck is like, hey, you want to hit 1? No.
That's crazy.
That's rude.
That's crazy.
I made space for you in my life, Metal Energy, and what did you do? You weren't there for me when I needed you. Okay. So net, this Dialga ain't doing nothing this turn. It's doing 80, which is 160, because it's a 1 energy attack. But that don't help you none.
Weakness, no?
Yeah. But that don't help you none. 180 means nothing. So 160, I should say. Yeah, 160. But still, it's like, ugh. Nobody wants to put 160 on a Chien-Pao. What's the point of that?
What is it?
I guess.
220?
Yeah. I guess you could follow up with Metang now.
You could.
You could.
have Metang.
You know, you got options. Maybe that's what Peter's hoping. I mean, look, 280 on that Dialga V-Star, that's a beefy boy. So
Hard to knock out.
it does take 5 energy. But Chien-Pao can go fish out 2 energy. I believe there's a superior energy retrieval in hand. So I'm pretty sure we got there. How many energy? Oh, is that a 0 energy? One energy left in deck. Okay. So one water left in deck. Looks like he's eyeing up that Kyogre. Now, what is the Kyogre? It's from Crown Zenith.
Which
There's a
Kyogre?
Yeah,
Is
there's a
that the one
Kyogre.
from,
That
oh, no,
rotated.
that rotated.
I'm gonna go look this up. Hold up real quick, chat. Let me just let me look up this Kyogre and let you know.
What Kyogre?
It's Crown Zenith Kyogre, apparently. Let's see what this Kyogre be doing. Where you at? Where you at, Crown Zenith? No.
Order it by
Oh,
most
by
recent.
card. Oh, Lord of mercy. No, there's no most recent. Trash. Well, we'll see when it happens. I'm gonna Irida here. So, looks like Radiant Greninja drew a couple cards. We got 1 energy out with Chien-Pao, so that's all the water energy done. And now the question is, Irida can definitely get you the superior. And then there's the Kyogre. What does that Kyogre do? Okay, so this Kyogre, Crown Zenith, it has Wave Summoning, Search your deck for a water energy. That's trash. Dynamic Wave. Put 3 energy attached to this Pokemon into your hand. It does 180 to one of your opponent's Pokemon, which is perfect. Which is perfect for that Mew. That Mew EX. The Kyogre does hit the Mew. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chubb. Adam, welcome in. Welcome in.
Gives us.
Yeah, look at that. It's like I'm not sitting on a computer and I can't look this up. No, Peter does not run TM Evo. No, he just goes for the straight 4/4s of all the stuff he needs. Yep. The Mew Snipe is a good target for that. It leaves a single prizer in the active, which is huge for this deck.
Never would have thought about running the Kyogre.
Now there's 4 energy in hand, but I don't think 1, 2, 3. Is that 5 energy? Oh, it's always he's going for the full 5. Okay, taking the knockout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like this play because what you're basically telling your opponent is you can either leave the Chien-Pao and attack me, or you can take out the Kyogre. Either way, I'm set up to take 2 prizes next turn. So Jan just putting Peter in a sort of checkmate scenario, and with a Bibarel on board, I really think that Peter's best option here is to actually knock out the Bibarel and Iono. That's really all he's got. Right.
Who, Peter?
Yeah. If you knock out the Bibarel
Yeah, it shuts
and you
down.
Iono Jan to 2, then you buy yourself a turn. Yeah. And that turn in Dialga really is all you need, right? Because on that one turn, what you can do, if you can buy that turn, take the next turn, you knock out the Baxcalibur. Take the turn after that, you knock out the Frigibax. Done and dusted.
Start Cronus yet?
No. So in my mind, that's sort of your play. Yeah, get as many Beldums out now, and I don't know if Peter has that option, but if it's out there, he does play 3 bosses in the deck, so it is possible, if he hasn't supported for the turn, to take that Bidoof out. Does he play Counter Catcher in the deck? I think so too. Prime. Okay, yeah. So that's the play, right? Is the Prime Catcher Iono? It's a tough one. It's like certainly not guaranteed.
But no counters.
But Prime Catcher Iono, I think, is
Did he
Peter's.
use the Prime Catcher? Oh, no.
Jan used the Prime Catcher. Yeah, if I'm Peter, that's my play. But we'll see if he has it. Yep, we're attaching for turn. There is the Iono. So I think Peter recognizing that with 2 threats on the board that can knock out whatever he throws at him. He still needs a Dialga V-Star too, mind you. It's certainly not guaranteed either way. Interesting. Knowing that there's a bunch of energy in his deck, choosing to do the Metang now. How many energy do we hit? Still none? Oh my gosh. Good thing Peter's up 1-0. That's road. That's rough. That is savage.
Yeah, they're definitely going to game 3.
Yeah, not finding an energy there means it is impossible for him to knock out the Bidoof. You can still Iono, but it's...
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, they still have 36 minutes.
Yeah. There's 36 minutes left, Adam. So we still got plenty of time. These 2 decks are usually, I think, pretty fast, and the weakness keeps the match moving pretty quick usually. So I think your only other option or thought here is still Iono. Maybe you Prime Catcher just to stall so that maybe they don't have enough energy, but now there's actually 3. Now that you've got the 2 Beldums down, you actually have 3 win conditions for Jan. You've got Radiant Greninja, Kyogre sniping Mew, and yeah. Okay, so it looks like just a scoop there from Peter as he didn't find anything that he needed. So we're tied up 1-1. I'm just guessing here. I'm guessing that's why they scooped everything up. Can't imagine Jan conceded, so.
Yeah, no.
That would be wild. Game 3 indeed. This is a crazy match.
It's a weird matchup.
Yes. I think it ultimately, I think, comes down to, like, Peter was never, either game, he was never really able to get more than 1 Metang set up. And I think the problem for this matchup is for Jan, actually, now, Peter's going to go first. And if Peter is able to do what he did game 1, which is take a knockout every turn with a Dialga V-Star, then there's nothing Jan can do, right? However, this is the weird window, right? Where now that Jan sort of knows all the different pieces, now Peter knows that Kyogre is in play. I think Peter...
Yeah, he didn't know before,
Yep,
right?
he did not know. Exactly. Yeah, but yeah, welcome in, Rock and Rolla. Yeah, Peter did not necessarily know about the Kyogre before. So now that he sees the Kyogre, he's like, yeah, I shouldn't play the Mew. Like, except in extremely bad circumstances, I should not play my Mew. And if I go first and I can always have Metangs out, then I don't give Radiant Greninja 2 options. So really, you're just forcing, if you can force Jan into always having a 2-prizer in the active as the attacker. So yeah, what are the decks in Top Cat? So what you're seeing now,
There's like 4 Charizards, I think.
oh god,
I'm in Iron Hands.
so there's a Dialga, there's a Chien-Pao, there is a Turbo Hands, and then we got a Lugia. So we got Lugia, Turbo Hands. We have, oh, interesting. We have a Lost Box deck.
Oh yeah, that's a great.
Yeah.
That's a crazy.
We got
deck.
Lost Box, and then we probably got, what, 3 Charizards? No, 2 Lugias. 2 Lugias, 2 Charizards.
Oh, it's only 2 Charizards.
Yep, 2 Lugia, 2 Charizard. That's 4. Dialga, Chien-Pao, Lost Box, Turbo Hands. It's a pretty wild set of top 8. Yeah,
That's a
honestly.
weird top 8.
Especially because Charizard, and there's no Arctinas. There's no
I'm
Giratinas at all.
surprised. I was surprised with that because there was a few Artinas that were doing really good.
Yeah, there was like 6 Tina decks in the format, and there was 10 Charizards total. So the fact that no Tinas made it through, despite the number of Charizards, is kind of interesting. The Lost Box deck is interesting. It plays Shaman V, so I'm sure they want to face Charizard all day. Yes, very diverse. So it seems that here Peter did go first, has the Dialga, has the attachment, belled him down, and pass. So it looks like we got a Frigibax, 2 Frigibacks down, and we got a Buddy Poffin for probably maybe just 2 Bidoofs. You know, depending on what's in the hand. You don't need much else. I mean, a Radiant Greninja would be nice, but otherwise it's fine. And if you don't have the Chien-Pao in the active, then Peter can't immediately on the second turn with 1 energy take 2 prizes. So you might even, if you're Jan and you know that this Frigibax is going to die next turn probably, maybe with this Buddy Poffin you grab a Frigibax and a Bidoof. That's the other thought, maybe, is you have 3 Frigibacks down.
That's crazy.
Knowing that one's just going to die no matter what. Big questions here for Jan. Chat, what do you think? Do you think you should grab... Okay, interesting. Choosing the Ditto. I love this Ditto. It looks like he's going to retreat and use the Ditto to turn into some other thing. Interesting. Bringing up the Beldum. Okay, forcing an energy to put onto a Pokemon that does not want energy on it, does not want to have to retreat. That is interesting. Getting the Chien-Pao out to get energy out of the deck. I will say, I do like the Ditto. I think it's hard to justify it in a lot of decks, but it's the kind of card that I would love to put in more decks because the ability of that Ditto to just pull, it's basically a nest ball on a card, and it's a nest ball for any Pokemon, and I'm like, that's pretty good. So setup decks I think could really do well with Ditto. I mean, honestly, I don't know why. Maybe I don't know the retreat cost of Beldum, but there's a world in which I almost see Ditto being played in Dialga too, just because Dialga is a pretty straightforward deck. You need Dialga, you need Beldum, and that's it. That's all you really want down. So Ditto does the job. But yeah, just throwing down a Pokestop for Jan. Not using it just yet. I don't think we've seen a supporter for turn. So there's still those options available. But as we know, Jan does not play Lumineon, so he can't just go fetch a Lumineon for a supporter. Just choosing to pass. Okay, didn't even use the Pokestop. Interesting. Oh, choosing to Pokestop in return. Peter just starting the turn like that. Maybe hoping maybe finds an Ultra Ball, something like that. Fair enough. Instead, 2 energy hitting the discard, not ideal. Looks like there's a lot of energy in Peter's hand. Not great. Asking how many cards are in hand. Prime Catcher has already been used by Jan, which is, you know, honestly, on that turn, if that stops a turn, I would say that that's a pretty good use of the Prime Catcher in this matchup. If you can turn it into a situation where Peter effectively goes second despite going first, you know, that seems pretty good. But we'll see if we find a Metang. I think there is a Metang in the hand. So if we find the Metang, and if we get a Dialga, which that might be the issue. It may be that there's no Dialga. But if there is a Dialga, then I think Jan might be in a pretty awkward spot of, like, if you get Metang, 1 energy, Dialga V-Star, you're kind of right back into game 1 territory. So let's see for Peter what he's got. He does have the Metang. He's going to Metang while there's as many cards in deck as possible. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Okay. You've got to be really hoping that there is a Dialga V-Star somewhere. Now, Dialga V can still take the knockout with an attack, right? Can it do that? Yeah. It has an attack for 4 that takes the knockout. Wow. Absolutely wild. That's an insane response. So Metang coming in clutch there when Peter had nothing left. Okay. So Jan definitely in a weird spot here now, because giving up 2 prizes, 4 energy off of Metang. It was wild. It was wild. Didn't even have a Dialga V-Star, just 4 energy to do the natural V. It's fine. Yeah, finally doing his job. Yeah. I knew I put 17 energy and Metang in the deck for a reason. So, all right, getting out the Bibarel here with that Ultra Ball. Jan I think at this point just looking for a response. The problem here is the response can only come from a Chien-Pao, which is awkward because it's just, you know, maybe, look, Peter did not evolve into Dialga V-Star. So you've got to be thinking in your head, if I can Chien-Pao my way to knock out this 4 energy Dialga V, because you have to take care of this Dialga V now, because on its own it's a threat. If the Chien-Pao can take it out and Peter does not have a V-Star play, the odds that Metang hits 3 or 4 energy again, they've clearly diminished, right? So let's see if, there we go with a Pokestop. Seems as good a turn as any. Definitely going to be looking for a, losing the Iono, but you get the Buddy Pop in, thin the deck out a little bit. I'm really not sure what you get here, though. Maybe if you're going to lose this Frigibax, another Frigibax and a Bidoof? I don't know. This is an awkward spot. I think if we see the Frigibax grabbed and nothing else, I think we're just assuming that this Frigibax is dead. So, that's tough. I mean, Jen definitely did what he thought was a good play. It might have been, honestly. Like, if different cards, different circumstances, it probably would have worked out. But the Prime Catcher ditto into Chien-Pao play, you know, definitely ended up getting punished by Peter and the lucky Metang situation. Now, this is energy. He does have a Prime Catcher. So let's see how many energy are going onto this other Dialga. Yeah, okay, fair enough. 0 that time. You got 4 last time. You got enough. Chill, relax. Let's see if the Pokestop gets used. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Boss, Mew, Iono. That's not great. Not ideal. There is a Dialga V-Star.
Bottom right? Okay, so
Is there an energy? There is an energy, so we are going to see that V-Star attack being used, taking out, and knowing that there may be... Oh, see you later. There may be a what's the scenario here? Another Pokestop, another set of nothing, unfortunately. But you could take out another Frigibax here. That certainly is an option. You do have an Iono in your hand, so I don't think you want to Iono. Metang, okay, one energy. One energy off the Metang is not terrible. That way you at least have a setup. You take 2 prizes here, and if you know that the only response is a Chien-Pao, yep, attached from hand. I think Peter is very much in a checkmate scenario. Yep, I like this Iono. I like it. You don't have to mess around. Just play your Iono, try to draw into your other Dialga V-Star, and just tell your opponent, look, the only way you're killing this is Chien-Pao, and I have an immediate response if you knock it out. There's kind of not much Jan can do there in that scenario. So, drawing and being in a pretty awkward spot. So playing a nest ball, grabbing out the Chien-Pao, but the problem is you just can't take a knockout with the Chien-Pao. Your opponent's at 2 prizes. You take the knockout, your opponent promotes, knocks you out, game over. It's I don't think there's much of a way out of this for Jan at this point, unfortunately. So it seems like in this matchup, a big part of it is who goes first. Really trying to see a way out of this for Jan, but I just don't. We got the rare candy. We have an Ultra Ball to get back Excalibur. So you got all the pieces you need. And keep in mind, what's interesting about this is just turn 3 for Jan. Had one bad turn after a Chien-Pao got knocked out, and that's all that mattered. Just missed one turn. And it's just crazy how much Dialga punished that. I think Jen knows that the writing is on the wall and is merely playing it out, is my guess. Test. There we go. Sounds back. Yep. I think Jan just scooping it up there, knowing there's not really a way for him to come back. The Chien-Pao was stuck in the active. So Peter taking it in top 8. So Dialga making its way to top 4, getting past Chien-Pao. And ultimately, I think that one just came down to who went first. So, tis the reality. Tis the reality of the situation. Yes, Dialga making it through should be very interesting. I think next round.
Lugia made it through, and Turbo Hands.
So we got a Dialga, a Lugia, Turbo Hands, and then there's one more. What's the last matchup?
That weird Lost Box.
Lost Box versus
Charizard.
Lost Box versus Zard. Okay. I think Zard. I don't know. I think Lost Box has that one. Is my guess. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. He is Turbo Hands.
Okay, so we might have a no Charizard top 4. Tell your friends, if you're tired of watching Charizard, this is the stream to come watch.
That's great.
Yeah, so shout out to all the people out there. If you're tired of all the Pokemon, the official Pokemon streams and their Charizard agenda. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. All right, let's go back to this. So. That's the current situation.
Lugia, Brian got.
Yeah.
Brian's in top 4.
Nice.
Turbo Hands. Dialga being in top 4 is wild.
Yeah, Dialga being in the top 4. Now, I will say Dialga had a pretty good matchup. I think Chien-Pao,
That was a good
if you
game.
go first twice, you're going to have a good time. But, cheers. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. We're doing it here for the Metapod stuff, streaming some League Cups. This one's been going really, really well, so we might keep doing this at other local League Cups. We got this one. There's one in May at Third Universe that we might in Croton. Yeah, there's one in May in Third Universe that we might do. So keep watching on Twitch and stuff like that, and from time to time we'll have good League Cup streams. So yeah. But yeah, for now, I think we will just pause the stream for a second. I'll grab some water. I'll stand up, and then we'll get to top 4 soon enough. Too legit to quit. All right, welcome in everybody. We're about to do top 4. Top 4, we're going to see 2 different decks. We're going to see, well, obviously, I guess they don't have to be 2 different. 2 decks that are different from the one we saw in top 8. We're going to watch Lugia versus Turbo Hands. I'm interested to see how this one goes. I want to say that Turbo Hands has the advantage here, but I know that Brian doesn't like Turbo Hands, and that Brian plays a Lost Vacuum because Brian wants the Heavy Baton to go away forever. So I think that'll be honestly like the biggest determining factor. And the fact that it's a best of 3, I think really helps because say you don't find your Lost Vacuum in one game and you just lose, right? It's no fun. That's no fun. That sucks. So, yeah, let's see here. So yeah, we're all shuffling up. Brian and Jeremy. Brian, local here to the Yonkers crew. Jeremy, local, but to the Queens and Greenpoint crew. So, you know, a lot of familiar faces here tonight in Top Cut. So we will start seeing who goes first, who goes second.
It's an awful matchup for Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, it's not a great matchup for Brian, but I know that Brian has played this matchup, and the key card for him is Heavy Baton. Lost Vacuum, to get rid of the Heavy Baton.
Okay.
So he's aware of the problem, is just can he find the answer to the problem? So this is a weird one, because Brian definitely wants to go first. Jeremy definitely wants to go second. So it's awkward. If you flip the coin, do you pick the thing that is your deck's choice, or do you pick the thing that is disruptive to your opponent? But I really think Brian always goes first here. There's a world in which
has to.
Yeah. So I think there's a world in which Jeremy chooses to go first, knowing that that's a net negative for Brian. But okay, we got one mulligan. One mulligan. No, you're good. One mulligan there for Brian. So giving Jeremy even more gas in whatever that opening hand is. I think I see a couple of techno radars in there. But depending on who goes first, I see no energy. So, we'll see.
Jeremy doesn't have energy?
I don't see any energy in Jeremy's hand, but he does have an Iono. So we'll see. We'll see how it all nets out. Yeah. I mean, he'll probably find an energy. But we don't know who's going first yet. You think? I mean, that's what you'd want if you're Lugia, especially. I think Jeremy's happy to go first or second in this matchup, but because Lugia can't do nothing anyways on turn 1. So we got Team Jeremy and Team Lugia over here. Team Turbo Hands, Team Lugia. All right. And we're off. Top 4, starting with an Iron Crown. Not really an issue since you have all of those future booster capsules. But Brian going first, starting with a Minccino. Oof, already attaching an energy. Capturing Aroma. Okay. So a Tails is a basic Pokemon? Yes.
What happened?
Okay. I'm just thinking out loud. I think it's because it rolled into the crack and they were deciding whether or not it was that. So Tails is a basic, which is exactly what he wants. The problem is, I am not entirely sure why Brian chose to attach an energy. Because if you know anything about Turbo Hands, you know that Miraidon's going to come in and wreck your day. So you're going to lose an energy and a Pokemon now instead of just a Pokemon. So there's a thought in my brain.
He doesn't need as much.
He doesn't need as many energy. This is true. But why waste it?
Is it a gift?
No. It's a V-Guard. So that's the only thought in my mind of that, of like, I know maybe you want the Retreater in case it doesn't get knocked out, but it's getting knocked out. Interesting. Getting the Iron Hands down, not really a problem right now. But the future booster coming down, the Miraidon with the energy. Interesting. Always go second with Lugia because you do Call for Family. Interesting. That scares me. I would not want to do that myself, but interesting. Getting 2 Iron Hands just because maybe you have the Heavy Baton and if you put energy on one.
Does he even run the Heavy Baton?
In Turbo Hands? Yeah.
His list is different.
Is it? Okay, let's see. I don't know how you would run Turbo Hands without Heavy Baton. That would be wild.
Well, he might not be playing Temporal anymore.
He is.
He is?
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, 2 Heavy Batons. Seems about right. So yeah, 1 Heavy Baton comes down onto the field. There's an energy on the field. There's another Techno Radar. We have a full bench. It is a full house tonight. Got 3 Iron Hands, 2 Iron Crowns, and the Miraidon. Well, at least in hand. Electric Generator, okay. 1 energy off of Electric Generator, not bad, not bad. I'm gonna retreat into the Miraidon. All you need to do is 60 to knock out that Minccino. Put 2 energy onto that Iron Hands, and then hope that Brian does not have a Heavy Baton.
Oh, way to get rid of it.
Sorry, I keep saying Heavy Baton. Lost Vacuum.
Yeah.
Interesting, interesting. So Lugia promoted to the active. Does Brian... Okay. So now the question is, does he go get a Jacques? And does he have an Ultra Ball in hand? That would be good, but he has to have at least the Ultra Ball in hand.
Pokemon get KO'd.
Yep. Miraidon coming in for 60. So we are getting Jacques. I assume this is going to grab us 2 Archeops. I assume. They're all prized. No, that would be pretty horrific. It do be happening sometimes. No, there's another one. All right. All right. So, got the 2 Archeops. Is there an Ultra Ball in hand? Or... Yeah, that's the question. Is there an Ultra Ball in hand?
I can't see the cards anymore.
The problem is, if you're Brian though, you're in an awkward spot where you're like, even if you have the Ultra Ball and you go into Lugia, Iron Hands just needs 1 energy, and most likely they're going to be able to take a knockout for 3 prizes. Let me see. Right took 1 prize. Yes, thank you. I literally did it the second you posted that. Okay, so no, did not have the Lugia, the Ultra Ball. Okay, so we got a Pokegear. Okay, Arvin for a retreat and a electric generator. Oof. This Lugia might be going down before it ever even V-stars. No energy. Okay. If Jeremy does not have an energy, he still has the knockout though. He could just not take an extra prize, but that's kind of fine. The extra prize is kind of gravy. Yeah. I think you retreat, you do the... Oh yeah, you can take the extra prize. Okay, so Jeremy takes 2 more prizes, and there is no Lugia on the field, so the game is almost over. Yeah. Yeah, I would say all Jeremy needs now is a boss on that Luminion, and it's game over. Which is a tough one. Tough spot for Brian.
Only runs 2.
Only runs 2 boss? No, he hasn't played one yet. No. Okay, we got a nest ball. We can get another Lugia out.
He does run a prime catcher, but
Okay, so we got a Lugia out. The problem is you have 2 Pokemon now that if they get knocked out by an Iron Hands, and you can't knock out the Iron Hands this turn, so you just have... this is a tough spot. Oh, we took 3 prizes. You're right. Thank you for that. Yeah, kind of, it's just a really awkward spot for Brian. So I think at this point, Brian just probably sees how he does, and then, yeah, you go to game 2. I don't see much of a way out because Iron Hands doesn't get knocked out. Iron Hands is going to take 2 prizes no matter what. It takes 2 on the Chinchino, it takes 3 on Luminion or Lugia. It literally doesn't matter. Yeah. All right, so they're going to game 2 here. Pretty quick game 1 for Brian and Jeremy.
Jeremy got it up, bro.
Oh, I'm losing my mind. There we go. So, thank you. This is why it's useful to have people around you. Yeah. After you sort of sit there and you think about it, and it's like it doesn't really matter what's in the active. You're going to take 2 prizes no matter what. So, yeah, I think that one turn Brian
it still was going to be a tough one because Jeremy was probably taking 4 prizes before Brian took more than 1. But
It's not an easy.
yeah. And yeah, it's a rough one. I think, obviously Brian is going to go first here. Mulligan again. Oof.
Shuffle.
Lugia has abandoned Brian in his hour of need. Although I will have to say, top 4 is a very good run for a Lugia deck. Lugia is one of those decks that I was expecting it to do much better. Locals around here, people play a lot of it, but in like big regional tournaments, it just is kind of fizzled a little. It feels.
I mean, Charizard is so dominant.
Yeah, but I think Lugia has a decent matchup because it's a single prize focused deck. So it's a weird one. Yeah, it's just it's a bit of an awkward situation. I think this is a really bad matchup though. Jeremy starting Mew, free retreat, always nice. You're gonna nest ball, probably get out a Lugia. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Now, question: is there a world in which you retreat this Mincino and put a Lugia in the active, knowing there's almost no way your opponent can knock it out?
The question is, how bad does he want to keep that Mincino out?
I mean, Mincino's going to die now because he just techno-radared, and now he can just go get Miraidon, and if he has 1 energy,
Sure.
that's it. Right, like, so that's my thought of, like, he may not have had energy to retreat, but, like, knowing that it's very unlikely the Lugia gets knocked out, and that's 1 less prize your opponent takes, I don't know. Doesn't particularly matter because you do have Snorlax in the matchup. Snorlax can come in and clean up a Miraidon if need be. So, another Techno Radar here, grabbing out 2 more cards from the deck. Not necessarily playing them, but just putting them in the hand. Yo, Vex, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Let's see if, yeah, electric generator. Ooh, 1/2. Okay, that's huge actually. 2 energy. You can only put 2, luckily.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
If it was
Oh
unlimited.
my god. But 2 energy coming down, that actually does mean that it was probably ultimately a good thing that the Lugia didn't go into the active, because 1 energy attached for turn does knock out the Lugia. So, I think Brian ended up as the correct play at the end of the day. Still a pretty rough spot. Jeremy is pretty well set up. If he can find a heavy baton, I really don't think that the Iron Hands is particularly at risk anyways. Now, if I'm Jeremy here, you take the prize, and do you put it all onto the 1, or do you start spreading it out now onto the other Iron Hands?
You spread, no?
I mean, you'd think, right? But I guess if you're like on this next turn at least, there's no way you can knock out the Iron Hands, right? No way. There's no Chinchino play, so the most damage that you could possibly do is 220. Iron Hands,
What's the maximum Lugia?
220.
There's 220?
Yeah. So, like, the Lugia list, does he run Prime Catcher in his Lugia list?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Lugia.
No, Lugia. Does he run, not Prime Catcher, does he run Max Belt?
No, that's wrong.
Wrong Lugia. Let's see if he runs Max Belt. Because Max Belt is the only other way. I'm doing well, Vex. I'm doing well. Deep in a Pokemon League Cup.
Master Ball.
Master Ball. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so there's really no way to ever one-shot this Iron Hands without a Chinchino. So I guess if you're Jeremy, you're like, hey, this thing's safe. I'm fine. Ultra Ball choosing to go get a Mincino here. Seems fine. 2 Archeops coming out as well. Yep, attach. Load up the Lugia. And then I guess the question is, yeah, I like putting the gift energy on that Lugia, knowing it's probably going down. Now the question is, yeah, do you start loading up this Chinchino as well? I think the answer is yes. I think. Who knows? I think so.
I don't even know how to play that deck, so.
So The thought here, though, right? Like, Brian's going to take a prize. Brian is going to... Yeah, Miraidon's definitely dead. And then what happens is... and then what happens is the Iron Hands comes up, knocks out Lugia, and then Jeremy will be down to just 2 prizes, meaning any knockout with MP very much wins. So I think really Brian's only hope after this is a Lost Vacuum knockout. Oof, yeah, but the that electric generator, all it needs to do is hit once. If it hits 1 energy,
How many?
there's already 1 on the other one. So if it hits 1,
4 on the other one, right?
yep, there's 4 on that one and 1 on the other. So you have to Lost Vacuum the heavy baton, and you got to hope that this electric generator does not bode well for Jeremy, because otherwise there's just too much setup and a Lost Vacuum. Oh gosh, he got 2. He got 2. Oh, I think it's done. I think Brian's cooked. I think that's rough, man. It's a bad matchup. I'm just gonna call it right now. This is a terrible matchup for Lugia.
He still needs that Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's 3 on the other one, so he just needs 1 energy. I mean, there's a world. I mean, you know, you Iono, you Lost Vacuum, and you hope that Mew draws nothing. Ew, yikesies.
I mean, the only thing is Lost Vacuum's heavy baton pulls. No, actually,
Yeah, there's no way.
No, never mind. I was gonna say Lost Vacuum 1.
So we got the Chinchino. Great, good job. He got some energy. Excellent. And then what? Right? Like, okay, we can knock out this Iron Hands, but you're staring down the barrel of... I don't even know. I don't know. You know, I think Brian is doing the gentlemanly thing of just playing it out. Because, maybe Jeremy's all out of energy. Maybe he can't amp you very much. There's a world. It's not this world, but there's a world. There is one universe, in which that occurs.
Maybe the rest of his prize cards. The rest of his energy.
All 2 of them. You got to play. You got to play, and you got to figure it out to your outs. Which, hey, fair enough. Just don't put another Lugia down.
Did he vacuum the...
Nope. Well, we haven't played a supporter. Oh, he does have a Lost Vacuum. Okay, there we go. That's 1 piece. 1 piece down. Plays the Luminion. Don't love that. But maybe he's got the Iono. He does. He Luminions for the Iono. So he has the series that we were hoping for, right?
It's possible.
And so now you need your opponent to not have 2 things. You need your opponent to not have an energy or a boss. Because no energy, electric generator, if it hits nothing, that's fine.
That's true.
But no energy, no boss. Because the boss wins on the Luminion and the energy wins on the Chinchino. So that's kind of what you're hoping for here. So I guess Brian, he played to his outs, right? He did what he needed to. He's taken the knockout on that Iron Hands. The Iron Hands energy is gone forever. Yeah, take the knockout. I like that. And let's see. Yeah, there's the energy.
Oh, no.
So quick.
You top deck?
Yeah, or he had it in hand from the Iono. You do what you can. If you're Brian, but that is just a horrific matchup. That's a horrific matchup. I can't help.
No.
That's the reality. You know what, casters in Pokemon regionals won't tell you like it is. That's a bad matchup. So if you want the spicy takes, you come to Yonkers League Cup. If you want the nastiest thoughts, this is where you come. Wow. So Brian goes out in top 4, but hey, top 4 is a really Piplup. There we go. Top 4, nothing to be ashamed of. Top 4 is an excellent finish, and Yeah, GG's indeed. Congrats to Jeremy making the finals. So we have a Turbo Hands in the finals. So is this the moment for Turbo Hands to shine? So we have a Charizard versus a Dialga going on right now as well. So we'll update y'all with what that match is going to be like when that match finishes. What do y'all think? Do y'all think does Charizard beat Dialga? I don't know. My guess is that if Dialga gets the right set of cards, it beats Charizard because Charizard can't really knock out a Dialga. With the right series of bosses, I think Charizard can get there, but who knows?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
This is 4th, right?
Dialga's weak to fire, right? Yeah.
This is 3rd.
So Radiant Charizard, I think, does play a big part in that matchup. So.
Wait, you got it from right here, right? Yeah. That's good.
So well-timed Radiant Charizard.
Was it a good match to call?
It was pretty good. It was a tough one. It was a tough one for Brian. It was just straight up. Yeah. So, but knowing that's where we're at, we have the finals coming up soon. It will be Turbo Hands versus TBD.
They're still on game 1.
They're still on game 1. Okay, so
Unless they forgot to fill out the thing.
it's fine. They may have forgotten to fill it out, but that was a pretty quick top 4 match. Turbo Hands be doing that. It was like 3 turns. So I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to leave it with y'all. Maybe we'll come on, talk about some things. Huh? Yeah, sure. Bring him over. Okay, make it. Yeah. We'll bring Jeremy over, talk about making finals, see what he thinks, see what matchup he would maybe prefer in the finals between the last 2. If you have any questions for Jeremy, feel free to ask them in the chat, and Jeremy can read the chat as well, so we can see. You can get his thoughts on Turbo Hands, and maybe if you're lucky, I'll give you some of the details of the list.
Hi.
Yo, Jeremy, what's up? Welcome. Congrats.
Hello.
Congrats. Another interview.
Hi.
It's interview o'clock over here. All right. Yep. So.
Matchup's not fair for him.
No.
It's just if the
We
deck,
were watching that, and it was just like, I don't think there's much of a way out of this. He did the
vacuum was scary.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He put the vacuum in because he doesn't like that matchup.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I was like, my thought was like, okay, you got a vacuum and Iono, but you have Mew, so I'm like, but maybe just that's
No,
your
he
only
did it
out.
correct. Everything.
And I was like, maybe you have no more energy left. Maybe you don't find a boss.
I couldn't even thanks rock and roll. I couldn't even I could have turn 1 dunked this Lugia and I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I could have the prime catcher and I hit 2 off the generator, right?
Well, that was like on game 2. I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, do you in any world retreat the Minchino and put the Lugia up, saying it's probably unlikely you can knock out the Lugia, but you hit 2 off the generator. That would have been enough to KO the Lugia.
I was like, I feel bad. I mean, yeah, but it is what it is.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
But the matchup's still
it's a pretty unfair matchup.
If you draw hot in that matchup, you just don't. I don't think Lugia can do much, right?
Yeah, the generators were on your side there, so even with the baton going away, you were like, I'm still fine.
Yeah, I have 4 after energy. As long as I can set up another attacker, it's fine. Yeah, the matchup is just. That's the kind of matchup you want to hit with the deck.
Yeah.
I woke up today and said, I want to have fun. Let me play Turbo Hands. It reminds me of Plasma, right?
Yep.
So let me play that deck today and see. Hopefully I didn't hit Zard, but I hit 3 Zards back to back to back.
Oh my god.
But in my winning, I got lucky because he had wasted his prime catcher. I tried the barrel, set up another Iron Hands, and able to amp it for game.
Oh, nice,
so that
nice.
was my last surprise. So my winning was like, yeah.
So, of the last 2, so you have a Dialga and you got a Charizard. What do you prefer?
Definitely Dialga.
Charizard, definitely
Dialga.
Okay.
Dialga is more manageable. You can pressure. They need a stage 1, right? So you can turn 1, pressure the Beldum.
Yep.
And they need to accelerate energy. That's their main acceleration, right? So you try to pressure the Beldum at the bench 1 and hope to set up Iron Hands. You got even one shot like a Dialga with Iron Hands. Because they can't one shot you, right?
If you can get a Dialga V quickly,
Yeah. So that's the I play round 1. He just bricked. So,
yeah. And if you have we watched that one round 1. Yeah. It's one of those where I feel like if they get it set up though, if you're for whatever reason, if they take that extra turn, that's game over.
No,
it's just
they go boss Iron Crown, knock out Iron Crown. Oh yeah, you got it.
It's like I can never knock out anything of yours now, and you just took 4 prizes.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But I'm having fun. The deck is fun. I just didn't want to play Zarmirrors all day. I was like, I'm not ready to play that Zarmirror.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a lot of little things that you have to manage and resource manage. And
it's also it depends. Okay, well, does their Charizard play devolution? And like, if they
Regieleki?
do,
Do they play-
yeah, do they play? Or like, if they do I have to like prioritize 2 Charmeleons? Or
Right.
like, oh, it's too much to think about.
It's a lot of willpower for sure. But yeah, I have it built. So like, I have my testing buddies also that actually drove me here. Shout out to them. You know, Jonathan, Al Salaman, Alejandro, Cameron, all those people. Alex,
Yeah.
you know, they drove me here.
Maybe they're watching. Who knows?
Yeah, they're probably
yeah,
watching.
nice.
So, yeah, the whole crew, you know, I'm just really grateful for them. Also, they keep me going. So I was like, am I washed yet? I've been playing like a long time, but this cut has reassured me a little bit, you know. And
Yeah,
I really have enjoyed judging the last couple of months, so that's also like a thing that I really enjoy.
Now,
So we'll see what happens.
Iron Hands was a fun choice, right? Like, it's one of those decks. Like, if you run hot, you're
Yes.
gonna have fun. You're
If
gonna
you
have a
hit
great
Zard,
time.
you're gonna do
Yeah.
great. If you hit Zard, it's not gonna be a great time for you.
Well, you hit 3 Zards and you're fine.
Yeah, but Zard is just, it's tough.
Yeah.
Hit the babies every time.
So you can go like, so the idea is like, you go second, you can kill a Charmander, you can knock out a Charmander, or like a Pidgey.
With the
Probably the
Miraidon.
Pidgey, because
Yeah,
that's their
preferably
setup, right?
the Pidgey.
Or even Bidoof.
Yeah.
And then you can amp the Pidgeot.
Yeah.
That's 3 prizes, and you can like hopefully have another. Hope to miss the vacuum, or like you can just amp 1 prize or also another 1 prize.
Yeah, yeah. So you're really just going after little things.
Yeah, Charizard you're never knocking out.
Yeah, if
You're
they
never
go
knocking
into
out.
Charizard and they don't have anything else on the field, you're just like, throw your
You
hands
can
up.
even like, don't bench Aracon early because they can go counter catcher.
Yep, that's true.
So
that's
I
true.
tried to use they have a 60 HP or 50 HP Pokemon up. I'll go like
Yeah.
not bench a
The
crown.
Charmanders are 60.
Yeah,
so.
I'll go not bench a crown. I'll go capsule the Miraidon, set it
Yeah.
up. They can't knock out your Iron Hands unless they have Band or whatever. So
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
a lot of them are playing Prime Catcher. So you can go like hopefully you get one hit with Iron Hands in, or you can even amp the Pidgeot in that situation. Have the baton there.
So in the matchup that's currently going, I know you said you prefer Dialga. What do you think you're gonna see?
That's
It's a weird
depends
one.
how Dialga runs, right?
Yeah, it's just, if you hit 4 energy, you're great.
Yeah.
If you hit no energy,
They can cheese a game for sure. Like they can go like boss your 2 prizes. Like they can go.
it's hard to cheese 3 best of 3 though. That's the
exactly.
difference.
First to Dialga, Bizarre is I think auto loss for you, or like it's really
Yeah.
unfavored. Dialga is slightly more favored, so we'll see what
Yeah.
happens. But
Okay.
I'll hit whatever and we'll see. That's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
I can really do, right?
Yeah, no, it's true. That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see you in the finals, Jeremy. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good luck. All right.
Good interview.
All right, chat.
How many viewers do you have?
I don't know, right now 30 something.
Whoa! Wow. Okay.
I think it's a lot of the people who were playing earlier want to see what's going to happen. So, see, that's the nice thing when you have a bunch of people invested on who's going to win.
Yes.
It's good stuff. So, but yeah, we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go on a quick break now while that last match finishes. Don't know how long that's gonna be, but stick around. Finals will come up after that. So, how much time is left in the round? 50 minutes? How long are these final rounds? 75? Oh my god. Okay. This might take a minute. So we'll you know what? We'll go chill for a bit and then maybe I'll come back and do karaoke. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But stick around. I'm going to update the title, so check back in every 15 minutes if you're interested in seeing Turbo Hands versus ? do that. I'll get everything set up again. Go there. And then, who am I playing?
I don't know. You're playing Alex, right? I think it's Alex.
Alex, am I playing you?
There you go. His hollow catcher is a prime catcher. That's the proxy he has. Let me tell him.
So I can't change the names.
That's okay.
I can, but I mean, I don't know where I'm going to be on the screen.
How do you change the names?
On the sources.
So right name, left name,
Yeah, right name, left name. You just double click it.
and just delete, change.
Yeah, you can just
Delete and just type.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So I'll go sit down and use. You
I'll figure it out.
change
Yeah.
Yo,
Sorry.
my TO. Yeah, that's right.
Hello, who's Solarverse? Hi. So I'm gonna cast a fun game for these guys. Let me just get hold on. Who's that? Who's Solarverse? Shout out to Solarverse. How are you? Let me get mine. Oh, sure. Say hi. Say hi, guys. It's my first audition at casting. I'm gonna try it. Hope everybody's doing well. You guys hear me fine? Let me get the link up here. Hold on, guys. Greetings, streamer. Hello, Steven. How you doing? You want to be watching my IG stories, estimation. Not like this. I'll look in a minute. Hold on. Let me just get the page. Let me just link it to my Instagram. Hold on. Who's playing? It's a fun match. Deck Champion Man is crazy. What's up, Jordy? It's Gyroshan's playing on the left, it looks like, and then Alex, the TL for this store, is playing on the right. I know Brian's on. What's up, Eli? Thank you. Appreciate the good work. I just wanted to have fun today, to be honest. I just didn't want to hope to hit a Zard. Just link the stream. Yeah. So I know, Gyroshan's playing on the left. Alex is playing on the right. Gyroshan's playing Raging Bolt. And I don't know what Alex is playing. I'm not familiar. So let me change the names. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Let me just change the names here. That's Alex. Not Mejia. It's another Alex next to him. I don't want to hit any of them preferably, but if I were to choose, I'd rather hit Dialga. I think Dialga's slightly more favored than Charizard. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Well, they both want the words invite anyway. I don't. So I might just give him the win. We'll see. But I think they will stream once also for this one wants it for the store. So stream for the store. So we'll see. Let me just link it on Instagram. They're shuffling up, I see here. Where's my link? Link. There we go. This setup is amazing. Shout out to Yonkers for holding a great cup. We got 39 masters here. Solaman, top 8 Salaman, say hi. Hello.
I think I'll use my credit card.
I think I'll use Shout out to our New York guys. Team Dodrio. Batting one for Warzone is crazy. So we have Raging Bolt and Chien-Pao. Oh, okay. So we start with a Body Puff and broken card. Card's cheating. Batting one for Warzone is crazy. I don't deserve that. It's Metapod podcast, Alex, on YouTube, or Gyroshan on Twitch. Yes, we got. I always see Shivering Chill getting 2 energy. Is there a Chien-Pao card I can cast too? I do. There's Chien-Pao. Has a pretty good ability. Gets 2 water energies. He was saying Dunsparce, which is interesting. I think Bibarel is probably just better, but Dunsparce is interesting. All right, so Gyroshan is going. We see a Raikou. I think Raiku's really good in this deck. House for the Lugia, Pidgeot, shenanigans. Let me get. Oh, of course I know who that is. Hello. Generator in this deck is interesting. Oh, can you hit one? Oh, nope, whiff. Oh, Generator gets more energy on the board. That's good. That's kind of cute. I'm all for that. There's Raging Bolt. So Raging Bolt's ability is attack is Bellowing Thunder. You can discard any number of basic energy. Doesn't have any damage for every energy you discard from your Pokemon. So you have Sunlight to power him up, and you also have like the Generator, which is interesting also. I'm assuming he's playing with Sandy Shocks to keep energy on the board. So we see Arvin for another generator and a cape. Oh, it's a big Reggie bone. But I think he needs energy on the active. How's he responding? Oh, I mean, he doesn't Prime Catcher. He's playing Hero Skip. Hi, Mark RMC. How are you? Hello. It's interesting. He's playing generator and yeah, but he has energy in hand to touch the active. He's fine. Okay. There's another generator. He's a lot of energy in hand, so he might not hit here. Whooper, what's up? Hello. He's right here. Say hi. Whooper, hello. Right there. So he hit 0 for 2 with generators. I know that feeling. So we're throwing. At this point, yes. It's not looking good for our friend Gyroshan here. B-Star Power, 3rd generator incoming? No way. Oh, he's okay. He's going to need, how many energies to knock out a Raging Ball? He's going to need 7. That's crazy. And most Chien-Pao decks play 9, so, or 8 to 9. So, yep, there's the cape. There's the energy attachment. See it. Oh, Squawk ability? Oh no, he used the first attack. He used Burst Throw. Discard your hand, draw 6, which is pretty good. If he goes Sada, he's energy and discard power now. Okay, so we see a draw from Alex. We see a Chivalry Chill. Was it aired up first? Okay, he's gonna. Yep, there's the Chivalry. So this is gonna get backs online. The issue is he gonna get to 7 energy to knock out a Raging Bolt? No, not here. That's an irrelevant number for me. What's up, Steven? Yeah, this store did a good job with their cup. Right, good food downstairs. You have the Italian restaurant, big space to play in. Good community. New York is the best. I love playing here in New York. Love it. Keeps me going. Okay, see it to water with Chivalry Chill. He's playing Bidoof and Dunsparce. Did he not grab Candy? Oh, he has it in hand. Okay, Candy, Baxcalibur. Oh, he's got a lot of energy. Oh, he's got 6 or 7. Is that 7? 3. Oh, he has 7. He has. Oh, gee, God, he has a knockout. That's crazy. Alex, God, that is actually wild. 7 energy to knock out a Raging Ball with Cape. So now he's just ahead in the price trade. Now you just can't miss. The problem is he doesn't really have a follow up. I think. No big barrel to draw cards. No Greninja. See a draw. There's an S-ball. See no Raging Ball coming down. He's gonna need. Sada's not enough. It does 210. You're gonna need like Sandy Shocks here to get energy back also. Alright, let's see what we got. I'm a Rhydon, interesting. Another Raikou. Let's go shuffle the deck. It's a kooky Raging Bolt deck for sure. I'm all in for it. Shuffling up, of course. So I don't know if he's getting a knockout here. There's a Shoes, Heavy Ball, you probably get rid of. What was that? I didn't see what he grabbed. Another Shoes, sure. You probably discard that. Fuel Sada. That's another Shoes, sure. He gets rid of, is he keeping it? What is it? It looks like a Sada to me, but I could be wrong. He kept it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it was, but we'll figure it out. That's a Pal Pad. Oh, tough decision. You probably get rid of it. You only got rid of 1 Sada. Squawk. That's a card that is not useful anymore. It was like a pass. But luckily, Alex has no. Oh, V-Star. Oh, he has the V-Star still saving. Okay. This gets a Sada. Okay. But the problem is he can't respond. It's 220. He was getting 3 energy on board. Okay, Sada. Lightning and fighting. Those are lightning to the right. No, you can't touch the right. Remember that. Oh, yeah, ancient Pokemon. 1, 2, 3. Right there. Yep. He better play Sandy Shocks. Another shoes. The 4th shoes. Oh god. Oh, Bravery Charm's pretty good. It's getting the extra energy to knock out a Raging Boat now. Debating the shoes. Debating. Say hi to Whooper. Shout out to Whooper. Hello. Hi. Okay, so we have. He kept the card, I'm assuming. It's a Bravery Charm. There's an Espal. Sandy Shocks here coming out? That's a Mew. That's not Sandy Shocks.
Good card.
He needs a Sandy Shocks, bro. He's not gonna have the Chien-Pao this turn.
So we're trying.
I guess. He could oh no, he plays Hero's Cape, so his Prime Catcher's not happening. Counter Catcher maybe? Sure. His Counter Catcher in hand, he can Counter Catcher the Excalibur. Bravery Charm, that's gonna be a knockout. There's the fighting. Counter Catcher? No. We're gonna see. We're gonna pass to 10. He's gonna head for. Not enough for sure. 200, 140. He's gonna hit for 140, I believe. Or even 70. Is it 70? It looks like 70 damage to me. Yep. Okay. So Alex tried another Frigibax. He has no Greninja, no follow-up draw. So Sean living on a breather here. Betray by Generator, then Shocks. Yeah, for sure. If he had the Shocks, he would have got the knockout there, and then he's in a really good position. Should reach out, but he has no Barrow, no support, and all his energy on discard power. I guess he has 2 water, but doesn't do anything really because he has no. He needs 6 to knock out the Raging Bolt to the Bravery Charm. So we're going to attach the energy, but I don't think you attach the energy. Oh, he is. Oh, there's 3, but it doesn't really matter. The letter encouragement is spicy, but he didn't get a knockout yet. So he's doing the 180, I'm assuming? Yeah, looks like it. Draw for turn. It's another Bravery Charm. Probably attach that to the.
I don't want it to be me.
I guess so. Crazy stuff went on in the top 4, other top 4 game. So let's see what Sean can respond with. It's attachment. Okay, so he has no knockout on the Chien-Pao. Does he have another Sada? No, it's Bravery Charm on the back. Yep. Nope, on the Miraidon? Nope, on the Raikou? Where are we going? Where are we going with it? The Raikou. Okay, the Miraidon, sure. Iono, it looks like. Yep, Iono. You're helping. You just helped out Alex. He needed that. Oh, I think I put press cards to hold that. So Alex has 2 press cards left. Oh, that was the wrong one. Whoopsie. So we're breaking stream now, sure. Oh! That worked? What happened to it? Why didn't it? So we see a knock on the Chien-Pao. But I don't know. Game with the Dunsparce, so he's drawing cards next turn.
I saw hand of 8 has to be.
There we go. Put this back. He's taking 2 price cards also. There you go. So Alex draws. There's a counter catcher, which is kind of useless. Good promote of the Dunsparce is his free retreat essentially. So it has 70 damage on it. Is that 70 damage? Oh, he has 180 on that one. He has 180, so he needs to find 2 more energy. So retrieval will do it. Hope everybody's doing well today. All right, there we go, game 3. So I got more time here. There's an error. I guess in the retrieval if you can find it. He does a retrieval, but what's he looking for? Greninja's a good pickup. Alex, yeah, he's here. The other top 4 games going to a game 3. So we'll see what I'm up against. I'm hoping to hit the Dialga player, personally, but we'll see. the bracket thing.
That's correct.
How's he making room for the done sport? That's what I'm saying. I don't know, Andy. You're the Chien-Pao master, so that's on you. I don't know. I guess he cut up a barrel line. I don't know. Maybe. There's a done sparse. You should go on top, not on the bottom. Draw first, then you put it back, then you shuffle. Yep. It's a Nespo for G. Oh, Retrieval does it. But he needs 5 energies to knock out the deck. Oh, no, he needs only 2. I don't know. Ask him for the list then if we do a deck for parlor. Let's play the last person in Chien-Pao, bro. Good card. So he's got a superior energy retrieval, looks like.
Is that the Soto?
Soto's there. Soto was there. Andy's here. So he made for the fish. Yeah, probably. Okay, so we have a knockout incoming. So now it's just a prize race. 2-2-2-2. Who can miss first? It's a pretty weird Raging Bull deck. I'm on for it. Reminds me of Blacephalon, my favorite. Ultra Ball. Discard the non-sparse. Barrel? You probably get the barrel here.
Yo, you gotta keep them engaged.
I'm trying, bro. Esa me way from una tarjeta. Andy with the Spanish. Let's go. King Solomon, shout out.
I think I'll use my credit card.
Yeah, he's here too. We're all just chilling, vibing. Well, L4 is in game 3, so we're gonna wait for that to finish. Should be in semifinals, hopefully. Yeah, we said that Solomon looks like the guy from I don't know where he got the video from, but some kind of meme. Okay. Alex struggling here, looks like it. You grab a barrel, I'm assuming, right? Yeah, there he is, okay. Discard's doing a knockout, yep. It's 300, yep, bye-bye. So now you have to hope Alex whiffs. That's his matchup. And Raikou is not, it's not a big boy. Only these 4. What is knockout? There's a fleet-footed? Nice ball, sure. Is that right on? That's crazy. You don't believe in Andy? I'm shocked. That is actually crazy.
That is crazy.
That is crazy. You don't believe in me? I'm insulted. I murdered that by for the Wednesday. So I have an excuse to be salty. Sure. You got it. I scoop. Okay, so he's got... I guess he lost to Dialga in Swiss. I don't remember. I'm not sure. See, again against Jan, he had 4 energy of Metagame and knocked out Chien-Pao with the second attack of Dialga. I think I have it. Pull it up here. Can I? No, I have V-Star. Yeah. It's pretty intense in the game 3 over there. Yeah, that is pretty crazy, to be fair. So you got another Miraidon. The Miraidon is interesting. I like it. I've seen it so many times being fired. Oh! Thank you for censoring yourself. Oh, we got a Sada? Okay. But how does he respond? He has no standing shocks. If he plays energy sticker, he's got it. Oh, he has generator. Sure. Can we hit 2 energy off this thing? I hit 1. That's probably enough, I think. He needs the fighting also. Oh no, Matter Touch doesn't even get you there. It's not looking good for Sean here. Okay. Vacuum the flow. Sure. He's probably trying to draw with Mew, but his hand is kind of thick. Okay. Well, Squawk goes to the bin. You don't need Lost Zone. You don't need him anymore. This is a switch card. But I don't think there's no way he can attack. He doesn't base handy shocks. Does he have the fighting in his hand? He has fighting, but he only can touch one energy. There's the fighting. The lightning to my right on switch card. And you put the biggest body up there and hope it survives. It has a berry charm attached too, so he would need 6 energy to knock it out. Or is it 5? No, Chien-Pao 60 times, right? So it would be 5. Chien-Pao 60. So we would need 5. There's retrieval. You don't have it yet. You don't have it yet. Oh, he has that too. Okay, so that's 6 energy. Yeah, that gets in there. All right, Alex takes game 1. Oh no, we have a DPL situation. Top 4. Oh, not like this. What happened? We got a 2 price penalty in the table in game 3. Salma's gonna let me know in the scoop.
What up?
So what happened?
Edward V drew 6 cards off Iono when he has 5 prizes.
Not like this. Yeah, it is definitely a 2 price penalty because you're seeing an extra card. Yeah, he Edward drew 6 on Iona when he was at 5 prizes. 5 prizes.
We'll go again if you want.
Go again. You have, they're in game 3.
People watching.
Yeah, 35 people. Yeah, they love me. Apparently. So yeah, how do I reset the prizes? Alex won game 1. I didn't want to play a second game just to see what happens. Yeah, but let's see how goes in top 4. Yes, he is. But he just got a double price penalty for draw extra card. So Dialga's ahead of a big spot. I'll take Dialga. Please give it to me. It's fine. It's playing. Hello. Yeah. I got the scoop. It's okay. You're late. Good try though. Yeah. Yeah. So he did a U, Zoro. I'm afraid to generate it. Like I'm gonna do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so I don't draw an extra card, right? Yeah. Okay, we got game 2 going on here. So, Charizard has game 1. So there we go. No, sorry, he lost. I'm trolling. He won. Who won game 1? It was the Chien-Pao player on the right, Alex. Okay, we got an Iron Hand start. Sure, show the. Yes, Alex won. Yeah. Sure, we're gonna show them the Pokemon before starting up. Sure. Free information. I guess Raging Bull, you definitely want to go first. I mean, with Raging Bull, you go first. Get the attachment. Then you can start next turn and get 3 more energy on board. Jared was throwing a Steve right. Best we have a basic. We have 2 basics. Very nice. He's playing Greninja. He's going, you shush. Don't tell me to shush in the stream. Tell me to shush. What are we doing?
Shut your mouth.
Yeah. All right, so Gyro Shuttle win first was actually correct. There's a heavy ball. Can you find a Pokemon in the prize cards? We do not. But they keep his prize, which is kind of tough. It's going to make it easier for Chien-Pao to knock out those attackers. Don't say that, Guardian. Shh. Don't wish that on me. Don't wish that on me, please. No. I think Dialga's going to win, so I have a chance. I do. That is Edward Soto, the biggest knucklehead that I know. Yeah. Hands to touch patch. Nope. Oh. No, Andy, relax. Okay, we got a Frigibacks. That's a good start. And an S-Ball. Alex, do your cards one at a time. What are we doing? This is misconstruing in the game. Is he playing as Earth Investor? No, he's got a Nest Ball for. Okay, there we go. Okay. What are we doing? I would behave. It's like a child. My goodness.
Were those people here today?
No, Soda was not here. Andy was. Andy screwed up, but he was here earlier. Soda actually is 10 minutes away from here. Didn't show up today. What are we doing? Rude. No, he's being a good adult apparently.
Fine.
You got it. Okay, so he's grabbing a Chien-Pao, which is interesting. But getting an Iron Hands in the active, out of the active is going to be a tough part. Hello, Alice Saran, hello. You cannot retreat. What are we doing? Oh, he has the Prime Catcher in hand, but you cannot Prime Catcher if he doesn't have a bench.
How can you see?
I have good. Well, you can see it, the cards. See what? You can't see those cards?
I can see them, but I can't read them.
I know them by
Just 'cause
face.
You know them.
Yeah, by picture. Okay, we have Super Rod. You cannot play. You have nothing on your discard pile. Stop. Stop, Ali. Who's Ali Saran? I'm going to time him out. I'm just kidding. Okay, he's going to Vessel. Get rid of Super Rod. Oh, that's dangerous. I might. It's a tough matchup. Any one of those matchups are tough.
You do not have fans, Jeremy.
No, apparently I'm hated. I don't know why. I didn't deserve this. What are we doing? So Vessel's going to grab probably Lightning Water? Why are we grabbing Frigibax? What are we doing? Alex, wake up. Oh, of course it's you. I'm not surprised. I'm not going to fumble, bro. You should be here still. Why is there a Frigibax on board? Oh, the Ultra Ball, sure. Okay. Oh, he's getting Rebuff Energy. Okay, you got it, If you guys enjoy this stream, give Jarshon a follow. He's been doing it for a long time. He's doing baking Pokemon back in the day also. Jeremy the top cut. We'll see. Yeah, sure. Hopefully. It's kind of intense in over there.
Yeah, they're on the third game.
The other game, but maybe you should commentate. Yeah, come Andy. Come here and commentate. Come on. But yeah, he made one of the players made a fumble. Cost him pride. Okay, so we pass. We can knock out Chien-Pao here if we get the cards we need. Switch sides is crazy. Sada, but does he have energy on board? Oh, he has the fighting. Okay. But only one, so it's not, you're not knocking out anything. Oh. Double Nest Ball is pretty good. He's not playing Greninja in this deck? Mew, okay, that's what we grab. And then Marita's probably gonna get Raikou. Hello. Say hi to this pretty lady.
Hello. Bye.
Hello, bye-bye. Oh, we got Hector in the building. Hector. Hello, Hector. How are you?
What's going on? What's going on?
We got Alejandro's watching. And so is Andy. These knuckleheads. So we have two very interesting decks. So it's like a Miraidon Raging Bull hybrid, which is interesting.
You're in top 4, right?
I'm in finals.
You're in finals. You're in finals?
Had a pretty easy finals, to be fair. 2 Lugias is like the best you could wish for.
Wait, you played 2 Lugias in top 4? Wait,
Yeah. I beat Alex and I beat another Lugia in top 4. I mean, I'll take it. But now it's this match I'm scared of. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Oh, J-Lo's here too. Hi, J-Lo. What is that screen name? What are we doing? What are we back in 2015? So what are we doing? You got chalked. That's crazy. Who got chalked? Not me. You breaked against the guy last game? What happened to Lugia player?
Yeah, bro. I broke second game, third game. I couldn't set up another Zard, bro.
Yeah.
And that little rat hits hard, bro.
We felt bad and gave top cut. Relax. You've been giving top cuts all season. I don't want to hear it from you. We don't need points. It's crazy. You do. The X's are crazy. The X's are crazy. What do we know? AOL screen names? What are we doing? Back in the day. The cringe high school screen name. Thanks. Thank you, Jonathan. I try. Machito, hello. How you doing? Damn, you should be here too. Wait, does it live like close to here? Okay, we have a draw. It's a water energy, sure. There's no good there's no direct pass. Not like this. Even attack? Oh wow. Back in middle school, 100%. Those was aim. Remember aim? AOL instant message was kind of one of those good names. We had a generator. Oh, 2 energy is good eats, as we would say. Shout out to Cameron. You have to go to the Miraidon, right? Unfortunately. The aim is crazy. Jill, please change that screen name. It's cringe. Y'all go to GU? Nah, not today. And we haven't heard anything from the cup or anything like that, so I don't know what's going on. Yep. All right. It's pretty intense looking in that top 4 match. Okay, so he knocks it out for sure, yeah. Wash. Who's Wash? Not me. I thought I was today. Oh, you guys scored 4 energy? Eek, it's a steep climb, but you get a knockout here. Sean takes 2, so look at this. Like this. You're not Wash, shut up. You're not. No way. You have insane plot armor. Uh-oh. Hear Peter's laughing in the background. Something's happening. Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah. Hector's about to be my spy person. Not like this. You know, watch. You have Supreme Pro armor, bro. Another generator here. 2 more energy. Oh, of course. But of course. I need those generators to hit like that in top finals for me. The generator energy is crazy. All right. When challenges back-to-back watch is crazy. What happened? Why are you making faces? Why are you making faces?
Oh, because Dialga's just popping off right now.
Let's go. No, they're still playing it out. It's a game 3.
Oh, snap.
But Zard took a big loss, a
Zard
penalty.
is down to 2 prices. 3 prices.
What is Dialga at?
But he has a DPL.
Right.
He disrespected this Zard, bro. Now it's turning against him.
I believe it.
Oh yeah. That's
You can't do that to that deck. Oh, boss.
You can't. You have to full-fledged. Like, I believe in you.
Yeah, of course. That's how it should be. Kika's on Dialga. It's Kika versus Valencia. Valencia's playing Charizard with the Reggie Lucky. Did he just hit into it? What just happened? Yeah, he just hit into it. Okay, for 6 turn. Eric, what's up, bro? Your shoes? Squawk, you can ditch that? Or is that it?
This game's about to be over, bro.
Charles is winning?
He has
Radiant Zard, boss.
He has the V-Star in hand. So if he evolves, and he has boss in hand too. So you can start Cronus to injured Zard on the bench.
He's at 2. He's at 5 prizes.
He's at 6 right now. So you can get 4 prizes right now.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either. I thought he was playing like Guardy or something. But I think that whole group was playing Dialga. I remember seeing.
He doesn't use Metang yet, so he can.
Oh!
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go. Please give me Dialga. It's a slightly more favorable matchup. We see Asada. Oh, 100%. He's going to ask for my list and everything. Coaching sessions. I expect the coaching sessions coming up. Shout out to 37 viewers. Thanks, guys, for hanging out on a Sunday. Appreciate it. How you guys are enjoying the stream. You shut up. You know what? I'm going to time you out. You're timed out. Guardian ban. Hey, all the noises stream. I can do whatever I want. It's my stream now. Oh, we got a 4 prize, another 2 prize knockout. Oh, let's go. Sean is up like that. Nope. It's this one. Sure. Oh. Not like this. Looks intense over there. Time is, I can't see from here. 13 minutes, about. Money comes in the game, I should be. Sorry, guys. But it looks like Charizard's running away with it. Got 2 knockouts and two prizes. 2 prizes, so it's crazy. Yeah, it's 13 minutes, so we'll have to see what's going to happen. It's less than 13 now. 4-3, it was. My alarm in the morning was that. We're past. He has no 2 prizes on board, so he can't win this turn. Unless we see boss on the counter catcher the other ball again with the cape. Oh, that's a big boy. You'll see. We're all washed. You are. Just kidding. It's okay. It's back to the drawing board. It's all right. There'll be other cups. We have CQ next week. We got Asada for 3. Shoes, sure. Shoes again, sure. Sure, why not? Keep shoes in. Let's get rid of Squawk. You don't need him. Energy's pretty good. This hybrid is pretty interesting. I like the concept. There's a Bravitron on that one. So he's already at 60. So we still need 4 energy to knock it up. Let's go. Also, we're hitting Dialga on stream, guys. So I'm gonna go mentally prepare and hopefully. Wait. Let's go. Slightly more favorite than the 2 price penalty kill him.
No, okay, yeah, that too.
Yeah. So it's Dialga versus Turbo Hands on stream. So we have to go to the building. So I'm gonna try, guys. I'm gonna try. Peter's cracked. Yeah. So they're still playing their game. Well, Charizard I think down to 1 prize. So this game's about to end soon. Gyro is busy. Yeah, good eats. I don't know. I don't think that matchup's favorable for me. He can go like Dialga, knock out Iron Crown, and I cry. That's the only way I would touch the matchup. We're gonna see. We will see. Yeah. They're on the table. That's why. Are we streamed or we're gonna play here? Okay. All right. Let's wait for this match to finish. Hopefully it's be streamed. I'm gonna stream it most likely, but we will see what happens.
Pretty anticlimactic if it
Yeah, we're going. Okay, so all right, they just finished. Okay, so I'm gonna go get ready for stream. Cheer me on, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Oh, Jeremy, one pairing? Sure.
They are preparing them like bachelor.
Oh. So, in case you forgot, Jeremy. Yeah, it would be wild if we didn't. Right? No.
Yo. All right. We back. All right. So, gotta edit some of this stuff. Let's go. Bop, bop.
We should have Alex.
Bop. Let me see here. Okay. And that'll be Peter on the left. Jeremy on the right. All right. So, thank you, Stephen. Hopefully you enjoyed that weird game that I played. It was just such a long time between top 4 and finals because the first match was pretty quick. That I was like, you know what? I say show off the Raging Bolt deck. That game 1 was not great. And then game 2, Alex's Chien-Pao deck did effectively nothing. So, you know, kind of happens. Yeah. But there we go. So we are going to have Jeremy, and he's going to be running Turbo Hands, which we saw last round, against Peter, who we saw the previous round playing Dialga. So, yeah. Game 1, the generators were very unfortunate. I was just like, I have plays if I hit something. But, you know, it's fine. They're for funsies. Dialga in the finals. Yes, Red. Yes. You've seen so much Dialga today. It's great. It's excellent.
Is that Jeffrey?
It's Red. I don't know his real name, but maybe.
Jeffrey is the Dialga player that was on stream.
Oh, yeah. During Orlando. Nice.
I don't know if that's him though, but
Yeah, Jeff, if you're the Dialga player that was on stream in Orlando, I want to say, shout out. So.
Yo, Andy, Dialga's not winning, bro.
Dialga's winning? Dialga's not winning? Who knows? I don't know. I think that Turbo Hands might. I don't know though, man. If Dialga runs hot and gets an extra turn,
Yes, it hits the
that's a
number
tough
that
one. Yeah. 220 on an Iron Crown, and then you can knock out something else. Exactly. Now there are no lost vacuums in the deck, so there's no way to disrupt the heavy baton play for Peter.
Let's see. This is Jeremy's list, and where's Peter's list? Yeah. Let me see if Peter. Yeah, it's just all. Peter is just all consistency. You know, like the game plan is take those extra turns or nothing, right? And he's a hater. So yeah, here we go. We'll see who's going first, but I'm pretty sure all of you know what this does, but I'll give you a quick preview. Turbo Hands, Jeremy's deck. Turbo Hands, the goal is to get Iron Hands powered up and to amp you very much for extra prizes. Usually on small Pokemon, sometimes on bigger Pokemon if you have enough Iron Crowns out. And you do that at the beginning of the game by setting up a Miraidon with peak acceleration. So y'all might all know this in the chat, but you know, I want to show off my fancy card feature. But yeah, peak acceleration to get everything set up. Iron Hands to close things out, Heavy Baton to keep all the energy on board, whereas Dialga with Metang helping to accelerate the energy, goal there is really to eventually get to Star Chronos, take an extra turn, and I will say, Turbo Hands primarily is a deck that is a 2-prizer deck. So if you go through that first Miraidon, you take that extra turn, you can take 4 prizes. I think it could go Peter's way if he's able to hit what he needs quickly enough. Otherwise, I do think this probably favors Turbo Hands in general, just because of the extra prizes, right? Like it can counteract a slow start, from a deck that has the potential to take 2 turns, but yeah, potential is a strong word, right? Potential is all you got. So, getting all set up here. 1 mulligan for Jeremy as Peter continues to look for a basic Pokemon. Am I? Yeah.
Where's the other one?
Oh, maybe. No, this one's. I think this one's mine.
I'll keep myself.
Check. Is it that one? That little one? All right. 2 mulligans. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see if those I guess with Iron, with Turbo Hands, like I don't know what the hand is, but I don't know. The setup for Turbo Hands is not so extreme. Like just because the future Techno Radar is just so efficient of getting you 2 things, and Arvin is just such a good card. So oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe Peter is just trolling, trying to get Jeremy to deck out. That's the way to win right there. Never draw a basic. Big brain, big brain. No. 3 mulligans is really rough. 3 mulligans is. I will say though, against the Charizard, that would be much worse. So, 100% giving Turbo Hands a super easy setup. Yeah, it does kind of make it like Turbo Hands just automatically now, you would assume, has the setup. I think the awkward thing about Turbo Hands versus Dialga too is Turbo Hands wants to go first. Dialga wants to go first. Turbo Hands wants to go second. So it all just kind of plays into it too. You get as many cards as you need, probably get everything you need, and then yeah, it's crazy. But we are finally ready. Peter versus Jeremy, starting Dialga, starting an Iron Crown. I will say a lot of energy in that hand. Don't love that for Jeremy. We do have a Nest Ball probably grabbing us either a Beldum or another Dialga. There we go. We see the Beldum. Good news is I don't think an Iron Crown is ever going to attack. So these Beldums, doesn't matter that there's no Manaphy in the deck. Beldums are safe, at least on the bench. Like they might get bossed up and bad news bears, but on the bench they're pretty safe. So another Dialga coming down. Love to see. Okay, we are not going to be seeing a second Beldum, it looks like. Choosing to attach the energy rather than Radiant Greninja this turn is what it seems like. So passing over to Jeremy, who has a ton of energy in hand. We do have a Miraidon. Do we have any way out of the active? We have a Generator, but all that energy in hand means that's not in the deck. Oh yeah, just 5, yeah. So no energy found off of the Generator. Those 3 extra cards may not actually matter in this one, given what Jeremy's hand kind of looks like. as a heavy baton. There's no way to get into Miraidon, no Arven, no Techno Radar, and just a pass into the Dialga. Now, I believe Iron Crown is weak to metal. Let's check. Let's see Iron Crown real quick. Let's pull it up. I think Iron Crown. No, weak to dark. Okay, so huge sigh of relief there. Not weak to metal. I think there have been some psychic Pokemon that are weak to metal, but Iron Crown is not one of them. Thank God. Dark weakness. Yes. Okay. So getting another energy there though. So right now, not doing enough for the knockout, but it doesn't really matter. You're setting up an easy knockout on a following turn. Yo, Jason, what's up? So right now, doing 160. Another Nest Ball, probably setting up a third Beldum. Yeah. So it does start to feel like it's getting out of hand very quickly in favor of Dialga, just because Jeremy had a pretty abysmal start. So being able to put a decent amount of damage, I mean, it's not like the damage really matters, because once you have enough energy, you can just knock it out anyways, but getting all those extra energy attachments, knowing that Iron Hands is unlikely to be able to knock it out anyways, that's a big deal. So it looks like he's doing 160, attaching another energy boss, just trying to trap something in the active. Yeah, trying to bring this other Dialga V into the active, see if it sticks. Which it might, discarding, drawing 2. We got an Ultra Ball. So I think Peter's now in a position of how many do you get Metangs? Do you prioritize a Dialga V-Star? Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward spot. I mean, a good spot to be in for Peter relative to Jeremy, but getting another Metang here. You do have another Ultra Ball in hand, I believe, if needed to find a Dialga V-Star. So might just hold off on that until after Metangs hit, just to see how many energy these Metangs hit. I feel like if the 2 Metangs hit a pretty decent amount of energy, you could just see an Ultra Ball into the Dialga V-Star and then just go from there. And if it's enough, yeah, just Ultra Ball, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, actually, so just a straight up research. Okay, you got 4, so you got 2 energy. The question is, where do they go? 1 onto the active, enough to retreat, I believe. And then 1 onto the bench. Already attached for hand, so if we hit 1 more on the... There we go. There's 1 more on the bench. I believe that's enough for Star Chronos, which will knock out that one, and then the follow-up, 1 energy knocks out the other, and that is game. I don't even need to count prizes. Peter taking game 1 after Jeremy just could not find any pieces despite the 3 mulligans. Just ended up with a bunch of energy in his hand and not much else. Not much else, to be frank. So I imagine Jeremy's going to choose to, I don't know, maybe if you're Jeremy, I know you want to go second. Do you just go second? Or do you pick going first knowing that your opponent's going to take a whole extra turn so you get a little extra setup? I don't know. It's a good question. So we'll see. We'll see what Jeremy decides here. But yeah, the Turbo Hands not really able to get moving in the first game. Let's see how many mulligans we get this time. So we do have a Pokemon for Jeremy. It looks like another Iron Crown start. Not ideal. And we have a Beldum start for Peter. So no mulligans, 6 prizes for both players. We are into game 2, and it looks like Jeremy chose for Peter to go first again. So Peter has the Beldum, has an energy. It would be tough. Okay, so they can get another Beldum set up if a Miraidon does come into play to knock out that Beldum, so that's good. Good for Peter. It's hard to see what Jeremy's hand is like, so we'll see soon, but there might be an Arven there. So yeah, we might have a game this time. So just a pass, okay. So just the expectation that the Beldum is getting knocked out, fair enough. Draw, we have another Iron Crown. We have a Techno Radar here. What do we get rid of? We get rid of an Arven. Okay, so we must have another Arven in hand, I would imagine. Get yourself a Iron Hands and a Miraidon. Makes sense. I'm assuming there's another Arven. Yep. That'll get us the future booster capsule, as well as maybe another Techno Radar. Could, depending on the hand, could also just grab a Nest Ball to go grab Mew. Mew is a great draw card later in the game. So we'll sort of see with that what he chooses. But it's either going to be probably a Techno Raider or a Mew. I can't imagine it would be... Pokegear is another interesting option, but I think we have another supporter in hand. So just opting for another Techno Radar. Whether or not they choose to play it this turn, we'll see. Maybe just even put things in your hand to thin out the deck. Yeah. Got that there. Put an energy on, and that'll be enough to knock out this Beldum. Yeah, so just asking for a cut. And then the Electric Generator, just getting some extra energy, hopefully, onto that Iron Hand. Let's see. You got one, you got two. Okay, very nice. 2 energy, the best you can ask for. Take the knockout on Beldum. Okay. Jeremy taking the first prize here in game 2. And then attaching 2 more energy to that Iron Hands. The odds that Iron Hands survives very high this turn. But, you know, there's always the possibility that... do they play Prime Catcher? Yes. There's always a... probably not. No, I don't think so, actually. Maybe if you play the Mew and you find the Prime Catcher and you can bring up that Iron Hands and get enough energy, it's really low odds. So, yeah, just going to prioritize setting up another attacker, just with the knowledge that it's unlikely that the Dialga gets knocked out. Right now, the Iron Hands does 160, 180, 200. If you get 2 more out, that's 240, plus the thing is 260. So yeah, I don't think there's any way of knocking out a Dialga with the Iron Hand. So your Dialga's safe, at least for a turn. So just opting to put most of the energy onto the V for now. Interesting choice, knowing that it's going to survive. But yeah, just taking the knockout. Okay, Peter evening things up, taking the knockout with the V-Star. There's another Techno Radar, likely going to be grabbing an Iron Hands and maybe another Iron Crown or an Iron Hands and a Miraidon. We'll see. Yeah, just another Iron Crown, just making the Ampu very much as powerful as possible, as quickly as possible. Depends on what we have in hand. We could see if there's a boss to take out the Metang. Nope, just a research. 6 and 7, 1 more card. So just the research there, looking for probably a Heavy Baton. That is crucial. It looks like he did find it, but first we're just gonna... Nope, nothing there on the Electric Generator, but good news for Jeremy. The Heavy Baton's gonna stay. It's fine. You know, there is no Lost Vacuum in Peter's deck. So, you know, we know that. Jeremy doesn't necessarily know that, but yeah, you don't really have to worry too much. And the question here is, how much damage do you put in? Is he doing the Ampu very much attack, or are we just doing the 160 plus a bunch? We'll see here in a second. So if he's doing the 160, he's going to do 160 plus 60, 220. So it looks like we got 180. No, 120, 140. Is that what that would? I don't know. It's a decent amount of damage. It'll be knocked out by whatever on the following turn. See how many energy. We got 2 energy off of that. So the question is, do we get an energy from hand? And if so, do we Star Chronos this turn? Because I think the goal here, ooh, okay, yeah, choosing to bring that up, Star Chronos, take 2 more prizes for Peter. And then you can really see the power of the V-Star sort of swinging the prize trade in their favor, because now he's going to be able to take another 2 prizes after this. So Jeremy sort of sat here like, well, what do I send up? Do I send up the Iron Hands? Do I send up an Iron Crown? Knowing that it's just going to get knocked out again in the follow-up attack. So Peter going into turn 2 here, their second turn in a row. sort of saying, okay, I know I can knock out this Iron Crown. That's fine. If I power up another Dialga, that's going to be the key, right? So I guess prioritizing getting another Beldum down so that this Dialga will be able to knock out the Iron Crown when it inevitably gets sent up after this turn. And yeah, just go down to one prize and see what you can do, right? And then if you're Jeremy, you just got to sit there and hope that your opponent, another Beldum. Yeah, your opponent just sort of runs out of gas and isn't able to, get enough energy onto that second Dialga after this attack to actually knock out your Iron Crown, Iron Hands. Because your Iron Hands is going to take 3 prizes here, right? So your opponent goes down to 1, you go down to 2, and then if they can't respond, if they can't follow it up with the knockout, if Peter misses that knockout, that's what Jeremy has to rely on here. But we do have the research, so I think does Jeremy play Iono? Let's see. He does. He plays 3 Iono. So for Jeremy, it's really going to be an Iono turn after this. 3, 4, only 1 energy. So there's a chance. There really is a chance here because that Iron Crown, it's going to require, I believe, 5 energy. We'll do 240. So it does need 5. There's 4 there, but if you get the Iono, and Metang misses, it's just such a tough one. So yeah, taking that next 2 prizes. Peter going down to 1 prize left. There we go. There we see the Iono. We see the Iono there. Jeremy going to have to take a knockout on the active no matter what. Hold on. Did Jeremy draw too many cards? I don't know. Maybe. Hard to tell. Did Jeremy accidentally draw 6 instead of 5? We shall see. I can't check with the stream. Well,
Can we replay that?
I can't. No, I can't do nothing. It may not matter. It may not matter because he just needs 1 energy to get the knockout. There we go. There's the 1 energy. Ultimately, did not matter. But there we go. No way he drew 6, dog. No, I counted 5. Okay, cool. I was just making sure. I was trying to count while he was drawing, and I was like, was it 6? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Peter found the energy. That's all he needed. But GG's Dialga. Dialga taking
2-0?
2-0.
Wow.
Yeah, 2-0. Dialga absolutely taking it down here in this League Cup. Despite the tournament is located in Yonkers. So we are in Yonkers. We are at a pizza joint and an Italian restaurant right now, Silvio's. But
very good, by the way.
Yeah, pizza. It's good food. But yeah, great run from Jeremy though too. I think Turbo Hands had a really good run. It had a really bad game 1, to be frank. And Peter was able to find everything he needed in the finals, as opposed to, I think they played together in round 1 or 2. This is a rematch from, I believe, one of the early rounds, or at least saw Peter very early. Just absolutely brick, unfortunately. So, Dialga was able to pull through despite 1 bad game and take the win there. So, with that, I'll probably wrap it up unless Peter wants to come on and talk about Dialga. I'm gonna go ask Peter. Yeah, Yonkers. See if Peter wants to come on and just chat briefly. I know it's late. Everybody wants to get home. He can even just give a shout out. That's fine. But yeah, if y'all just wanna give a high five to the Dialga player taking home a League Cup, that's really what we're here for. I know, Red. I know you are stoked about this. I imagine you were like, Dialga, show me Dialga, and then look at this, Dialga in the finals. Dialga wins a tournament. Absolutely epic. So, if you want, this hopefully will be available on Twitch or YouTube afterwards. Not entirely sure, but we'll see. But you can rewatch it, Get it framed. Take a picture of that 2-0 that Peter had. So, yeah. It's team picture time right now for all the top 8 players. The mulligan was all planned. Yeah, it was all big brain. I'm going to draw. You're going to draw all your energy. You don't even know. Yeah. Okay, yeah. If he wants to swing over, it's all up to him. You know, this is whatever people feel comfortable with. But if he wants to swing over, we'll get a quick little statement from him, and then everybody can get home, relax for the evening. So yeah, come on down. Wait. There we go. Welcome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Dialga taking home a win. I know a few people in the chat are very excited about that. I feel like Dialga is like the deck that has the most cheerleaders right now.
I don't know about that, but
no?
it's like under the radar, I feel like, a little bit.
Yeah. A Star Chronos is wild.
Yeah. Being able to skip your opponent's turn is really good.
Yeah. Giving your opponents one less turn, always a good thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that first game was it was rough. All those mulligans he had nothing.
Yeah, that matchup is. I mean, the matchup's really good, especially if I can set up. I actually played him in Swiss, but
I remember.
I was on stream actually. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and you just absolutely brick had nothing.
I just
so.
Didn't have anything.
But the folks want to know, what are your feelings about Dialga post rotation? As quick or long-winded as you want.
I mean, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It struggles versus ancient decks, but everything else is pretty good.
Yeah.
So our matchups slightly favored maybe. Typically, if they don't play the matchup correctly, it's like heavily in your favor if they don't know how to prize trade with the Charizard.
Yeah.
But other than that, it has pretty good matchups. You're pretty much hoping you don't net draw. Honestly, you play so many energies, so your hands can be really bad.
What do you think of people, like, bring it to a cup is one thing, because you're going to do the Swiss, and if you run hot, great. If you don't, whatever. Would you even consider bringing this to like a bigger, like a regional or an international, or is the variability a little too much for you to swallow?
It depends. I was definitely considering it for Orlando last weekend, but I ultimately decided to play Charizard because it was just more consistent. I didn't feel comfortable with how consistent it was.
Okay.
I mean, the list is just like 4 of everything, pretty much, like a million energies.
Nice comment, Brian.
Yo, is that? Oh, I know that guy.
I know that guy.
Yo, what's up, Reach?
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah.
My friend actually played it to the Orlando.
Yeah, I think he was on stream earlier.
He might have.
Jeff,
been.
right?
No.
Or,
Edwin.
Edwin. Okay. Yeah. I know a few people like were on stream that played it at Orlando or did like day 2 with it too. People were excited. So.
Yes, I don't think he was
Edwin
like close to his
didn't
winner
day
now.
2.
He was close, but he didn't make it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those decks where like I would probably play it because I like inconsistent high roll decks, and then I like getting punished because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those decks.
That's why I keep playing decks that have generator in it because I'm an idiot. But
yeah, I mean, I literally won a game. Was it on stream?
You got 4.
Yeah,
you got 4.
The 4 medals. I only needed 3, but I mean, still high roll. I don't think.
No, how often do you hit 4?
No, that's the only time I've hit 4.
Yeah. So I mean, if you feel lucky, if you've done all your voodoo sacrifices or whatever, definitely roll with Dialga. But if you're an unlucky person, maybe sit that one out.
You don't really need to be lucky. You just need to not dead draw. Like,
yeah.
If you play the game, just play. If you like have a supporter and like some Pokemon out, and you can play the game, you're good. You don't really need to be that lucky.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much. I'll let you get home. It's been a long day for all of us. So cheers, everybody. Thank you all for dropping in and watching. And we'll see you at the next cup, maybe at Third Universe. I might stream that one. So
possibly.
Yeah. All right. Cheers, everybody.
I don't know. Like, we make enough money for everything else.